This is the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series, bringing together the top Sports Car Club of America racers from around the country. This weekend for rounds 7 and 8, one of the most iconic race courses in North America, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Having taken just 6 months to excavate, grade, and pave back in 1970, it's challenged drivers now for over 50 years. From its decreasing radius downhill S's to that long draftable back straight and onto the towering final corner, turn 12, that's the first thing you see when you come into the track and in the front gate. It's just taunting you. Here, Road Atlanta has a little bit of everything over its 2.5 miles and 12 turns. So I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along this morning with Brian Bielanski, and we're going to be bringing you all the coverage here for the rest of the weekend from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta here on DriversEye Live. Good morning, Brian. How are you today?
I am fantastic. We're racing. Anytime I'm at a racetrack is fine. I will tell you that tomorrow morning it will be 2 a.m. on the West Coast, it'll feel like, when we're doing this. But welcome to Time Change Weekend, and welcome to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Here is our track map, as you can see, and it is a spectacular venue for driving anytime on any car, but especially here this weekend. A little wet this morning, Greg. That should pose some challenges. I know we had some challenges yesterday, we should say, but hopefully today will be a little less challenging and a lot more fun stuff today.
Yeah, indeed. So as you look at that Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta track map, so many elevation changes here. The lowest part of the course, actually where I'm situated right now, on the front straight, right by the start-finish line. As drivers come onto that straight, we've got that huge 6-story turn 12. They go down a short front straight all the way back up a hill to turn 3, and then they've got the towering downhill S's that bring you to turn 5. It is so difficult. The only really heavily cambered turn here, turn number 6, which brings you on to the most important corner on the course, the slowest corner on the course, turn 7. That brings you on, as you can see there, right at the top of your screen, this incredibly long back straightaway here, and then you come down that hill once again, and you do it all over again. As we switch to live action now, what you are going to see is you are going to see a very damp track. It started raining last night just after we wrapped up our qualifying sessions for the day. But my understanding, Brian, is that the rain, which stopped about an hour ago, likely not going to return. So we're going to see a drying track throughout the day. The group that is on track right now is Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. They are going out for their second and final qualifying session of the weekend. We're going to have this group and then 2 more groups. We're going to have our big bore group and then our small open wheel racers in Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V. They're going to wrap things up with qualifying, 25-minute qualifying sessions, and then starting at about 9:50 a.m. Eastern Time, we're going racing for the whole rest of the day.
That's right. So, Greg, this is the second qualifying session for this group. Was the first qualifying session wet or dry?
The first qualifying session was dry for all of our racers. As a matter of fact, what they did was originally, Brian, the schedule was meant to have a practice session yesterday morning for all of our 6 groups, and then qualifying starting in the afternoon and finishing up this morning. The schedule was changed on Thursday because we knew the damp weather was coming in, to convert those practice sessions to qualifying sessions. And so each one of our racers has the ability to take 2 qualifying sessions. All of the sessions were dry yesterday.
Right. So that explains the situation at the moment in my brain. And of course, it's all about my brain, Greg.
Of course.
11 drivers on the track out of the potential of 42 right now.
That's correct.
And
we had 40. I was going to say we had 40 go out for qualifying yesterday in this group. So obviously, just some drivers looking for some damp weather practice here.
Right. So and you know, this is good for them if it tends to rain throughout the rest of the day, and they'll have some experience if they need this for today or tomorrow.
Right.
And early out, again, these times aren't going to have much of a say as far as the qualifying order. But early out here, we've got Morgan Burkhart out, and Connor Roberts, Joseph Malley, Ethan Bednick-Smith, William Hedricks, Joe Banks, Craig Wheatley, Steve Zamantis, Kevin
Maley.
Kevin Maley, Arvid Albanese, and Charles Pigeon. So that's who's decided to brave the conditions early on. And as you can see, it looks like it's actually still raining.
Well, we definitely have some damp weather, I think, where that turn 5 camera is placed along the fence line there. So to put things in perspective, as Burkhart and Roberts have now completed their second flying laps, Burkhart with a fast lap of 1:49.149. That's pretty nice there. That is now about 16 seconds off of the fastest laps from yesterday's dry qualifying. Here to recap, because we did not have Spec Racer Fords. We have a driver that's gone around coming out of turn 7 in the grass there. We'll try and get the number on it in just a moment. But again, we had 40 drivers go out for the first qualifying session. It was one that we did not have on air yesterday. Grant Vogel is your provisional pole sitter in Spec Racer Ford coming into this session. And he had a qualifying time of 1:33.957. Clay Russell, two-time national champion, second fastest at a 1:33.993. Morgan Burkhart, in his very first time racing in a real-life Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 at Road Atlanta, is at a 1:34.220. And so the driver that went around there over at turn 7, Brian, and it looks like we had just some camera issues there. It was Kevin Maley, driver of the number 66 machine. He is out of Houston, Texas, and he's gotten that car back underway. But obviously we can see a lot of these drivers, they are definitely staying off of the dry line. We can see how far they're staying away from the apex at turn number 12, for example. It is still damp, and there's actually one pretty decent-sized puddle coming down the hill, coming down turn 12. But obviously still some very damp areas for these drivers.
Very damp, and of course, like in most racetracks, you want to really stay on the pavement during these conditions, because you will get stuck in the mud. And of course, in Atlanta, the mud has that beautiful orange tinge to it that could stay on your race car for the rest of its life.
Yeah, I was going to say, for years, that red Georgia clay has a way of getting in places, nooks and crannies in your race car that you just cannot scrape out.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So
one of the things, Brian, and we just had it on this prior camera shot at the exit of turn number 5, one of the most difficult courses is from when we were here last year. Things have been reprofiled a little bit. It is a little bit wider on exit now. You see that new concrete patch right there that has been added that comes up right to the end of the curbing. That used to be gravel when we were here last year and for a number of years. And so what we've seen now a number more drivers maybe turning in a little bit earlier at turn 5, letting the car drift out further to driver's right, and it gives them a much better, much faster run down towards turn number 6.
Yes, that's true right up until you hit the tires.
Yes.
And then the run isn't quite so advantageous. That's a trick I've perfected, hitting the tires on iRacing. And when I was at Road Atlanta last and drove there, it was not there. So that wasn't an option. So it's good and bad depending on what your skill level is or what your bravery level is.
Well, like I love to tell everybody, I still have memories of running the American Road Race of Champions here a number of years ago, and going and bounding 4 wheels through the air through that gravel trap, and everything went so silent I could hear Greg Kramer calling out my name, pointing out the fact that I was 4 wheels in the air over the PA system.
It's always interesting. There are times when you want the broadcast to mention your name, and then there are times when you don't want the broadcast to mention your name.
Exactly.
I love it. I love it.
All right, and we can see a nice little draft train here starting to work coming out of turn number 7, and car leading through there. I believe I think that was the 46 of Connor Roberts leading. Actually, no, that may be the 177 of Charles Pigeon. Yeah, Charles Pigeon is the very first car in that group.
Well, and this may be one of those situations where the draft train is not terribly helpful to you because you're drinking a whole lot of rainwater when you're in a draft train at this moment.
In these cars, certainly.
Especially in an open wheel car and in these cars. So, well, look at the little drift coming through there. That red and black car that just came through has enjoying the lack of traction control in these cars.
Yeah, there's a lot of throttle modulation going on right now. We just saw, looks like, who was that? I believe William Hendricks stepping into the inside of Steve Zamatis, going down the front straight to not get into that spray. And so Joseph Maley, now your fastest driver on track. He has thrown down a 1:46.556. Again, about 13 seconds off of the provisional pole. Now Maley, the 199 machine, yesterday in the dry, he was your 24th fastest driver with a qualifying time of 1:36.882. So, you know, obviously the times that he's putting in right now certainly aren't going to move him up in the order any, but you know, again, it's good practice, and especially as the track is starting to dry out here. You know, you're not seeing huge rooster tails off of the back of these cars. I think most of these drivers at this point are on the spec Hoosier wet tires that they have the option of running, but as opposed to the dry weather tires. But you know, if for some reason the track hasn't dried out completely by the time 5 p.m., so you know, chance damp. I mean, it's good practice to have, and to have a little bit more of a knowledge in your back pocket as to where, you know, where you have to deviate from the line and where you don't. Is we're watching now the 46 machine right now. That is Connor Roberts. I think he's got a pretty good feel. That's the white car that you see to the inside, the driver's right. He passed two cars coming down the hill through turn 12, and I think he's starting to get a good feel for the grip. And you know, as Brendan and I were talking yesterday, Brian, you know, this track takes a lot of commitment. It is a very intimidating racetrack. You know, much more so in the wet, and you know, for Roberts to make that quick little move down the hill, obviously he's starting to get a little bit more comfortable, and he's yeah, you can see him starting to push it down through the S's.
Yeah, that car, and then there was a red and black car that came through here last lap that was all on it, was way onto the patch here, and really hanging it out, and really seemed to feel like they'd found some sort of a rhythm or a pace here in the wet weather. And it was, I couldn't make out the number when it came by, and I haven't seen it since. So maybe they didn't have as much of the pace figured out as I thought. But it was that was one of those cars that seemed to be doing what it was supposed to do.
And then we've got the three in a row, and I think I said before that dark black and yellow machine was the 177 of Charles Pigeon. That was incorrect. It's actually the 77 of Arvid Albanese. He is, I think, running with Trey Ayers this weekend. We're going to see in the number 7 car in a very similar livery. That kind of makes sense, but those three drivers still sticking together. Let's take a look here as Connor Roberts is now cresting the top of the hill and coming under the Fox Factory Bridge, as we've got another driver that's gone around. And Connor Roberts does not improve that time by, it's a 1:48.612. The car that went around, we'll get the number on that
Craig
here.
Wheatley, car number 98.
98, yeah. As he's just now coming out of turn 12 and onto the front straight.
Definitely some drivers more comfortable in these conditions than others. Joseph Maley, Morgan Burkhart, Connor Roberts, they're all under 150 laps, with Maley being our fastest at 145. Everyone else above the 150 mark, and some by a good bit. So it's not everybody takes to the rain the same, obviously. So you can also hear the wind, which if we do get a lull in the rain, will help dry that track a lot, but not very helpful at the moment. This is the outside of turn 6. This is maybe the most important corner on the racetrack that we're looking at right here. This is the right-hander onto turn 7. Nothing fancy about it, but you got to do it right because it leads you onto that longest straightaway heading into the chicane in turn 10. So if you don't do 7 right, it's going to kill your speed down this long straightaway.
Yeah, and it's such a challenge here as we're watching as we're down watching the racers on the back straight. When you come into turn 6, it's a fairly high-speed banked right-hand corner. It's got more camber than any other corner. You start to rise up a little bit towards turn 7. You still got the load on those outside on the outside both front and rear wheels. And then just as you're about to turn in for turn 7, the track flattens out for you. It's really a blind exit to turn 7, but more importantly, the grip that you thought you had coming into that corner very quickly goes away, and that's how we saw that one driver a little bit earlier spin around there. And when we go back to that shot a little bit later, you'll see a lot of that red Georgia clay to the outside of the curbing where drivers happen to push wide there. And there's also a very big reason why there's a huge stack of tire walls or tire barriers on the outside of turn number 7. Here's the entrance now coming out of turn 5, going into turn 6, and you'll be able to see them make that bank.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so Brian, let's do this. We've got only now about 7 minutes remaining in this qualifying session. Why don't we take a quick break, thank some of our partners and sponsors. I'm going to make a call to the grid for our next group, and we'll be back in a few moments. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7. That's Big Bore, GT1, 2, and 3, American Sedan, Touring 1, and GTX. Please head to the grid. Race group number 7, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, American Sedan, and T1. Please head to the grid.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's so hard, Craig, for me to remember that.
I know.
It's so hard. But we're here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and it is the Spec Racer Ford qualifying 2, Q2, our final qualifying session of the weekend for this group. It's in the rain. Q1 was in the dry, so other than learning how to drive this track in the wet, this is not going to help a lot of folks, which is good, though. I mean, you got to learn how to drive it in the wet eventually, right?
Exactly, yes.
About 3 minutes and 50 seconds left in this session, and at the moment, Joseph Malley is the fast guy in the rain. We will refer to him forever going forward as the Rainmeister. He is at a 1:45.890, and then behind him about a second, 0.8 of a second, we've got Morgan Burkhart. He is circulating his fast lap, a 1:46.618. The only other car under 150, Connor Roberts from LaGrange, Georgia. He has got a fast lap of 1:47.318, although he just went purple in Sector 2.
Yeah.
Everyone else on the board right now is above a 150, and there's a 6-second gap between the third fastest car and the fourth fastest car at the moment.
Yeah, and we do have one car on the pit lane right now, Brian. I believe that is William Hendricks. And his crew's been looking after the car now for, actually, since we went to our commercial break. We have another driver coming down the pit lane as well. And I believe that is, oh my gosh, well, I'll try and get the number in a moment here and see who that was who just pulled in. I believe that was Craig Wheatley in the 98 machine, but I'll get that for you in just a moment.
Burkhart, of course, the Jim Fitzgerald Rookie of the Year for last year for SCCA. Also driving IMSA's Michelin Pilot Challenge this year. Next weekend, he'll be at Sebring for that. So big racing schedule for Morgan this year. And there is a car coming onto the racetrack, but not.
Yeah, I think that's the 199 at Joseph Malley, who came to a dead stop there over at turn 1. He's back underway.
Don't know that I've seen that happen too often, but he's on his way, and wow, you could still see when that camera went a little out of focus there, you could see the rain even better. It was focusing on the raindrops.
On the rain, yeah. Ooh, that is a very nice, very artistic shot right there.
Yes.
All right, Brian, real quick, let me make another call to the grid for our next group here. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 7, Big Bore, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, American Sedan, and Touring 1. Please head to the grid. Race group number 7, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, American Sedan, and T1. Please head to the grid. All right, so Connor Roberts now, Brian, is on the pit lane. The white number 46 machine, currently third fastest in the session. He was 17th fastest in the dry qualifying yesterday morning. And I believe that the other machine that we had on pit lane here a few moments ago, William Hendricks in the 101 machine, his crew finished taking a look at the car, and he is now back out on track for what is essentially going to be an outlap and possibly one flyer, depending on when he gets around, because we have, as you see from the clock on the ticker there, only half a minute remaining.
Yeah, it's possible that's kind of almost like a warm-up or an installation lap. Some of these cars had issues over the qualifying session yesterday. They may have had to have some work done to them overnight in the paddock, so they're coming out just to make sure, as much as they can in these conditions, do a little shakedown, make sure everything feels the way it's supposed to feel, so that when they come down to race time, and of course this is group number 6, so they're not going to race this afternoon until around 2:05 Eastern time. So this is the one chance without asking for a hardship lap to be able to go out and do a little bit of that. So that might be what's going on there.
All right, next car to come down come down out of turn 12 and onto the front straight should see the checkered flag. We thought that might have been Craig Wheatley in the 98 machine, but instead he took to the pit entrance, and so his session is done. We do have somebody coming around the bend right now out of the final corner, and the 101 machine of William Hendricks. He will be your first driver to take the checkered flag.
So at this time, after the first bit of qualifying here, and again, these times will not be any better than yesterday, so this is just more for our entertainment value. The fastest car of the session, Joseph Malley, with a 1:48.890. That's followed by Morgan Burkhart and Connor Roberts. Then we've got Charles Pigeon, Steve Zemetis, Craig Wheatley, Charles Pigeon, Joe Banks, Ethan Betnick Smith, Arvid Albanese, Kevin Malley. Those are the cars that actually took a lap in this session. Of course, there's 40 that took time yesterday, so a lot of those folks decided not to risk it here, and that is our running order at the end of our first qualifying session of the day.
Yeah, and should note that Morgan Burkhart just turned his fastest lap here on his final lap. He gets down to 1:46.053. It was about 1600ths off of Malley's times. And again, as you mentioned, more for our entertainment purposes only.
Exactly.
As Grant Vogel sit the provisional pole yesterday morning, and he will start on the front row here on pole with a time of 1:33.957. Clay Russell, second fastest, a 1:33.993. So let's call that a 1:34 flat. Morgan Burkhart, third fastest in the dry at a 1:34.220, and Bobby Sack, two-time national champion. And it was good to see Bobby get out for the qualifying session yesterday morning, Brian. In testing, he had a brand new motor go kerplooey on him, and that is after he went through, I believe, 2 motors last season. So he got at least one session in the books, and the car was pretty darn fast. The Michigan native driving that number 19 machine. Third row should be Denny Stripling and Richard Baldwin. Then Russ Turner, Evan Slater. Good to see Evan, and Evan's been tearing it up in TA2 and a number of other series lately. We first saw him here back in 2018 or 2019, I think, as a 15-year-old on his birthday. And then James Coffrey and John Green, they're going to round out the top 10. All right, we've heard that the 5-minute warning has already been given to our next group, Brian. So let's take a quick little break, give you an opportunity to chug some coffee, me get some water, and when we come back, it's going to be our big bore racers for their second and final qualifying session of the day here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski here. Gregg Ginsberg is actually Brian Bielanski there. Gregg Ginsberg is here. I don't know, anyway. Ryan Bauer is tickling the ivories, pressing those buttons for us. And, of course, Brendan Kazmarek is the one who has to go out in the rain and make everything keep working. So we are here with our big board group, GT1, 2, 3, A Sedan, T1, GTX. This is a group that just loves the rain, right, Greg, with these big high horsepower cars.
Absolutely. Yeah, big wide tires, lots of torque. It's a perfect combination for a track like this. All right,
Perfect says who?
All right, so we've got looks like 5 or 6 drivers have taken to the track for this qualifying session. Real quick, Brian, let me recap where we were after the first qualifying session, which again was not on the air yesterday. Just a single driver in American Sedan. That is Philip Waters. And Philip is driving the number 177 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Grand Prairie, Texas. He put in a fast lap of 1:44.301. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he is likely your American Sedan pole sitter going into this afternoon's race. Let's move over to Touring 1, where Hugh Stewart in his BMW M3, I think that's an E46 M3. He is out of Milford, Connecticut. He was your fastest Touring 1 driver. The bogey time in that class, a 1:31.956. Zach Monette, who is here driving the number 99 Chevy Camaro. He is from Milton, Georgia, and Zach had a 1:32.826. Brian Goodman is third fastest. He had a 1:36.057. There's 6 cars, 5 drivers that set times. In GTX, Braden Nickel, who we've seen for many years in a Mazda Miata, in Spec Miata. Well, this weekend he brings out a radical SR10, Brian, in GTX. He's out of Hopton, Georgia, and he turned in a qualifying time and he was the fastest driver on course during yesterday's qualifying session, a 1:22.4. Brianna Ogden, who we saw at NOLA a couple weeks ago, driving a GTX class McLaren 570S, which is a let's try that again. A homologated GT4 car. She's out of Conroe, Texas, and she was our second fastest driver. Shouldn't be any surprise. A little bit off the pace of that of that radical, however. And so over in GT, Michael Lewis with a 137.849, about 1.7 seconds up on Andrew Lott. Michael Lewis driving his second-gen Mazda RX-7, which we will likely also see in GT Light a little bit later this morning for a race. And then in GT2, big GT2 field this weekend, Brian, 14 drivers, although 13 set times in qualifying. Barry Bowes coming off of his Masters win in TA2 a couple of weeks ago. I think down at Sebring, a 126.346.
Yeah,
and
real quick,
back,
Greg, it
back
looks
to the
like,
baby blue.
Yeah, this car spinning, we just had car 76, Andrew Lott. That's the Pontiac Sunbird, the GT3 car.
GT3 car. All right, and he is getting back underway. We see him there. He's in that red and yellow machine now coming up through the S's. Austin Jers, your second fastest GT2 driver in a Chevy Camaro. He's out of Union, Illinois. About a half second, 55 hundredths of a second separating Bowes and Jers. Tiger Tom Patton in that, in what should be a wonderful car to drive here in the wet, if there still is, with his open top Sunbeam Tiger. He was a second and a half off of provisional pole time set by Bowes. And then in GT1, Michael McAleenan. And we've seen Michael a number of times this season in that bright green, although we're not seeing him here in this section, bright green Lamborghini Huracan. That is an FIA GT3 car, and that should be perfect for the wet here. A 124 flat Joseph Frieda in the 122 Chevy Corvette, a 125.3, so about 1.3 seconds between those two. And then Michael Lewis in his Jaguar, 127.609, about 3.5 seconds off the pole. But good to see a new, not GT2 driver, Brian, but a GT1 driver this weekend. And he is driving the number 81 car, and I believe he's out on track right now. As we've got a car sliding down turn 5. That is the Pontiac again. But Jared Odrick, our reigning GT2 national champion, driving a GT1 Ford Mustang. He's out of Lebanon, Pennsylvania. He was 4th fastest in qualifying in the dries, 3rd fastest overall in this session.
Yeah, of course, his Porsche, was it a Porsche that got into the
Yes.
Schmozzle at the start
At
of
Sebring.
the race at Sebring? Took a big hit. I'm not sure that the car was salvageable, and so out here this weekend, at least temporarily, if not full time, in the GT1 car, because that was a big hit. Took out several cars. Barry Bowes was part of that whole deal, and he was out at NOLA in a different car as well. And now we've got him out there in a Ford Mustang, the 32 car. So, yeah, it's good to see Jared back. I know he was really frustrated with how that all went down. And when you went back and looked at that video, Greg, nothing that he could have done to avoid that situation. So, in conditions that weren't unlike the conditions we have right now, actually. A lot of cars went out on dry tires because it was dry, and then it went rain very quickly just before their session. So that was part of the problem. There was several cars trying to duck onto pit lane in the last moment to try to get a tire change possibly. So, but we're here today, and he's out here. We're really glad to see it. Also, a couple of those McLaren 570S's out this weekend, all from that same prep shop in the Houston area that we saw at NOLA. Those are some fantastically fast race cars.
Yeah,
different
indeed.
drivers, though.
Yeah, and actually we had a very, very nice shot. Well, one of the drivers is the same, certainly, that was here, that we saw at NOLA. It was a nice shot of the two McLarens side-by-side, father and daughter, coming through turn 5. We've got Sean Ogden and daughter Brianna Ogden. Brianna is in the 14 machine, which I believe is the white with black. And then Sean Ogden, I'm fairly certain, is in the 29. Which I believe is the burgundy colored one. And they're going to be coming down the hill towards me in 1 second, and I will go and clarify that in the wet. I'm sorry, Brianna is in the darker colored car, the number 14. The white car is Sean Ogden. That is the number 29.
I always love the fact that SCCA is such a family sport, and here we've got the father-daughter duo out here this weekend. And that is always great to see when all the families get together on the racetrack. The Whitstons are always out here in Formula V and FE2 now. So the family aspect of what we do is something that that's how I got involved. And it's just such a prevalent storyline throughout all of the club.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so going to the top of the leaderboard now here in this session with a qualifying time of 1:48.332. And, wow, that is 22 seconds off of the time he set in the dry. It's Barry Bowes in his GT2 Ford Mustang. Barry finished second at the runoffs to Jared Odrick this past year in GT2. He's out of, and as I said, he's out of Austin, Texas. Gary Crook in his Chevy Corvette, and that is a beautiful machine. It is an almost brand new C8 Corvette, one of the rear engine Corvettes, and I think that one was the very first one to take part in SCCA road racing for the first couple of laps. For the first 2 laps, Gary was your fastest driver on course. He is now your second fastest driver on course with a time of 1:49.292, and then Odrick taken pretty well to that GT1 Mustang with a time of 1:59.73.
How much is the difference, Greg, between the wet times from today and the wet times and the dry times yesterday? I don't have yesterday's qualifying.
So again, for Barry Bowes, who is now, and he just reset fast lap here as he completed his 4th lap, turned in a 1:46.270. That is almost exactly 20 seconds off of what he ran in the dry. Gary Crook, the T1 driver, who's second fastest overall. Crook, actually, I don't have a time for him. He did not go out for qualifying yesterday in the dry. Jared Odrick in GT1, and Odrick was our 4th fastest driver yesterday in the dry. He turned in a 1:29.646, which I think we can all say probably without a lot of time behind the wheel of that car when he did it. That is just about 20 seconds faster than what he is running right now. And if we then take a look at our Pontiac Sunbird driver, Andrew Lott, Andrew turned a 1:39.5 yesterday, and he is currently quite a bit off the pace at a 2:20. I think he's coming to grips with a lot of things, although you would think possibly with a front-wheel drive car, assuming that car is front-wheel drive, he might be in one of the best positions here, but he's definitely had some issues, I think, with some lift-off oversteer in that very stiffly set up car.
Coming to grips, I see what you did there, Greg.
Yes.
Much like our first session, 9 cars on the track at the moment, or at least in this session, out of what was potentially 34 registered cars. So some folks are saying, no, I'm good. Let's let this thing happen. Sleeping, and maybe even they slept in this morning, Greg, when they saw what the weather was.
If they knew what was good for them. So this race group, it's going to be our second to last race of the day. They're scheduled to take to the track at 2:45 p.m. They could sleep until, I don't know, 1 o'clock.
Sure, especially if
get ready for daylight savings time.
Exactly. Well, now that you mentioned that, I want to remind everybody that we're back here tomorrow morning with racing at 8 a.m., but that will be with daylight savings time. Just don't forget to move your clocks. You don't want to miss those first 2 races. So we're going to be doing it all over again tomorrow.
Indeed. All right, so we've got Barry Bowes. He is on the pit lane right now. He's got crew taking a look at the car. Hood is coming off of the car now, and remember is taking a little peek down into the engine bay as things are slowing down a little bit here. Looking to see, we may have a couple of drivers that may have decided to call it a session. We now have another machine coming down the pit lane. That is Gian Buffamonte, the young man out of Naperville, Illinois. Of course, his father, Tony Buffamonte, noted Trans Am driver. Gian's driving this car in Trans Am 2 this season as well. He had a great run at NOLA, a very good race at NOLA It was good to see him in what was, I think, only his second weekend in the car. He appears to be, he's got his crew. Looks like they're waving him to head back to the paddock. So it looks like his session likely now done. All right, so Brian, we're just about halfway through the session here. Why don't we make a first call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick little break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6. Our final qualifying session of the morning. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 8, Formula F, Formula V, Formula 6. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And we'll be back in just a few moments.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
We're back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. This is our big bore group, GT1, 2, 3, A Sedan, Touring 1, and GTX. About 8 minutes left in our session here. Of course, these times aren't going to have any bearing on the qualifying or the starting order here because yesterday all these cars qualified in the dry, but there are a group of 9 cars now on the racetrack testing out their wares in the wet for the possibility that this could happen again during the race or maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think probably the only driver that it does matter for, Brian, is Gary Crook, who was not out for qualifying yesterday in his Touring 1 Corvette. He's already gotten all he thinks he needs out of it. He's taking the car back to the paddock anyhow.
Well, they have to have, most of the time, stewards like to see a car at least turn a wheel before the race. So,
right.
But if you have enough experience, you can get a special dispensation from the Pope and not have to worry about that. But it's good to at least get the car out there, shake it down for a lap or two to make sure everything is where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, indeed. A matter of fact, we had Dave Panterick, who's our 2017 national champion, had him in the booth yesterday for an interview, and he mentioned that there was an engine change being done on his car. We don't have the car out for qualifying here today. He did have it, I believe he had it on track yesterday. Let me double check. No, he did not bring his car out for qualifying yesterday. So Panterick is going to need, again, get that dispensation from the stewards in order to race tomorrow. And we can see here that he has put in that request. But he would be starting at the rear of what is going to be a 30-car field, it appears. Although, actually, I believe this group, we're going to have a split start for this group's race this afternoon, where we'll have our GT cars in one group and then the American Sedan and T1 cars in another group. So he won't be all the way at the back. He'll only be about 20 cars deep.
Looked at the forecast, Greg. Whatever rain we have today should move out. Tomorrow should be Chamber of Commerce weather for racing at Road Atlanta. So we have that to look forward to.
Yeah, and surprisingly, and I saw earlier in the chat, and good morning, everybody. You saw Brian Straczynski asking when the rain was supposed to stop, and well, when I left to head to the track this morning, it was my understanding that it was going to stop probably around 7:15, and it had stopped misting. And then, as our Spec Racer Fords went out for their qualifying session, it picked up again, and it's just a little mist coming down at this point. It's not a real heavy rain. So, hopefully, unfortunately, at this point, we have so few drivers out on course and circulating around that these cars aren't doing a great deal to evacuate the water in places where there are puddles and what have you. And as it is now only about 55 degrees, it's not going to burn off very easily.
Right, and looking at the radar, as I was just doing, and then, of course, Ryan was nice enough to pop it up for us. It's spotty rain in the area, no big, huge cells that are just going to drown us for the next couple of hours. And right now, on my radar, I don't see anything over Road Atlanta. That doesn't mean there's not stuff coming out of the sky, but that's a good sign.
Yeah, and there's nothing forecast here for the rest of the day.
Right.
Which is good. The forecast changed considerably from what we were looking at yesterday. We thought it was going to be raining much deeper into the morning. It's just a question: is this track dries out and is just damp? I think at this point, with one more qualifying session and then going almost immediately with a small break into our very first race of the day, which will be Spec Miata. I think those Spec Miata drivers are going to find the track conditions here very, very slick, because it's not there's not going to be a lot of standing water for their wet weather tires to deal with, and there's going to be just enough dampness that the quasi DOT slicks that they drive aren't going to be able to do much either. It's really going to be a very difficult choice, I think, for them.
Yeah, and the storyline will be that throughout the day, is especially with the first early races here, if the rain is actually done, as to how soon to make that decision to pull the trigger on a dry tire. These cars, by the time we get to them at 2:45 this afternoon, will probably have a dry racetrack. But it'll be interesting for the early groups, the Spec Miatas, the B-Specs, and all of that, to see what their decision-making process is, unless we do get some more rain here over the next couple of hours, which could happen.
Right.
But I don't think there'll be a lot of rain.
And I think right now, Brian, probably the only driver that we have remaining on course, because Chuck Hurley in the 95 Porsche, who had been the fastest driver out there with a time of 1:45.39. I believe he has taken his car back to the paddock as well. I believe Andrew Lott in the Pontiac Sunbird that we're watching here, just saw him come out of turn 5 and making the run now down to turn 6. I believe he is the final driver left on course with just about 2.5 minutes remaining in the session. And I always like this, Brian, as we see him now coming onto the back straight. When you have the opportunity like this to get in any kind of wet weather practice at a track that you maybe drive fairly often, you go and take it. My rookie year of road racing, for every single test day that I did, it poured down rain, and somehow it always ended up dry once the clock started counting, and we went into qualifying until the very last race of the year. And I was able, because I had so much wet weather practice, I was actually able to put the car on pole by a number of seconds. And because it's practice that everybody else said, "Oh, it's pouring down rain, I'm not going to run the test day." So it actually does help sometimes. So I mean, this is stuff that the Pontiac driver Lot can put in his books. But hey, Ryan just put up on screen here a moment ago our upcoming schedule, and just bring that back up. After we had so many races, we had basically 3 events very quickly: NOLA, Button Willow, and now here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We've got actually a couple weeks off before we head a little bit further north up to Alton or Danville, Virginia, to Virginia International Raceway. And then you can see here April and May are when the schedule really starts to tighten up once again.
Yeah, we've got another back-to-back weekends coming up in May, Portland and Mid-Ohio. So that will be some fun times there. And the back-to-backs are not something that they like to do to make the schedule, but sometimes you have to take the dates that the tracks have to give you. And I know the one good part about that, back-to-back or not, is a lot of people are excited, Greg, about going back to Mid-Ohio. So yes. They've repaved the track. That was, I'm sure, part of the tantalizing reason to go back to Mid-Ohio. And hopefully there'll be a little rubber on the racetrack before we get there.
I was going to say, and especially if it does rain, Brian, it means that drivers won't end up spinning off all the way to Steam Corners Road, because Mid-Ohio, I think, was one of the most treacherous tracks in North America when the going got damp. So it is definitely good to see that. It'll be interesting to see, though, given that the paving was done in the fall, and there are going to be a number of groups that run on that track before we get there. Come this spring. I remember what Road America was like for the June sprints last year when the rain came down, and even when it was still dry, where it was basically a one-lane track.
Sure.
That a lot of the pavement, that it just wasn't getting rubbered in at all, and it was still very slick. And then it was just absolutely treacherous in the wet. We'll have to see how Mid-Ohio plays out.
So Andrew Lott here making the final lap here. We've got should have the checkered flag out now.
Yep, and there it is.
This actually, we should talk about this just for a brief second before we go to break. This is good for him because the first lap he came out, he had a couple of spins, and I'm sure whether he doesn't have a ton of experience with dryer, maybe not in this car in the wet, I should say, but this is good for him because I'm sure after a couple of spins, his confidence level's a whole lot higher now than it was about 10 minutes ago.
Well,
because he was able to put down some good, clean laps.
Yeah, and we can see that in his lap time. So
yeah.
He went from the very first laps that he ran, he was in the 23s, the 20s, the 17s, and in the last 4 laps, he went from a 208 to a 206 down to a 205 and a half. So he's picked up 15 plus seconds
right
here in 25 minutes. And again, that's got to make him feel really comfortable in the car.
All right, we won't even go through the times because they're meaningless. This is like the what was that show with Drew Carey? Whose Line Is It Anyway? It's where the points don't count. It's kind of like
right.
Where the rules are made up and the points don't count.
All right, so here real quick, let's give you then bumping back to yesterday's qualifying session. And again, we'll just break it down by class right now. In GTX, yesterday, Raiden Nichols, our fastest driver of all, he's going to be your pole sitter for today's race. He had a 122.396. Brianna Ogden had a 134.2. Of course, we've got Sean Ogden out now in GTX, and he's going to run off of his time from today, which was a 222.6. So quite a bit off of what these other drivers had. In GT3, Michael Lewis and Andrew Lott with a 137 and a 139 respectively. GT2, Barry Bowes, Austin Jers, Bowes at a 126.3, Jers at a 126.9. In GT1, Michael McAleenan at a 124 flat, Joe Frieda at a 125.3. And then our sole American sedan racer who did not come out for qualifying today, big surprise, Philip Waters at a 144.3.
That's going to do it for this qualifying session. We still have one to go before we get to racing. That qualifying session will be Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V. That'll be next. Stay with us. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to Road Atlanta, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We're here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg on the call. Our small open-wheel cars coming out for their session. A really nice field of open-wheel, small open-wheelers this weekend, Greg. And they are going out in conditions that I know most of them probably do not relish.
No.
There's always one, though, Greg. There's always one driver that's out there looking like, you know, Mr. Eve, Dr. Evil, going, I'm so happy for this.
Well, and we are seeing some of the Whitstons in their Formula Vs go out. Again, actually many more takers than I thought there would be, given that this is going to be the very last race of the day. They are scheduled to start their pace lap at about 3:25, 3:30 this afternoon. But we are seeing a good portion of the V field take to the course, and a few Formula Fs as well. Don't see any Formula 600s out, but we'll check that in just a moment. Let's take a quick look and see how this group wrapped up their first qualifying session yesterday, where we had 25 drivers altogether set times. Clint McMahon, good old Wiley Clint, many-time national champion class, was our fastest Formula 600 driver and the fastest driver overall. He turned in a 1:30 flat. That was about 7/10 of a second up on our reigning national champion in Formula 600, Calvin Stewart, who turned in a 130.7. Eric Van Cleef, a 133.5, with George Bugg about 3/10 back from there at a 133.8. In Formula F, and by the way, we had 8 drivers set times in Formula 600. In Formula F, we had 7 drivers set times. Matteo Naranjo was your fastest driver, a 132 flat the time, with Antonio Constantino, a 134.562, so about 2.5 seconds separating our top 2 Formula F drivers. Michael Dowden was another about 3,500ths of a second back from Constantino. He turned in a 134.9. And then in Formula V, I'm amazed, Brian. We've got more than just Whitstons in Formula V this weekend.
Nice.
We had unless they have multiplied in the last couple of weeks, we had 10 Formula V drivers. Andrew Whitston, the fastest of the group, at a 144.52, 1600ths of a second up on Mike Lawrence, who had a 144.6. Stephen Davis, a 145.1. Those were your top 3. And from the looks of it, we've got 9 drivers on track. And when I mentioned that we had a couple more Formula Vs out there, we've got the 2 twins, Smith Jackson Ragsdale and William Duke Ragsdale. Hope to have them in the booth tomorrow for an interview. They are, I believe, in their now 3rd year of road racing, and they were at a track meet for their high school yesterday. And we're not able to come out for the first qualifying session.
Good stuff there, good stuff. You know, and I mentioned that there's always one driver who loves the rain. I got a little bird that just shared with me. Andres Naranjo says Matteo loves the rain. So there's always one crazy person out there.
Well, we've only had 2 drivers cross the start-finish line and complete a flying lap, and, well, he is the fastest of the bunch by about 6 seconds. So
there you go.
There's 7 seconds. As we're starting to see our first flying laps come in now. And I said that I didn't see any Formula 600s, Formula 6s that had gone out for this session.
Yep.
I withdraw that statement, as Russell Straight, our sole racer in a Formula 600, out there in his Invader.
Oh, there's a spinner right there coming into turn 10. And that was a nice job of pirouetting and then pointing itself in the right direction to drop it and go.
Yeah,
so.
And, you know, just as I was highlighting our only Formula 600 driver out on course, Brian, I'm fairly certain that was Russell Straight in the number 47 machine. And
yeah, you know,
was.
You've got to find your spots here, and that first lap you might catch a puddle that's not where you're expecting it, and you'll learn that where those puddles are and how to avoid them over the course of a lap or 2. So, you know, it's one of those things where you think you got it right, and then all of a sudden there's a puddle where you didn't expect it, and then a loop-de-loop do we go to go. These are the things I say in my helmet, Greg, when I'm screwing up.
Is that how you? Is that how
Yes.
you convince yourself that you have to get on the straight and narrow and turn in some strong laps? Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
All right. So we've got all of our drivers on track. All 11 of them have now set a single flying lap here as Matteo Naranjo just completes lap number 2, and he does improve again. He's now down to a 46 flat, about 5 seconds up on the rest of the field. As we see there, 3 or 4 of them all bunched together coming through turn 5 simultaneously.
You know, this group is interesting, Greg, with the F6s. We've got a whole bunch of them here this weekend, and this is a class that is on probation for the runoffs this year. They have to bring 10 cars to the runoffs, and they have to keep their numbers up. And it's been interesting to watch. I'm on their Facebook group about how all of these drivers from all different parts of the country are kind of willing each other to get out there on race weekends to get those numbers up so that they can stay as a national class. And here they've come out to show that they're in it to win it, as the case may be. We have 6 cars registered this weekend, and that's just really good to see for this class.
Oh, and we had 8 drivers set qualifying times yesterday, and this area here has always been a hotbed of Formula 500, Formula 440, Formula 600 action. Of course, we've got Mac Mahan, who's from Covington, Georgia. Calvin Stewart, obviously, is from Michigan, but Jeff DeLong from Atlanta, Russell Straight, who is, down from New York, so thank you, Russell, for proving me wrong. Corey McLeod is from Charlotte, but always strong fields here, both in national competition and also regional competition as well. Okay, so Antonio Constantino now comes across the line, complete his 3rd flying lap. He puts in a 150.9, and pretty similar lap times to Chris Smith, who is in a Van Diemen chassis Formula F, a 150.5. And just again to put things in perspective, Naranjo, who is your fastest Formula F driver so far in this session with a time of 146 flat. He was your fastest Formula F driver yesterday in the dry at a 32 flat. And so, what are we talking about? 14 seconds or so between dry and damp times here today. In Formula V, and this is what interests me quite a bit here in Formula V, what kind of delta there is between the wet and the dry. In the dry, Andrew Whitston turned in a 144.5, and he is currently at a 56.1, so about 12 seconds the delta.
It's definitely picked up rain-wise here in this session, so I can tell you for certain now all of the people in Group 1, Race 1, will be no question now what they're going to have to put on those cars for that group at least.
No question now what they're going to have to put on those cars for that.
As producer Brendan, and by the way, Brendan helped me out during yesterday's broadcast, and it was absolutely wonderful. Knocked it out of the park. He said, "What did you say, Brendan? As if not like the Miatas need rain." Oh, all right. Naranjo now drops his best time to a 45.3, and that is on his 4th flying lap. So he's been, knocking off now. After the first, he knocked 0.3 off between laps 1 and 2. He knocked another 1.3 seconds off between 2 and 3, and then he's now down to a 145. So he knocked another 0.7 off that last time by. He's definitely looking to find some speed. Constantino in the Rice Racing Piper did not improve that time by.
11 of the 27 cars registered taking the track here during this wet qualifying session. The rest either at home or at the Awful Waffle getting ready for the race this weekend. Should be drier for them this afternoon, so I can understand exactly why many of them have decided not to come out this morning.
Yeah.
So in addition to, just the rain itself, open wheel cars in the rain can be adventurous and soggy as well, moist.
I was going to say, I think probably more than anything else, the last thing I'd want to do is have to sit. Most of these drivers, it's not like Formula One. They don't have, 6 pairs of driver suits, 4 pairs of shoes, and a bunch of socks. You have to hope that this stuff dries out before you get back in the car for the race in the afternoon. And it certainly isn't going to be comfortable getting into a 3-layer suit that is even just slightly wet.
And shoes in particular, because inside these open wheel cars, they're not quite as sealed up necessarily as our nice production cars.
Right.
And the footwell of these cars can get water in them, and if you get soggy shoes and don't have a second pair of shoes, that can be really problematic. So I made that mistake once.
Well, thankfully, especially for these drivers that have crews, that they'll usually be there with some kind of mat or rug for them when they get out of the cars, that they're not necessarily walking. The worst thing is to keep the shoes dry before you get into the car and while you're into the car, and then the first thing is you step out and drop right into a puddle in your paddock spot, which I've done many a time. As we've got, I thought I just saw a car off at turn 6. Maybe not.
Not only do I have now a second set of shoes, I also carry 2 hair dryers in my box, and I can put one in each shoe. And if I really have to dry a pair out, I can get a pair dried out now. Lessons learned. Sebastian Matteo Naranjo, your fast car at the moment with a 1:44.7. It must be right. He must enjoy the rain. He's a whole 6 seconds faster than the next Formula F car of Chris Smith. And so, yes, definitely it does seem that he does. Oh, look at that little gaggle of cars there coming up over the hill. Now going down towards turn 6, you can see the spray coming off the back there of these cars.
And so, Brian, I just got a note from the other Brian, my other announcing partner, Brian Donati, who this past weekend was at Charlotte Motor Speedway for a karting event.
Yeah.
And a week ago yesterday, there was some of the worst rain that we have had in Charlotte in probably a year, and it was qualifying day for them. Actually, I think test day and qualifying, and they needed to be out during the testing day for the last test session at least, because that's what set the grid for the first qualifying session. And Brian says to me, if I can race in the rain all day, these drivers should have no problems. Talk about being soggy. I think my suit just dried out.
Nice. Yeah, even more opportunities to get drenched in a cart.
Yes.
So I watched some of that stuff on the YouTube, and a lot of carts. That was a big event there.
Yeah, I think there was somewhere along the lines of 600 entrants there.
Wow. Anyway,
and they were racing on a there in the infield. There is a specifically designed for karting, a kart track that is on the inside between NASCAR turn 3 and turn 4 down there, and it's a pretty challenging course, actually very challenging course. All right, looks like our fastest Formula V driver, Steve Whitston, has decided to bring his car, Andrew Whitston, second fastest Formula V driver, has decided to bring his car back to the paddock. And that was actually a neat fight that we had in Formula V, Brian, at NOLA between Andrew and Steve Whitston almost all weekend long.
Yep.
That you could see the scheming that Steve Whitston was doing there, trying to counteract every move and every strategy change that Andrew was putting on. Brian tells me there were 503 carts at that karting event last week.
Crazy.
Yeah.
We are well beyond halfway here in the session, Greg. Why don't you do a call to grid and toss us to break, and we'll get that out of the way.
Absolutely. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 1. That's Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Your race scheduled to start this morning at 9:50 a.m. Spec Miata, race group number 1. Please head to the grid. All right, so Brian, let's take a quick little break, and we'll be back in just a few moments.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I'm glad, thank you Ryan, for putting the bridge up when we come back so I remember to say Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We are here for the, this is the 5th and 6th, no, this is the 7th and 8th rounds of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We've got 8 races coming up this afternoon and then another 8 races tomorrow. It should be fantastic. We're going to have fun with it. We hope everybody at home does as well. Lots of people in the chat. Russ Lungard's in the chat. Thank you for being here. Brum Racing. Of course, Brian Straczynski, who is always in the chat. Good job to all of them for being here and giving us all of those little tidbits that keep us honest. They're
honest,
great
if not professional, Brian.
Well, they're great with information that we don't know, and they're great for correcting us when we get it wrong. And most of them do it very nicely, which I really appreciate. Thank you very much. But all good for that. So Taylor Hyatt's in the chat.
Oh, hey.
Hi, Taylor. One of my favorite human beings.
And happy
SCCA.
Birthday to her little puppy Baker, who I think is 11 years old.
Puppy birthdays are the best. They don't cost me as much as real birthdays.
That's right. Well, it depends if you have a small little dog like she does, or if you got a Great Dane. It could very well.
I have a black lab, so it's, I pay enough for food for that dog on a regular day. All right, here we are. Formula V, Formula F, Formula 6 is what's on the racetrack right now. Look at the big rooster tails, Greg. A lot of rain has fallen in the last half hour here, and we have definitely a flat-out wet racetrack at this point. We were talking a little bit earlier about the gap between between Matteo Naranjo at the top of the field and the second place car in Formula F. It's about 4 seconds in the wet. Looking at Formula V, it's a little different. The Whitstons, Steve and Andrew, are right about at the same time, although Steve now has plopped down a 154 versus a 156 for Andrew, about 2 seconds there. A little while back, they were pretty much identical times, and then back to Mike Lawrence with a 158. These, of course, are wet weather times, which won't mean anything when it comes to starting the race, because all these cars were in the dry yesterday. But that's just a little indication about who is a little better in the rain, who might still need to get their rain feet going here a little bit.
They're rain flippers.
Exactly. Does Hoosier make a set of flippers for these cars?
I would think I think a tire and rubber company would be the best company to go to for any kind of deep sea diving that you might have to do around here. Our sole Formula 600 driver, that's Russell Straight. He has decided to bring his car down the pit lane. Looks like his session is now complete. And looking to see Michael Dowden just a little while ago reset his personal best at a 149 flat. He is the third fastest driver on track in his Formula F machine. He's out of Newtown, Pennsylvania. But at this point, I think the majority of the race cars that are still on track are some of the Formula V contingent, Brian. Of course, we've got Steve Whitston, who's coming down turn 12. Right now, we've got the two Ragsdale boys.
So,
and I think we also have Mike Lawrence still on track as well.
Scott Brawlier is in the chat. Of course, he's the dad of Lauren Brawlier, who we've had as a guest host here with us several times. But he tells us to keep an eye on Mike Lawrence. He's the 2023 Drivers' Cup champ. He says, good car, good driver. And this is his first weekend ever on slicks.
Oh, wow.
So we'll keep an eye on him and see how he manages getting through the wet. And then when we get dry again later this afternoon, hopefully he'll have a chance to run up there with the Wits. It's good, good for him.
He did yesterday in qualifying, Brian. He was second fastest of our Formula V drivers. He was 1600ths off of Andrew Whitston's qualifying time.
Well, if you can run up at the same level as any of the Whitstons, that's a lot of talent there, because we all know that the Whitstons are often at the pointy end of the Formula V field. So that is that bodes well for him when it dries out.
Indeed. All right, looks like both of the Ragsdale boys have just reset their personal bests. Smith Jackson, he's in the number 2 machine, a 158.2. William Duke, a 202.26. That is good for in this session, and that is good for 4th and 5th. And of course, at this point, they will find themselves, though, back at the rear, starting at the rear of the Formula V field for this afternoon's race. We had 10 drivers set times yesterday in the dry, so that would put them at this point 11th and 12th in a very big Formula V field.
Brian Straczynski, who is also part of that Formula V posse, says that Mike started in Vintage V and also the Groove Tire Series like Drivers' Cup. So coming up on slicks here for the first time, that should be a bit of a learning curve. And I wonder if there's a setup difference between the groove tires and the slick tires on how they put these, how they set up the cars to drive differently. I'm sure someone in the chat will jump in and answer that question for us.
All right, Steve Whitston coming down the pit lane. Looks like he's going to call it a day. Only about a half minute remaining on the clock, so he was going to likely be starting his final flying lap if he decided to continue on. So that leaves now about, I think, six of the 11 cars still out on track. Give or take 5. As Mike Lawrence, who we were just talking about, resets his personal best. He runs a 157 flat, and that is about 2.2 seconds off of Steve Whitston's fast lap from this session in Formula V. Andrew Whitston about 1.2 up from there. And the next driver to come down turn 12 and onto the front straight will get the checkered flag. here that driver comes. And it is going to be the number 12 Formula F. That's Caleb Dunbar. Doesn't improve on his final lap. He was 5th fastest in the session. Looks like we've got, I think, another one of the Ragsdale twins coming down the hill with one of our Formula F drivers directly behind. That is the number 3 machine, Antonio Constantino. And the driver that just crossed the stripe, I think that was William Duke Ragsdale in the 03. Turns in a 2:01 that last time by. And our, who I believe is now our final racer on course, coming underneath the Fox Factory Bridge, and now to the stripe. Indeed, coming across the line, that is Mateo Naranjo. Does not improve on his final lap, turns in a fast lap this session of a 1:44 flat, almost 4 seconds up on the rest of the Formula F field. So a great run there. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group, and then we're going to take a quick little break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 1, Spec Miata. If you haven't done so, please start heading to the grid. You are scheduled to be on track at 9:50 a.m. Spec Miata drivers, please head to the grid. All right, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with our first race of the weekend here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. It is time, folks. It is time to go racing at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the round 7 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Group number 1, Spec Miata. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here with me, and it's time to give you your starting lineup.
All right, Brian. We had 47 drivers in Spec Miata set times over the course of our 2 qualifying sessions. I'm going to give you the top 30 as they're on the pace lap now. Starting, actually, I'll give you the top 31 because they're going to have 30th and 31st are actually siblings. 31st is Miles Hewitt out of Houston, Texas, but starting 30th is Max Hewitt, driving the number 22 machine. Starting 29th, driving the number 18 Spec Miata from Massachusetts, it's Peter Tinelli. Wes Duchak will start 28th, driving the number 68 car. He's from Jupiter, Florida, with Tom Brown out of Muskego, Wisconsin, driving one of those sneaky moose cars. He's starting 27th in the 27 car. Sean Varwig will start 26th, pardon me. He's in the 26 car from Lake Zurich, Illinois, with Bobby Gossett starting 25th. Bobby's driving the number 44 car. He's from Hilton Head, South Carolina. Then we've got the Ehrlichs. We've got Max Ehrlich starting 24th. He's driving the number 81 car. And Zach Ehrlich driving the 180 car starting 23rd. They're both from New York City. Center Smith will start 22nd. He's driving the number 55 car. He's from Greensville, South Carolina, with Tyler Klein driving the 73 car. He starts 21st. He's from Peachtree City, Georgia. Matt Stretch driving the 89 Spec Miata. He starts 20th today. He's from Arlington, Texas, with Boris Sed Jr. from Escondido, California, starting 19th in the 133 car. Matthew Novak will start 18th. He's driving the number 11 car. He's from Illinois, with Andrew Devoto from Wilsall, Montana, starting 17th. He's in the 09 machine. Tyler Brown is starting 16th today. He's in the number 07 machine. He's from Muskego, Wisconsin, with Chris Haldeman driving the number 28 car. He's driving the number 15 machine. Chris is from McKinney, Texas. Oliver Pietek is starting 14th today. He's in the number 62 machine. He's from Duluth, Georgia, with Luke Poland. And we'll talk a little bit more about Luke as the race goes on. Luke is from London, England. He is driving the number 21 machine, I think the CRG machine. He is starting 13th. Brandon Collins is driving the 14 car. He's from River Forest, Illinois. He will start 12th, with Nick Leveroni starting 11th. He's in the number 92 machine. He's out of Mendon, Massachusetts. Also from the United Kingdom, it is Stuart McAleer. He is from he's from Glasgow, Scotland. He is driving the 143. He starts 10th. Jim Drago will start 9th today. He's in the number 2 car. He's from Memphis, Tennessee, with Skip Brock Jr. He is starting 8th today. Had some transmission issues in qualifying yesterday. He will be driving the 61 car. Nick Bruni is starting 7th. He's your reigning national champion, with Brett Kowalski 6th. Logan Striff, Skylar Cottrell, Travis Wiley in your front row, Chuck McTudis, and Danny Stain.
All right, get ready for the green flag here. It is in the air. Here we go. 45 cars barreling down towards turn 1 in the wet. These are your Spec Miatas. Lots of action in the back of the field. They're 4 wide now, going down towards turn 1. Here they are for the first time. Let's see how they make it and negotiate this. It is as wet as we've had it all day long here, folks, and all of those cars, it looks like, has made it through turn 1 for the first time without any issues. Well done for all of our drivers here. Here they come down the hill now through the S's towards turn 5, starting to string out in the front, but still a bunch of cars side by side through the back. They'll string out here pretty quickly, Greg, as we get to the middle part of this first lap.
Yeah, indeed, and we see here, Brian, jumping to, and they were side-by-side coming through turn 1. The 2 teammates from OPM Autosports, Stain and McTudis, who spent so much time working on the draft together, and immediately Danny Stain slotted in ahead of his teammate. They have already now, as they go through the wet here, have opened up about 6 car lengths. Now, Stain has years of experience here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, although he's from down in, well, not originally from Florida, but spends most of his time down in Florida. This is a track that he runs regional races at, these national races like the Super Tour. He's always here at the American Road Race of Champions, multiple wins, but not just in dry, lots of racing in the wet. And I think he's taught McTudis quite a bit here as they're starting to step away from the rest of the field. And we see here Nick Bruni making up a couple positions. Here is he also has a lot of wet weather experience here. He's moving up. Again, your 2-time national champion, or 1.5-time national champ, as he's sharing it with Preston Pardis this year.
Here comes our cars now through the turn 10 chicane here. Mostly straight single file here at this point in time. You see one car going off a little bit wide there. That is a nice little save to keep it as much on the racetrack as possible. Side by side for third place now. There they are going across the line, and it was so close. Bruni and Travis Wiley at that point in time as they came across the line here. All straightened out here now as they head towards turn 1 and up the hill one more time. A clean first lap here for Spec Miatas as we get to our race length today, which is going to be, what do we have here? 25-minute races today.
All right, so moving up to 18th position now, Brian, I mentioned him earlier, Luke Pullen, who is here from the United Kingdom. He is, and Brian, we've got the car off already that we are going to a full course caution here on track, and we've got some emergency services vehicles standing up. As soon as I get an idea from our electronic system where this might be, we'll fill in the information here.
All right, so we've got the double yellow here. I see them, and it's a double yellow and a waving yellow right there at turn 7, which makes me think maybe that car is off on the exit of 7, or if they're just trying to get them slowed down. So we will try to locate where the issue is here. We're at 21 minutes, so just off to the second lap here where the issue is, and then there's the safety truck leaving the S's there, heading down towards turn 5. So I'm not exactly sure where the problem is, but we will figure that out. Let's do this while we've got the time. Let's get our break out of the way, and then we'll be able to hopefully have green flag action all the way to the checkered flag. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We'll be right back. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're in a full course caution situation here because we've got a couple of cars off there. I think maybe 2 between 6 and 7, but Gregg's got all that info for us.
Yeah, and you can see there as we've got our emergency services workers. They've pulled out Jillian Fichter, who has not completed a lap yet. It looks like she's probably going to be able to rejoin the field here. And there she goes. She's going to slot in at the end of the field. When they cross the start-finish line, she will be 3 laps down. Another driver that had some issues, I believe, was Kowalski. But he may just, I'll take a look here. He may just have some issues with, and I think he's having some issues with his transponder, Brian, because we're now showing him up in 8th position where he was sitting down at the bottom of our time and scoring, and I think they're just manually slotting him in each and every lap. Something to note here as we watch these drivers on this full course caution period behind the safety car is there appear to be a lot of drivers that went out on the wet weather Hoosier tires. They're essentially 2 different tire types, either a dry weather or a treaded wet weather tire that they can run. And you've noticed that so many of these drivers are looking for any available puddle that they can find. There were puddles coming into turn 5, also coming into turn 6. There was one on driver's right that they came and hit. But Brian, pace car now is on the pit lane, and we're going to be going back green flag racing this time by.
That's right, green flag is going to be in the air here. And look at the quick jump that Danny Stain and Chuck Matudis have gotten on the field. They knew it was coming. They took advantage, and that's got to be 8 car lengths maybe, Gregg, at this point in time?
Yeah, if not more than that, but a very good jump. When they saw it, of course, you know ahead of time when the lights are out on the safety car that you're going to be going green flag racing, and they kept up the pace, and the rest of the field just never really kept up with them. Great restart for them.
Definitely, and that they're taking advantage of that situation to move out here and basically try to go and walk away from this field.
All right, Brian, so we also know now, and it looks like they've been able to, some of the drivers have been able to come right back up, and that is Nick Bruni, our reigning national co-champion, as we've got a car off, a car going around right at turn 5.
That's the
81 machine.
car.
And that is Max Ehrlich out of New York, New York. But yeah, good thing nobody, no impact there in what is a blind corner really until you get to that apex. We had some issues during qualifying yesterday coming out over there. But a good run there. So before we
2 by 2 there.
Yeah.
2 by 2 through 7 as they start to come down that back straight right now. You can see Matudis right underneath the rear bumper of Danny Stain here. And then you've got Bruni and Travis Wiley. Logan Stretch looking good here early, also in 5th place. Skip Brock Jr. in 6th as they now start to close the gap. It looks like Bruni is able to catch up with Matudis, and the gap between Stain and Matudis has come apart just a bit, which is helping Bruni come forward as they come down that hill into the turn 12 area here. And Matudis looks like he's taking a peek underneath Danny Stain just for a second, then he tucks back in as they head down towards turn 1 here with 15.5 minutes to go in this race. And Bruni now is starting to come up there really close. He has the opportunity to possibly get involved in this mix as well.
All right, Brian, we've got a car that is off on the front straight that has gone around, and that car loosened up coming down through turn 12.
Yeah, it looks like that car just kissed that inside wall there, and that wall is huge, tall, and all cement. So, but it doesn't look like the car hit really hard. So if they can get it back in gear, they should be able to get going. before the cars come around another time, so we can possibly avoid a full course yellow situation here. But there's a lot of cars now, as the track kind of starts to dry out, that they're able to get going here and start to make some pace.
All right, Brian, so I've been watching a little bit back from our top three of Stain, McTutis, and Bruni. Bruni just resetting fast lap, by the way. Skip Brock Jr. and Logan Stretch. Skip Brock Jr. running for OPM Autosports. He is in the yellow and I'd call it black, number 61 machine. He's right behind the red, white, and blue number 98, and it looks like he has now lost a position to Stuart McAleer. Skip Brock Jr. was one of our fastest drivers in practice on Thursday. During qualifying yesterday, he was on his flying lap and lost third gear. And so the fact that he was able to end up here.
We got to move for second place here. Bruni trying to get underneath McTutis going into the 10 chicane. And it looks like Bruni's able to make that, well, still side by side coming up over the hill. And they're going to go side by side again through turn 12. Some great action up front here. Bruni's got the preferred line, but McTutis is really trying to hold on. But while all of this is happening, we've got Danny Stain just driving away up front now, 3 or 4 car lengths lead as they head towards turn 4. And McTutis able to hold on now and stay on second place, but that gap now between first and second just a little bit wider than it was in the past.
All right, so as I was saying earlier, Skip Brock Jr. dropping back now to 7th, had gotten very loose, but the other driver I've been watching now, and he's starting to move up through the order here a little bit. Luke Poland driving the number 21 machine out of the UK, finished 5th in the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship in the UK, took 2 wins at Donington Park, and he is kind of strange circumstances that he's here this weekend, Brian, as he is waiting for his new car to be completed. Going to be back to the UK, I believe, next week in his new car named Daphne after his late grandmother. So good to have him here in the UK. And of course, yeah, exactly. And of course, we also have our other UK driver, and that is Stuart McAleer, who's up in 6th position right now. Of course, looking to take after his older brother, who has been running in IMSA for the past number of years, and feels that being in the UK should be the way to go here as we take a look at this battle for second, Brian.
Well, it's actually a battle for first. Chuck McTutis is now taking the lead in this race. Danny Stain dropping back. He's now being pressured by Nick Bruni. I'm sorry, by Nick Bruni as they come now through turn 10 for the first time with McTutis at the point. So, and that is Bruni who has now gotten around Danny Stain. So on this lap, Stain goes from first to third. Not quite sure if he had some kind of a hiccup or not. But look at the lead that McTutis now has. 6 or 7 car lengths as they come under the bridge and head down towards turn 1. And there it is, McTutis at the lead.
Yeah, Brian, and there is no love lost between Nick Bruni and Danny Stain. They came together at the top of the roller coaster back at the 2022 runoffs. We know Danny Stain wasn't so happy about it. There were some comments about a race earlier this year as well, where there might have been some contact not between he and Bruni, but alluding to the fact that he may not be so enamored with how the champion drives. And we saw there Stain, who might be having a problem, certainly didn't put up a big fight going through turns 10A and 10B.
At the line, and that looks like the leader, McTutis, has even opened it up a little bit more. And look at the drifting that's coming through turn 5. It's almost like they're sliding right up to that painted section and trying to get the car straight before they hit the paint, because of course that paint still looks really wet. Yeah,
it's really wet, and it's going to be incredibly slick to begin with, whether it's wet or whether it's dry. And yeah, we're starting the same place that I saw earlier. Skip Brock Jr. have issues. They were seeing more and more cars have the rear end walk out on them out at that final corner, but should note that the line that they're taking, that's where all that damp weather is, Brian, is I think, again, a lot of these drivers that have gone out on the wet weather tires starting to maybe see as the track is drying a little bit. We're not seeing nearly the size of the rooster tails that we saw in our last qualifying session of the day. These drivers may start seeing those tread blocks really start to go away on them.
Well, and this is an example of how quickly a track can dry out when there's 47 cars on it as well. And look at how important the draft is in this class, Greg. Danny Stain has lost the draft of second place, and he is falling back a little bit more. And Nick Bruni is trying, like the Dickens, to stay up as close to McTutis as possible so that he doesn't lose that draft.
All right, Brian, real quick, let's make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid.
The gap last time by 0.9 of a second, so Nick Bruni not letting Chuck McTutis drive away, but also not catching them as they come up over the hill here through the S's and through turn 5. It's seeming to be about the same bit of a gap, and now Danny Stain is 3.2 seconds back from first and second place, and if he's not careful, the third and fourth place car will be able to catch up, and there'll be some fighting here for the podium. Not a big change between Bruni and McTutis at this point in time.
Well, we'll see here. Bruni has definitely made up some ground in the last lap, Brian. On the last lap by, Bruni reset fast lap, turned in a 53.2, actually 1.1 seconds faster than, or probably 0.2 of a second faster than Chuck McTutis. And we saw there he is now within about 4 car lengths, definitely within the draft there. Of course, things are awfully challenging once you get under braking down into 10A and 10B, as McTutis starting to get very loose on exit. But look at this fight shaping up back behind Stain. Travis Wiley is at 177, and McAleer, who we were talking about just a few moments ago out of Glasgow, he now has worked up in the 5th position, and he's challenging the now listed as Mooresville, North Carolina driver after being originally from Austin, Texas.
You are absolutely right, Greg. Now 0.4 of a second, the gap between first, second place, and now 4 seconds the gap between second and third place. So those two cars are driving away from Danny Stain at the moment and trying to keep out front. And like you said, Bruni trying to keep as close as possible so as not to lose that draft with Chuck McTutis. Those two cars happy to just drive away from the rest of the field right now with 7 minutes to go. It is a game on here for first place, and Danny Stain's just trying to hold it together so he can keep that third step on the podium. It is just a thing of beauty to watch these cars coming through up towards to turn 5 as they're just, it looks like they're out of control, and they're not. There's a pass there deeper in the field for probably 12th or 13th place there.
Yeah, and I think that was Matt Novak on Chris Haldeman there coming through. And so yesterday during qualifying, Brendan and I were discussing the differences between some of these production-based cars like the Mazda Miatas, where they have a lot of compliance in the suspension. They rely a lot on mechanical grip and what those tires can do versus some of the GT cars that have some aero available to them. And watching at this shot at turn 5, I think is absolutely key here. You can see how these cars, you know, they almost float past the apex, and then there's just that point where finally the right rear tire starts to grab there, as they're still somewhat on line on an area that is probably smoothed out and ground down after years. It's been years since Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta had been repaved, but you know, still these drivers are putting so much trust in these machines as Bruni takes that look to the inside.
It does look like Nick Bruni is finding a better way to manage the tires as the track starts to dry out. He just went purple with a 152.8 fast lap of the session here, fast lap of the race. So it seems as though he's doing a pretty good job of keeping those tires at least wet enough to be able to have some grip. The question is, can he do it for another 5 minutes here, and will he be able to have a better tire when we get into the last 1 or 2 laps of this race?
Yeah, indeed, because I think what we're also seeing now, Brian, is that a lot of these drivers that had been looking for puddles, for example, right over there at the exit of 5, also coming down into turn 6, there's that one big puddle right towards that crossover road right there. Those puddles are more or less gone now. And so these drivers, they're just going to have to rely and hope that these wet weather tires that they came out on today, as we've got a driver going off at turn 5, And that is the 15 machine, it appears, that has gone off. He's had some challenges today.
Travel trap, and we do and continue on, so that won't be an issue for us here as we keep moving here for the last 4 minutes of this race. Probably about 2 laps to go once they cross the line is my guess, Greg. And always the key here is not to make the move for the lead too soon, although there it is side by side now going into 10. You got Bruni on the outside, but he'll be set up good for the inside of that chicane. He'll also be set up good coming down 12. So and it looks like Danny Stain has possibly gone off there, which is going to move him back. Oh, and there's another car going off. But here we go. It is Bruni making a pass for the lead here, at least trying to, going out of 12 down towards turn 1 here. They are side by side. Bruni is in the better spot at this point in time, but McTunis seems to have just a little bit more horsepower, Greg, and that's being able to keep him ahead.
Yeah, he did, and you could see there how Bruni's car got very unsettled. There is a brush of the brakes there, and probably more than a brush here in the damp weather conditions. And we saw that little bit of wiggle from the back end of Nick Bruni's car. We saw a little bit more stability from the McTutis machine, and he was able to carry more speed from the outside. The other thing is here, Brian, with this damp track, you're not going to want to go directly to the apex at turn number 1. You are probably much better off taking a rim shot and going towards the outside portion of that corner, driver's left. And so McTutis was actually perfectly set up for that corner to carry more speed up there as they head into turn 7 and come onto the back straight now.
And we've got looks like a double yellow coming out for that car there in turn 10. And with a double yellow coming out at this point in time in the race, that probably will be the end of it here. And if that is the case, it looks as though, I want to see if I can catch the front of the field. It looks as though that might be a win for Nick Bruni here.
Yeah, indeed, with only 2 minutes, and the starter stand is getting ready to display the white flag, Brian. So we'll likely have 1 lap behind the safety car. I assume the safety car is going to stage. I'm looking to the end of the pit lane right now to see if that is the case, as our leaders are now coming up to the top of the hill. And nope, checkered flag is in the air, Brian.
Yep. Checkered flag is in the air for Chuck McTutis across the line. Not quite sure when he made that pass for second place, because at one point we were showing Nick Bruni at the line. So, but you've got that as it stands right now. It's going to be McTutis, Bruni, and I don't think it's Danny Stain. Did Danny Stain bring it together and be back and go, wow.
Yeah, Stain was able to gather it back up. I mean, that group of 3 at the front of the field, Brian, had opened up such an advantage over the rest of the field that Stain, who did keep the wheels running through the gravel trap on the outside of 10A, was able to rejoin. And he will take the bronze in today's race. Stuart McAleer moves up into 4th. Travis Wiley 5th. Skip Brock Jr. 6th. Logan Stretch will finish 7th. Nick Leveroni 8th. Brandon Collins and Matthew Novak will round out your top 10. And I was just taking a look in the chat from our associate producers. One of our associate producers here, Brian, is Vic Bruni. That is Nick Bruni's father. And all he could say was, ugh.
Absolutely.
But it was a great run by Nick, who started 7th today, work up to 2nd.
Right. Some questions in the chat about the schedule for today, just so people know. Up next is going to be B-Spec, E-Production, F-Production, H-Production, and GTL. Then we've got our Wings and Things group is next after that. And then group 4 is our SMX and Touring 2, 3, and 4 group. Those are the 4 races that we're going to have before lunch. And then we've got 4 more races after our lunch break today.
All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 2, E-Production, F-Production, H-Production, GT Light, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2, Production Cars, GT Light, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid.
Congratulations to all of our top finishers at this weekend's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Your results earn you a place in our podium celebrations with trophies and Mazda sparkling wine. Top results also earn contingency payouts. And now is the time to file. Contingencies throughout the SCCA are now digital. Visit myscca.com to begin your claim. Brands like Hawk Performance offer significant amounts to drivers and pay through 5th position.
Welcome back, everybody, to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It's round number 7, our 25-minute sprint races, and now ready for second race of the day. It's our small bore production classes, and as somebody up in race control referred to them as the toasters, our B-Spec cars as well, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, and B-Spec. They are going to have a split start today. We're going to have our production GT Light cars behind a pace car, and then a little bit further back behind a second pace car is B-Spec. Let's start off with the B-Spec field, where we've got 5 starters. Starting 5th, driving the number 119 Toyota Yaris, it's Joseph Gersh. Stephanie Anderson is driving her Mazda 2. She'll start 4th in the number 138 car. Josh Schmidt from Babyface Fabrications, Brian's guest this week on the Inside the SCCA podcast. Go back and check that. He starts 3rd. He's in the number 19 Chevy Sonic, with Chris Taylor starting 2nd. He's driving the number 46 Mazda 2. Stuart Black is your pole sitter in B-Spec today. He's driving the number 40 Chevy Sonic. He's from Greensboro, North Carolina. Now let's move over to our production group. Starting 19th, driving the number 12 H Production Fiat X19, Braden Connolly. Michael Miller will start 18th. He's driving the number 98 H Production Austin Healey Sprite. John Bell will start 17th, driving the number 162 E Production Mazda RX-7. David Blaine is starting 16th in this group. He's driving the number 37 GT Light Mazda Miata. I'm sure he wants to make the rest of the GT Light field disappear. Starting 15th, he's driving, it is Matt Brannon. He's driving the number 122 H Production Fiat X19 with Vesa Silgren. Starting 14th, Vesa's driving the number 60 H Production Honda CRX. Mark Weber will start 13th. He's driving the Mazda Miata in F Production. He's the number 25 car with Graham Fuller, our reigning national champion in GT Light and our GT Light pole sitter today. He starts 12th in the number 22 Toyota Tercel. Sean Segues will start 11th today. He's in the number 148 E Production Mazda RX-7 with Peter Tonelli starting 10th, driving the number 91 F Production Mazda Miata. Then we've got Don Tucker, also in a Mazda Miata. He starts 9th today and races in E Production. as does John Bauckham. John is starting 8th today. He's in the number 86 Alfa Romeo Spider. Then we've got Doug Piner. Doug is starting 7th on the field today. He's in the number 06 E-Production BMW Z3. Michael Lewis today, driving in his GT Light Mazda RX-7. He starts 6th today in that blue number 132. Peter Shadowin will start 5th on the field today. He's in the number 72 GT Light. Did I say that Graham Fuller was your GT Light pole sitter? My mistake, obviously. Peter Shadowin, though, starts 5th. He is in the number 72 GT Light Honda CRX, with Mason Workman's F-Production Mazda Miata starting 4th. He's in the number 52 car. Chris Bovis, he is your GT Light pole sitter today. He starts 3rd on the field in the number 78 Honda CRX. Then we've got Ken Kennard. He starts on the outside of the front row today in the number 51 F-Production Acura Integra. He's your reigning national champion in F-Production. And your pole sitter, Peter Norton, driving the number 50 E-Production Caterham.
All right, here they come down the hill for the first time here. The starter likes what he sees, big, wide, spread out already here as they come across the gate, take the green flag here and down towards turn 1 for the first time. 3 wide with Peter Norton right out front in that Caterham. And then you've got the rest of the field trying to figure out how to negotiate that first corner here in these kind of weird, kind of starting to dry, kind of not starting to dry conditions. Got word that all of the B-Spec field is starting this race on rain tires, Greg.
That does not surprise me in the least, and we'll see them here for their start in just a moment. But Brian, on the start of our production field, and we're watching that Caterham of Norton now opening up a big lead. Actually, let's jump back to our B-Spec race. They're coming down the hill now to take their start.
All right, here they come down the hill already. One car going into the pits as the field comes across for the first time. Green flag is in the air.
And I think that car going into the pits might have been the pace car, Brian.
Oh, that would make perfect sense to me.
Yes, it definitely would. As I only saw 4 B-Spec racers coming down the hill and jumping to an early lead. There is Chris Taylor from Chris Taylor Motorsports. I was going to say for our production start, however, as we're watching them come out of turn 7 right now, you'll notice that Peter Shadowin is running 2nd to Peter Norton's machine, with Ken Kennard running 3rd. A driver that got an amazing start, and he's sitting now back in, it looks like 5th position, was the Honda CRX that we had of, it was the CRX of not Peter Shadowin, but Chris Bovis, who started 3rd on the field. Didn't look like he jumped the start, but he very quickly, from 3rd position, moved and split the front row of Kennard and Norton, and had a wonderful start there in a front-wheel drive car, as is Kennard in his Acura Integra, but he's now falling back through the field. Interestingly enough, as they come down to complete lap 1, it's the rear-wheel drive CRX of Shadowin that moves into 2nd place.
Shadowin in 2nd place. Peter Norton, though, has got the mark of the field at the moment, pulling away here in that Caterham early on. Definitely is doing well in those conditions. Norton 1st, Shadowin 2nd, Kennard 3rd. Then we've got Mason Workman, Chris Bovis, Michael Lewis, and then John Bauckham. That's your top 7 at the moment. Doug Piner is in 8th. And here they come now down through turn 3 for the 2nd time here. Rain is falling again now in turn 5. That's going to be kind of the story for the early part of these races here. It's supposed to dry out later this afternoon, but there's Norton followed by Shadowin and Kennard as the rain starts to fall a little heavier here, Greg.
Yeah, and Mason Workman there in that number 52 machine, he had a pretty magical race at the runoffs at Indianapolis back in 2021. We'll have to see if he can make up some ground to those front-wheel drive cars up ahead of him. Like Kennard, Workman also a very aggressive driver in the wet. We'll see how things play out a little bit further back in the field, though, so we see things tightening up. But this may complicate things for some of the rear-wheel drive racers, especially if we only see it almost reminds me of Spa, where only a portion of the track may be wet, as we're seeing the rain there over at turn number 5. Here on the front straight, Brian, things are definitely starting to dry out, however. So we'll see how things play out as we now see the B-Spec field starting to make their way around. I believe that is Matt Brannon in the 122 Fiat X19 that they're starting to get around.
That is And here is Peter Norton here coming down the hill for the third time here. He's opened up a fairly stout lead over second place at the line now, 2.846 seconds. Second place is Ken Norton, who's gotten around Peter Shadow, Mason Workman is in fourth. A little bit of racy action in the third, fourth, fifth place spots right now.
Yeah, indeed, in that group, and I think one of the cars to look for in that group is the Alfa Romeo Spider, one of the early Spiders, driven by John Bauckham, the number 86 car. That's the yellow car. And Bauckham had, for years, run a Fiat 124 Spider in H production. It was blindingly fast in the front line. And Brian, as I say that, I am starting to see quite a bit of rain come down on the front straight here. So certainly not just turn 5. So hopefully some of these drivers didn't go out on the dry weather tires. They may find it very difficult around here in a few moments. But we saw Bauckham bring out that car originally at Sebring very, very quick. But he's having a little trouble against some of the drivers that have maybe a little bit more torque, like that straight 6 BMW machine of Doug Piner and the bright green BMW Z3 just ahead of him.
Someone in the chat was asking, is this the H production stream? Yes, there's several classes in this group. H production is one of them. If you're looking at our scoring pylon, you'll see when the scoring pylon goes all green with the car numbers, that is the H production field. I believe there's 4 H production cars with us this weekend, and it does look like we've got rain on a good portion of the racetrack now, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And so our H production leader right now is our 2019 national champion, Vesa Silgren out of Cleveland, Tennessee, in the bright red first generation Honda CRX. And Silgren currently running 12th overall.
We, of course, have 3 production classes in this race, E, F, and H production. We also have the GT Light car. There's Michael Lewis right there in the GT Light car. He is your second place car. Peter Shadowin is your first place car in G production. That car is now dropped down to 4th place overall. And then, of course, we have our B-Spec field right now. It's a 1.6 second lead for Chris Taylor. So oftentimes that's one of the best races of the weekend. But this weekend, there's already a little bit of a gap there. Probably a lot has to do with the conditions. Here is the CRX that we were talking about. I believe this is Peter Shadowin coming through there.
Vesa Silgren.
Oh, that's the H production, right?
Yes, correct.
That's your H production class leader right there.
Yeah, and so Vesa, he's opened up a pretty good advantage right now on the rest of the field, Brian. And it's a little hard to see here with the cameras and with the rain. He does have the Finnish flag
nice.
as his windshield banner on the car. Of course, he counts as his heroes Mika Hakkinen and Kimi Räikkönen.
And
here,
why wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly. Although, interestingly enough, he actually grew up in Sweden, not in Finland.
Oh.
Okay. And he says that Ronnie Peterson was his big hero back when he was go-karting
Nice.
in the 70s. His dad got him into it. So he's been behind the wheel for quite some time. There you go. Now you can see the flag as he's coming through turn 5. And that is Graham Fuller in his GT Light Toyota that he took to the national championship this past year. And things not working out so well for Graham today. He's running back in 4th position. But the thing that I've been watching the last couple laps, Brian, is we talked about Chris Bovis and that great start that he got in the front-wheel drive Honda CRX. He has been falling off the pace for the last couple of laps. We saw Doug Piner. We saw a group that included Piner, Bovis, also John Bauckham in the Toyota, also the Mazda RX-7 of Sean Seguis. And we've had now Piner and Seguis get around Bovis, and John Bauckham in that Spider now is looking right up the inside of them as they're heading up the hill. And actually now Bovis falls another position back as John Bauckham gets the pass done in turn 1.
We were just getting a chance to take a look at the B-Spec field there. That was Chris Taylor. Just made his way around Mark Webber. And for Mark Webber's being not lap, but being caught the back of that production field now as the B-Spec cars start to work their way through some of those cars. It's Taylor, Stephanie Anderson, Stuart Black, and Josh Schmidt. That's your 4 cars in B-Spec right now. And Chris Taylor has a 2.1 second lead last time by over Stephanie Anderson there. So a lot of the, not too many really close battles for first place on the track at the moment. Looking through the timing and scoring here, Peter Norton has a 22-second lead over the second place car in E production. If I go to F production, you've got Ken Kennard with a 1.2 second lead over Mason Workman in F production. And then in GT Lights, you've got, oh wait, didn't switch, hold on. Peter Shadowin has a 6-second lead over Michael Lewis, and we've already talked about B-Spec.
That's right. So, Brian, as we've seen so often here on the Super Tour and in so many different race groups every weekend, we've got a lot of multi-generational racers here, and a little hard to pick them out because they don't have the same last name. But we've got the 2 X19 drivers, Matt Brannon and Braden Connolly, out. Brannon is the father. He is known as the Fiat guy. And he has been running Bayless Italian Auto, supplier of quality parts and service for Fiats since 1971.
Wow!
And his son also out there in the Fiat X19, and that is Braden Connolly. They're both out of Columbus, Ohio, and a neat little fight going on there. In those race cars. I should also mention that Matt's wife, Marnie, she is a licensed racer as well. She's not racing with us this weekend. She's not in a Fiat, but she also is a pace car driver for the Ohio Valley region out at Mid-Ohio and Nelson Ledge's race car course. So a big SCCA family.
Definitely. And, the SCCA family tradition is not just cars on the racetrack. All of our workers, lots of it is a family affair there. They come and do different things. We've got workers standing out in these horrible conditions this weekend. So a big shout out to all the SCCA workers standing in the rain and those who aren't standing in the rain. It takes a whole bunch of people to put these races on. And thankfully, though, there's these little huts at Road Atlanta, so it's a little easier to stay dry, but it's still not fun in these conditions.
No, especially if that mist starts coming at an angle at you, then you just can't avoid
I know
it.
about that.
So another Fiat that we have in the field today, Brian, and that is Doug Sanders. He's out of Charlotte, North Carolina, driving the red number 10 F production Fiat 124 Spider, red with black roll hoop. He appears to be having some issues with that car today, a little bit off the pace, as he is now fallen, I believe, a full, actually 2 laps down from our leaders in F production, and has just been lapped for the first time by our B-Spec cars as well.
So in GT Lights, Greg, Peter Shadowin's your race leader. He's got a 2.2 second lead over Michael Lewis, but Michael Lewis's last lap was a full 2 seconds faster than Peter Shadowin. So Michael Lewis is on the move at the moment. He's in that blue RX-7 trying to hunt down the CRX of Peter Shadowin.
And with a gap of only about 2 seconds, it may not take very long before he gets there.
No, that might be our next good battle on the racetrack here. Peter Norton, still your race leader. He's got a big lead over the next car in E production. He got about 3.6 second lead over second place overall. But yeah, that's the situation right now. Let's do this. Let's take our break. We'll have Greg give us a call to the grid, and then when we come back, we'll hopefully have all the action right to the checkered flag.
Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 3, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 3, Formula Atlantic and Continental, FE2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid. All right, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more action here from Road Atlanta in just a few moments.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
All right, we are back here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. We're going to see, there it is, Michael Lewis has just taken the lead in that GT Light race that we're talking about over Peter Shadowin. There they are, first and second place. Also, shout out to Jason Stein for pointing out that the race for F Production closed up, and we were in the break when the pass was made, but Mason Workman has now gotten around Ken Kennard and has opened up a 1.2-second lead over the last lap as well. So some cars finding their way in these conditions, Greg, and you said earlier that Mason Workman really, really fast in the wet.
Yeah, and you can see here as they're coming down the back straight, his Workman now has opened up about 5 car lengths on the front-wheel drive Acura Integra of Ken Kennard, our reigning national champion. And, as far as that swap in positions or the change for the lead in GT Light, Brian, it was pretty magical to watch as Michael Lewis came down turn 12, apexed the corner, and as he got out of turn 12, was side by side with our former leader in GT Light, as that CRX had nothing for him as they went side by side up through turn 1, and Michael Lewis's RX-7 just motored by. They're coming out of turn 12 now, and it looks like Shadowin hasn't given up the fight. There they are, coming now underneath that Michelin bridge, with Shadowin taking a quick look to the inside. Again, 2 multi-time national champions.
And you weren't kidding, Greg, when you said Workman was good in the wet. He has moved up into second place here, and he's got, I hit the wrong button. Hold on a second. I believe it's a 4-second lead. Oh, no, 1.3 seconds now over Kennard. And you can see, though, even though on this shot here, even though that Michael Lewis has gotten around Peter Shadowin's hanging in there, trying to stay with him.
Yeah, indeed. And so we just saw there Workman and then Kennard both having to deal with a lot of traffic. Kennard's the second car in line right here, that black open top number 52 Mazda Miata. And he has been starting to close things down on Peter Norton, who's in that little Caterham. The last time by, Workman knocked 0.8 out of Peter Norton's lead. And we'll see here how things play out, but look at what Ken Kennard has had to work his way through as far as traffic coming out of 7. Lots and lots of traffic, because it's the downside of multi-class racing here.
Well, and it's also part of the skill set, as we've talked about in races of the past, is figuring out how to work your way around traffic and pick your way around is often one of the more difficult things to learn, but once you get it, it can be done really well. Peter Norton is your race leader in E-Production and overall. Mason Workman now second place overall, first place in F-Production, and right behind him, Ken Kennard, third overall, second in F-Production. Then you've got that battle for GT Lights in fourth and fifth.
And Brian, I want to get a shot, if we can, of Ken Kennard's Acura Integra, because the one thing that I just noticed here, and I don't know if it was possibly an impact with a tire wall or maybe an impact with another car or possibly just a hood clip issue, but the left front portion of his hood is lifted up quite a bit, a couple of inches there, which, you may not think about in a wet weather race where aero might be all that important, but that can certainly impact his straight line speed. And with this very long straightaway here, Ryan, if we can keep on this camera for a moment, you can see here, look at that, the driver's side front corner of Kennard's hood, and that's just a big air brake. And certainly with the long straightaway here at Road Atlanta, that's going to be an issue for him.
Yeah, and if that's being held on by hood clips, I hope the clip on the right side of that hood's awfully stout, because we were told that it was really flopping a good bit on the back straight, which means there's a lot of stress on that other hood clip, and that could be a disaster if that hood pops up. You could see it. It went down when he went through 7, and then as he started to pick up speed, it popped back up again, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And so most of these production cars, certainly Ken Kennard's Acura Integra, these are not original steel body panels as they came off the factory floor. These are usually fiberglass or some kind of composite material that they are much more flexible than a big sheet of steel.
As your race leader, Peter Norton, coming through our screen right now. That is the yellow Caterham. He's had a pretty easy drive of it so far on this race. No big issues for him so far. He just needs to keep it between the white lines here for another 2 laps or so, and he will be able to take home a victory here. But he's not so far out.
And we must
we have
have
a double
somebody
yellow.
off, because, Brian, we have now gone to a full course caution here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, as we see the field packing up behind Ken Norton, our leader. Mason Workman now pulling right up behind and trying to get a number on it.
Back to green. Yeah, we're back to green. Apparently the car that was in question is now no longer in question, has gotten back moving. So we've got about 3.5 minutes to go. Greg, why don't you make a call to grid real quick, and we'll get us to the checkered flag then.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. Formula Atlanta Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, please start heading to the grid. And Brian, it looks as though I think we still have we're showing a white flag conditions over at turn 5. So whatever car caused that condition may have started to pull, and I'm trying to see, there might be a car number on the access road over there that might have brought that out. So we'll try and get a rundown on which car briefly brought out that full course caution, as our leaders now coming out of the final corner, and you can see how much everything has stacked up in this group. And we thought maybe the Workman would have an opportunity there to put the screws to that Caterham of Norton. Wasn't able to get it done. But look at this, right in the middle of this field is that we haven't talked much about B-Spec, because the race opened up fairly early, but our leader in B-Spec, Chris Taylor, is just sitting right in the middle of a whole bunch of production cars, and there are no other B-Spec cars anywhere near him.
Yeah, there's a 7-second gap between Taylor and Stuart Black, who's now moved into 3rd place. So now our running order at B-Spec is Chris Taylor, Stuart Black, and Josh Schmidt, and Stephanie Anderson. Stephanie Anderson was in 2nd place for the early part of the race. She's now dropped back to 4th place in that group. So, but the good news for Chris Taylor is even though he's in with all those other production cars, he's got a lot of room to go back to second place there.
Well, Brian, we ought to watch as they start to come down the hill here at turn 5, because what we had were Stuart Black and Josh Schmidt, the two Chevy Sonics, fighting for position, fighting for second. They were side by side, and Stephanie Anderson was locked right in behind them. And so we're going to see all three of them now. Here they come down into turn 1, and it looks like Black has managed to actually put some of those production cars between he, Schmidt, and Anderson.
A minute left to go in this race. This will be probably white flag next time by for Peter Norton as we get to the end of this race. Look at him go right over that painted patch onto that little patch of asphalt that some drivers probably don't want to use today because it's so slick on that painted area, but he was using it and trying to work open his lead here.
Yeah, indeed, not only open his lead, but open that corner up as much as possible. The Caterham, a fairly strong engine, but its advantage is that it is very light, it is very nimble. The driver is literally sitting on the rear axle, but he's got to carry as much speed as possible. It looks like Ken Kennard may have had a little bit of a bobble there coming out of turn 7. He pulls over to the side there, and I believe that might be Don Tucker's, or probably, I think Don Tucker's e-production machine managed to get by him coming out of 7. But as I was saying there, Peter Norton with that very light machine, he's still, even in the wet here, got to manage to carry more speed through these corners than Mason Workman does. Although I should add that is not a battle in class. Norton, who just, as I say that, resets fast lap, he's your e-production leader. Workman, your F-production leader.
White flag is in the air, and we were talking earlier about Michael Lewis making that great pass around Peter's shadow, and he's now dropped all the way to the back of the GT Lights grid, so it's definitely some sort of a problem for him as we get here into our final lap of the race.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, though, we just see in that shot right there where Bovis now falls back to 9th position overall, having started 3rd today. And it looks like he's having a little trouble actually fighting off some of our B-Spec racers. He's running right at about a 1 minute 59 second flat. Bauckham in his e-production Alfa Romeo ahead of him, running about 2 seconds faster. Peter Tonelli in the number 91 F-production Mazda Miata, running 3 seconds faster than the GT Light machine. I think Bovis is just trying to hang on to the end here.
Yeah, definitely. That is the situation probably for a lot of these drivers. Yeah. Just want this one to get over, and it is going to happen now soon. We should have the checkered flag coming out this time by for Peter Norton. He will very likely take the win in this group.
And Brian, I want to direct your attention to this battle for second in B-Spec. We'll see them coming up here in just a moment. There they are, Josh Schmidt getting around Stuart Black. But again, as they came out of turn 5, they were side by side. We'll probably want to watch them as they go into turn 10A. That is going to decide the last 2 podium positions in B-Spec. But now the checkered flag is in the air as our leader, Peter Norton, coming down the front straight.
That's right, checkered flag for Peter Norton, and coming down the hill in just a moment. There they are going into turn 10. There's that battle for second place in B-Spec. Should be coming through here right now. So just coming into turn 10 right now, that is the Josh Schmidt car in second place, and then right behind him is Stuart Graham. It's Stuart Black, I'm sorry. We'll see if Black can make a move here. Doesn't look like he's close enough as long as Josh Schmidt can stick this one. But no, there they are, side by side. Who's it going to be at the line? It looked to me like it was Josh Schmidt at the line, still holding on for second place.
That is exactly how it plays out. So in B-Spec, Chris Taylor is going to take the win. Josh Schmidt second in class by 57 1/1000ths of a second as Stuart Black made that last moment dive down to the apex of turn 12. Wasn't able to slingshot by. Stephanie Anderson will finish just off the podium in 4th. Let's move over then and take a look. We'll start off with e-production, where again Peter Norton was your overall winner. Don Tucker will finish second in his Mazda Miata. Sean Seguis will finish third in his Mazda RX-7, with Doug Piner finishing just off the podium. In F production, Mason Workman finishes second overall, 15-second advantage over Ken Kennard. Peter Tonelli will finish in third. And then in H production, Vesa Silgren takes the win by almost 20 seconds over Matt Brannon. Michael Miller in his Austin Healey Sprite will finish in third. And then finally in GT Leg, Peter Shadowin out of West Palm Beach, Florida, in his Honda CRX takes the win over Chris Bovis. Margin of victory, 24 seconds. Graham Fuller, reigning national champion, will finish in third, 2 laps down. And interesting to note here, Brian, is we saw the pace that Michael Lewis had early on, and he ended up talking about just trying to get the car to the checkered flag. Graham Fuller, David Blaine, and Michael Lewis. Michael Lewis, who set the fastest overall lap on the very last lap, ends up a lap down.
That's going to do it here for race number 2 from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. When we come back, we're going to have our Wings and Things group, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, and P1 and P2. That's next. Stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
back here, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, Hoosier Race Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're ready for race group number 3, Wings and Things. Greg has what we need. That would be the starting lineup.
All right, let's quickly run through them. We're going to have 2 different groups here. We're going to have our prototype cars, Atlantics, Continentals, in one group, and I don't think we have any Formula X cars and in the first group, and then we're going to have Formula Enterprises 2 all by themselves. Actually, it's going to be Formula Enterprises 2 and Formula X in the second group. So let's run through that group now. Starting 14th, driving his Formula X Pro Formula Mazda, it is Brad Yake. Starting 13th in the number 91 car. In FE2, it is Russell Straight Jr., and actually all the remaining cars in this group are in FE2. Ross Wolf will start 12th in the number 78 machine, with Jonathan Weisheit starting 11th in the number 67. Then we've got Marshall Stocker starting 10th. He drives the number 21 FE2, with Brian Yates starting 9th. He's driving the number 145. Eric Cruz driving the number 86 machine. He starts 8th today, with Max Milano just starting in 7th. He's driving the 83 car. Steve Whitston driving the 08 FE2 starts 6th, with Porter Aiken starting 5th in the 99 car. Then we've got Paul Schneider starting 4th in the 73 car. Russ Turner in the number 32 machine starting 3rd. And then your front row for FE2, Jason Conzo driving the number 4 car, and we'll have to verify that he has made the grid today. He had some mechanical issues yesterday during qualifying. Franklin Futrell, driver of the number 97 machine, your pole sitter in FE2. Then let's move over to our first group. Wade Richardson will start 18th. He is driving the number 56 Prototype 1 machine, with Paul Farmer starting 17th. He's in the number 11 Formula Continental. Then we've got Doug Rocco, also in Formula Continental. He starts 16th in the number 46 car, with Eric Presbury starting 15th in the 35 Formula Continental. Driving in Prototype 2, we've got Brian Lindstrand. He starts 14th in the 04 car, with Hartley McDonald driving in Formula Continental, driving the number 27 car, starting 13th. Michael Moulton starting 12th, driving the number 77 Prototype 2 machine, with Sherman Chow, your Prototype 2 pole sitter, starting, he's not your pole sitter in Prototype 2. He starts 2nd in Prototype 2. He is starting 11th. Rocco Magni will start 10th. He's driving the number 38 Formula Atlantic, with Matthew McDonough starting in 9th, driving his number 6 car. Paul Riveras in Formula Atlantic starts 8th, with Tim Miner in the 88 Continental starting 7th. And then we've got Brandon Dixon and Jerome Mee 6th and 5th. Lucian Pansy, our Prototype 2 pole sitter, 4th. Bruce Hamilton in your front row, John McAleer and Todd Vanacore. As we have no start, Brian, it has been waved off by the starter. And that is for our first group, of course, for our Prototype 1 and Atlantics and what have you, which means our FE2 and Formula X racers, when they come down the hill to turn 12, they are going to have their start waved off. And it sounds like we've got a car that has stopped on course, and you can see it right there over at 10B.
But what this means is, while there's no green flag, the race officially is started. The clock will begin, so the 25-minute clock is running now. They'll run out. The good news with this car is, because it's still on the racetrack, this should be a quick put a tow strap on it and get it going. So we might be able to get going even one more lap here. Of course, they keep the pace car out, Greg, here for the second group, which is good for them. They'll be able to bunch up as much as they need to with the group in front of them. So we'll still get the split start like we had planned, but it'll hopefully just be one lap further down the race here.
All right, so real quick, it looks like our Formula Enterprise 2 pole sitter, Franklin Futrell, did not make the race. So it seems like maybe some of the damage to that machine that he incurred yesterday might have been a little bit too much to get ready in time. Paul Riveras in Formula Atlantic, Brian Yates in FE2, Paul Farmer in Formula Continental, and Carl Wingo, did not take the green flag, and still trying to get a bead on which car that was.
I want to say that was the Formula Atlantic car, Paul Riveras.
Riveras, possibly, yeah.
I think it looks too big to me to be an FE2 car.
Yeah, it looks like an old Star Mazda car, Brian, based on the wings there. And there you go, as he shows the side of the car. That is the number 5 machine, or pardon me, the 15 machine. That's Paul Riveras.
And if I remember correctly, that may have been a car that was involved in an incident yesterday also. but I'm not certain on that. So
yeah, we had a bit of a, we'll call it a bit of an incident over at turn 5 yesterday. Led off with Frank Cottrell, who had some rear suspension damage. Car went wide and in a very bad spot, certainly a blind spot for a lot of our racers, and we had a number of cars smack the tire walls and sometimes smack each other. And so, yeah, it could definitely be an issue there.
well, we'll get at least one more lap under yellow here before we get this thing started.
And should mention here, Brian, as we have to quickly finish up the starting grid here, Todd Vanacore is your reigning national champion in Prototype 1. He's your pole sitter. Congratulations, he is the fastest lap of the race at a 2:57.3. That is just a little bit off, however, the track record here in Prototype 1 at Road Atlanta. Yeah, just a little bit. And actually, the driver who started second today, John McAleer, he's got the track record. It is at a 1:16.4. So pretty darn quick. Not something that I think we're going to hit this weekend. Should note that Todd Vanacore's pole setting time that he did set in the dry yesterday was at a 1:19.1. So quite a bit off that track record. McAleer set the track record this fall at the American Road Race of Champions, first week in November. It was pretty chilly.
Yep.
As you would expect, good weather. Probably about 20 degrees cooler ambient air temperature than we have right now. We're at about 59 degrees, but obviously a dry racetrack as well.
So Gabe Farabach in the chat has confirmed what I had thought was that the Rivera's car was one of the cars damaged yesterday. So that may be part of the situation there for that car that they're trying to pull into safety there. And I was watching on it yesterday, like I'm sure a lot of people, Greg. I had one eye on the stream yesterday and one eye trying to do my job. So it was so sometimes my memory from Friday is a little skewed, but at least I was right this time. So 20 minutes left in this race. We still haven't run a green flag lap here as they've been trying to get this car to safety here. And have you guys heard whether or not we've got a green flag next time by, hopefully?
Yeah, we're trying to check. Nothing yet.
Okay.
Obviously, the light's still on that pace car, but we should find out. Well, we'll see here.
No.
If they're having trouble, if they're having trouble getting it like another 20 feet, which is probably
now it looks
what
like
they
they're gonna try to put it on the hook and literally lift it. So
all right,
might be that there's a transmission problem where it's locked up and they can't get it to roll. That could be it too.
All right, and real quick, just got word from race control. Actually, the safety car, who was still ahead of that second pack, was asking if they should extinguish the lights this next time by, and the safety car that's ahead of the FE2 field, you just saw them come out of turn 7, was told to keep the lights on. So it appears as though we will have at least one more lap under caution, and that makes sense now here as the first group is coming up on the safety vehicles. But there's one thing you'll notice that's missing, Brian.
There's no race car.
There's no race car.
What happened?
I don't know.
Well, whatever the case is, this is a good sign. This should be the final lap under yellow, and we should be able to get this race going.
Yeah, and just a reminder to everybody that we have one more race before we take about an hour's break for lunch here, and then we're going to be going back to closed top, tin top racing, touring cars, and the now almost always popular Spec MX-5 race. So that is coming up. You'll definitely want to see that, as now we've got the safety cars from our first group bringing the field through turn 1. And this is also, Brian, given the opportunity for the safety car leading the Formula Enterprises 2 and Formula X field to pull back a little bit, to recreate that gap, which was actually lost, I think, when the full course caution came out initially. But as we've got racers crossing the straight now. We have 2 laps in the books, and as you mentioned here, the clock started running the moment we went to full course caution, and so now just about 17 and a half minutes remaining on the clock.
So as we've learned in the past, the stewards have the discretion here, Greg, to extend the time here if they can. We've been on time so far today, and we've got lunch coming up after this next race, not this one, but the one after. So it would not surprise me if they added a few minutes to this clock here at the end.
Yeah, exactly. They may do, and as soon as we get word if that happens, we will let you know. But first, Brian, as we have a couple of seconds, and we're almost halfway, actually we're not halfway through the session, let me make a first call to the grid while we got some time for our last race of the morning. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 4, Spec MX5, Touring 2, and Touring 3, as well as Touring 4. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, Touring 2, Touring 3, Touring 4, and SMX racers, you may now start heading to the grid.
All right. Get the green flag next time by. We'll get a couple of laps in before we have to take our break. And one of those tough situations, Greg, where you just don't know how long that opening yellow is going to go, and we don't want to miss the start of the race. So
exactly.
That would be rather sucky to be in a break when we start the race. So, but we'll get it in here, and as we get to the, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the 2 emergency services vehicles that were working with the Rivera's car down at 10B, they have now come down the pit lane. They have left the race course, and if we take a look now at the pace car ahead of our first group, you'll notice that the lights are out, and we should be going green flag racing this time by. So again, your front row, Todd Vanacore, John McAleer with Bruce Hamilton and Lucian Pancia making up rows 1 and 2 in our second pack. Our FE2 and Formula X racers, it's Jason Conzo on the pole with Russ Turner next to him, then Paul Schneider and Porter Aiken, as we can hear the engines revving up. And as they come out of turn number 12 and onto the front straight, it is now side by side. And we saw McAleer grab a little bit of a puddle all the way to the outside of turn number 12. He's going to try that rim shot all the way around the outside of Todd Vanacore. Cannot get the pass done. Vanacore in that green number 19 machine. He cuts right across the nose of McAleer. McAleer is going to hold station as they run up the hill. No changes with Pancia in the Prototype 2 machine, with Bruce Hamilton, our Formula Atlantic leader, slotting into 4th. As we can see there now as they start to come down the hill. Hamilton, who might have had a little bit of an advantage on Pancia, he drops back now. As we've got our second pack, they're coming down the hill towards turn 12. They're going to get the green flag here momentarily as they now start to rev up their engines. It's Conzo in the gold machine to the inside, Russ Turner in the blue to the outside, and look at that, making a move right down all the way, cutting across. Porter Aiken in the number 99 machine trying to come underneath the Schneider car. He gets that done to move Paul Schneider in the orange and blue number 73 back in the 4th position in FE2.
As you can see, there are still some really wet spots on this racetrack. When they fanned out 3 and 4 wide at the start, you saw some big rooster tails. Also, right here at the bottom of the hill, coming into the S's, there's a big puddle there as well. You can see them hitting it right there, and there's more rooster tails. So there's still plenty of water on this racetrack, although I don't think it's raining anymore at this moment.
No, it is not. But and we have a car that has gone around there at turn 5. Nice recovery. Gets the car pointed the right way. He is going to continue. And I was just going to say, we've got that big compression, Brian, down at the bottom of the hill at turn 4, and big puddles approved there. But you know, these Formula cars, as they come up on that curbing with some very cold tires, there's that chance for that to happen. We'll get the number on that car hopefully in just a few moments as we track our leaders now, as Vanacore completes lap number 1 with John McAleer trailing behind. We see them now coming up through the S's and up into turn number 5. And they are really starting to kind of tiptoe through that portion of the S's. We know that this section that we're looking at right now, the last right-hander down the hill, turn number 4, very, very difficult before you get to that big river there, is one of the slickest areas. But look at these drivers as they are at their own peril, putting their right rear wheels onto this paint, and the rear ends of the cars stick out, as opposed to what we saw in Spec Miata, Brian. Many of these drivers, most of these drivers, they're staying on the black asphalt, as we've got a car that's just gone off at turn 10B.
Well, there's that car that's gone off there, and it's still slick. But just like you were talking, Greg, going down into the S's, there's that compression at the bottom of the hill. At the top of 5, also, it's just the opposite. Your car decompresses. You get a little weight off those rear tires. And if you've got a high horsepower car like these are, and not a lot of weight, you can get that car to spin around without even touching the paint there. And I think that may have been what happened. You said great save. I'm not quite sure if that was a great save or just sheer luck.
Well, that is definitely up for debate right now. It sounds like it was the 67 machine of Jonathan Weishite, who we had just seen go off into the gravel briefly over at turns 10A, managed to get that car back onto the pavement, and he continues on. And Weishite now falls to the back of the FE2 field now as he's made that recovery.
Akil H in the chat says, why not both? So I guess it could have been a great save and sheer luck. I'll go with that.
It's all a question of intention.
There you go.
All right, John McAleer now resets fast lap here on lap number 5, working lap number 6 for our leaders. But Vanacor's opened up now, about a 2-second advantage on McAleer at the front of the field. Now, we had seen early on the Formula Atlantic machine of Bruce Hamilton. He started on the inside of row number 2 in his Atlantic Swift, but we've now had 2 Formula Continental machines, Brian, Brandon Dixon and Matthew McConaughey. They are now sitting second and probably third and fourth overall. The battle for the lead in Formula Continental, and as we expect here, we're going to see them start to come out of turn 12 onto the front straight in probably about 10 seconds. There's a huge gap between those Continentals and the prototype 1 machines directly ahead, but a good fight building up there as they start to come down the hill now. And here we go, coming onto the front straight. We see that white number 5 machine. That is Brandon Dixon, and he's actually opened up a good margin now on Matthew McDonough. McDonough also in the white Continental, the number 6 machine, the 2 teammates. As we've got now, looked like we had coming down, the 88 car looking to be a bit off the pace.
Yeah, that 88 car is, that's Tim Miner, and he's just dropped back a position, so that makes sense there. Tim Miner out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. I was taking a look at FE2, the running order there. It's only a 1-second lead, actually now half a second. Jason Conzo making up some time on Russ Turner there.
And Brian, here they come right into turn number 1 to the inside. Russ Turner, the second car in line in the blue number 32, the gold machine of Jason Conzo, the number 4, had just come underneath one of the slower cars from the first group. And you see there is they just came through with Conzo got trapped a little bit behind one of the prototype cars going up into turn 3, where it really is not a turn that you want to go too wide, and that has allowed Russ Turner now to open up what was about a half a car length coming out of turn 12, now to about 6 car lengths as they make the run down into turn number 6. Here they come through there now.
Not quite seeing a dry line for him just yet, Greg. I would have thought by now we might be starting to see a little bit of that. But maybe there's a little bit of a dry line right there.
Well, interestingly enough, and what we're seeing there at turn 7 in particular is a lot of those drivers, they are staying away from the apex curbing, Brian. They're staying about a half to 3/4 of a car width off of that apex, with the hope that there's a little bit more grip, a little bit more traction, not as much rubber down on the pavement there, and that way they can get a little bit better slingshot onto the back straight.
And it looks like maybe possibly some of these cars may have started on an intermediate tire or so, because it looks like some of the FE2 cars are working their way past some prototypes. That really shouldn't happen, but that is the case in this. We've got some prototypes right up here in with the FE2 cars.
All right, Brian, let's do this. We didn't take our break early because we had the full course caution, but let's go take a quick break. Thank some of our partners and sponsors. First, I want to make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec MX5, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, SMX, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. All right, we'll be back in just a few moments with more action here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
And welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, everybody, in the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, as we've got our open wheel and prototype race, our first open wheel race of the day going on, as we've got a driver very slow heading up the hill out of 10A, probably out of 10B. But just as we went to break, big changes in Formula Enterprises 2, as we had Jason Conzo take the lead in FE2. Of course, he started off on pole and quickly ended up giving up the lead to Russ Turner out of Montpelier, Virginia. But the tables have now been turned. Jason Conzo in that gold number 4 machine. He is your new leader. We'll try and pick them up on track. That is one of our tightest fights for the lead. Also been tracking in Formula Atlantic. The battle for the lead there between Jerome Mee and Rocco Magni, as they were in very close proximity. Actually, it wasn't Magni that was in this fight with Jerome Mee. It was actually Bruce Hamilton in the 06 car, and I think Hamilton might have had some issues, as just in the last lap he ran a 2-minute 18 seconds. Yeah, and he was a car that had just spun a few moments ago, and so yeah, he drops down towards the back of the Atlantic field. But that was a nice fight starting to shape up there, Brian.
Yeah, it looked good there for a brief moment, and then it didn't. So And that car that spun at 7, good job getting out of the way fast. You don't want to be where he was, and he was able to get out of the way, and those other 2 cars were able to slide by without any issues. About 3 minutes left to go, probably 2 laps in this race with the wet conditions.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. And as coming across the line now and starting lap number 12, Todd Vanacore, here he is coming into turn number 1. He is now opened up almost a 5-second, actually it was a 5-second advantage. John McAleer now knocking about 2 seconds off of that gap here, as you said, with only now probably 2 laps remaining or thereabouts. And yeah, we should have a white flag this next time by. So McAleer's closing things down a little bit. I don't know if it's going to be enough for him, though, whether he's going to be able to close things down as we then take a look. And again, this is the closest battle for the lead, and it is in FE2. Jason Conzo just now crosses, looks like he just crossed the start-finish line, and I'm waiting to see where Russ Turner is in that number 32 machine. Actually, you know what? I take that back. I'm taking a look, and I'm showing, although I'm showing Conzo in the lead, I'm showing him has only completed 9 laps. So we'll, our timing and scoring system is getting a little funky on us here. We'll try and track down those racers this next time by.
That yellow car that spun in turn 7. Oh, look at the big wiggle there. What a great catch on that one. Anyway, that yellow car that spun in turn 7, that was the 27 car of Hartley McDonald. So kudos to Hartley for getting out of the way and getting back going here.
All right, Brian, coming down through turn 12 now and getting ready to take the white flag. Second car in line, that is Todd Vanacore, your overall leader. We just see now popping to the inside, that is John McAleer. McAleer not able to make much headway that last time by. Actually, you know what? He knocked almost another, last lap by, almost another second. So he is starting to close things down, but he's got such a long way to go, Brian, and only about 2.25 miles to get there. I don't think he's going to be able to catch up to the number 19 machine. Still looking, and we've got a standing yellow over at turn 6 right now. There's also a debris flag being shown right over here at turn 5, as I think one of our drivers may have brought some of that gravel back out onto the track after having run a little bit wide.
Yeah, standing yellow at turn 6 often indicates that there's somebody in that gravel trap.
In that gravel
right
trap,
there.
and we can't, like,
so,
much in the Spec Miata race that we just couldn't see.
Right.
Where they are, because they end up past that camera view over there. Now, the last time by in FE2, Jason Conzo had expanded his advantage over Russ Turner by about 2 full seconds.
You should be seeing the checkered flag any moment here, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And I think again, we've got some transponder issues with Conzo, but now coming down the hill, into turn number 12, it's Todd Vanacore. He's going to take the win in Prototype 1, and look how close McAleer gets. McAleer in the number 68 Elan DPO2. He's going to finish second in class, finishing third overall, and he's coming down the hill now. This is Brandon Dixon in the number, actually that was not Dixon, that was Bruce Hamilton in the Formula Atlantic machine, who was finishing a bunch down. But Brandon Dixon in his Formula Continental, the number 5 machine, he is going to finish third overall in his citation. We're going to see him come into view here in just a few moments, and we should see Jerome Mee, our Formula Atlantic leader, become our Formula Atlantic winner here momentarily. Let's take a look as they're coming out of the final corner now. And there goes Brandon Dixon finally across the line, with Jerome Mee finishing very close behind there, just a little bit further back. We've got a couple more cars to come across, and actually now coming down the hill, throwing the car around turn 12, Jason Conzo taking the win in Formula Enterprises 2. And Russ Turner finishes about 2.5 seconds back from there. Porter Aiken driver of the number 99 car. He will finish in third, and Paul Schneider in the 73 will finish fourth. Let's go and we'll break things down here by class, Brian. Again, Vanacore, McAleer, Wade, Richardson finished 3 laps down, but in third in P1. Brad Yake, our sole Formula X driver, of course. In Prototype 2, Sherman Chow takes the win, commanding win, 27 seconds over Michael Moulton, with Brian Lindstrand finishing in third. In Formula Atlantic, it's Jerome Mee with Rocco Magni finishing second. Bruce Hamilton will finish in third, and of course Paul Riveras had those issues before the green flag came out. In Formula Continental, finishing third overall and taking the win, Brandon Dixon with Eric Presby finishing second. Hartley McDonald, spin and alt, finishing in third. Doug Rocco finishing just off the podium in fourth. And then finally in FE2, it's Conzo, it's Russ Turner, Porter Aiken in the 99 car. And I'll tell you, Aiken just barely took the checkered flag. He is sitting dead stick about maybe 100 feet past the start stand. There you go. There he is waving for some help. He will finish third. Paul Schneider will finish a lap down in fourth.
It was pretty cool, Greg, when the checkered flag flew and Jason Conzo came across the line. Right in front of our camera was Team Conzo giving him a big thumbs up as he was going across the line. We caught that on the camera, so pretty cool to see the family and friends there rooting their drivers on.
And I'll tell you, he was probably more than any, with the exception of maybe John McAleer, who was doing everything he could to get up to Vanacore. Jason Conzo came down through turn 12, hauling you-know-what. That car was dancing down the hill, and as he got past the apex, I was starting to wonder whether or not we were going to get to meet him on the second floor before he got to the before he got to the finish line, because he was pushing hard. All right, Let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we will take a quick break in what will be our last race before lunch. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 4, SMX, Touring 2, 3, and 4. Please head to the grid. Race group 4, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4, and SMX. Please head to the grid. All right, we'll be back in just a few moments.
Don't forget to file for your contingency payouts for the Hoosier Super Tour. Partner payouts include offers from companies like Hawk Performance, including product certificates to the top 5 positions in class. And they can be used on any Hawk products. Hawk Performance also offers a benefit discount to SCCA members of $20 off a $200 purchase, and is the Novice Group sponsor for the SCCA's Track Night in America. Search Contingency on the SCCA website to view your contingency options. Welcome back. Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, Hoosier Race SCCA Super Tour Group 4, SMX, T2, T3, T4. Your starting lineup, Gregg Ginsberg has that.
All right, two groups starting again. We're going to have all of our SMX drivers together, all of our touring cars together. Let's give you the top 8 rows in SMX. Starting 16th, driving the number 115 machine. Help me, Will Robinson from Wilson, Wyoming. Cam Gruber will start 15th. He's driving the number 24 Planet Miata car. Then we've got Cam Eben. He's going to start 14th. He's driving the 56. Nico Bratz will start 13th. He's in the number 77 machine with Justin Atacana. Starting 12th, he's in the 18. Michael Borden will start 11th. He's in the 42 car with Don Squirick. Starting 10th, driving the 75. Austin Hill, we just saw Austin, I think, in the previous run group. He's going to start 9th in the 08 car with Matt Novak, starting 8th in the number 111. Ethan Jacobs will start 7th in the 199 car with Max Schweid starting in 6th position. He's in the number 8 SMX. Helio Metza will start 5th. He's in the number 27 machine with Jack Murchison starting 4th. He's in the 158. Cam Hibbett starting 3rd today. He's in the number 32 car with Will Robusto on the outside of the front row in the number 1 machine. And your pole sitter today finished 3rd at Sebring in the initial weekend for SMX, driving the number 26 machine. He is from East Meadow, New York. It's Michael Tinnis. And now let's move over to our touring cars. Again, your top 8 rows. Starting 16th, driving the number 9, touring 4 Mazda MX-5. It's Richard Mooney. We've got Angelica Spray. She is starting 15th. She's driving the number 120, touring 4 Toyota GR86. David Oram starts 14th, driving the number 6, touring 3 Subaru BMW Z4 with Anthony Pacelli driving a Subaru Impreza. He starts 13th in the number 14 car. Starting 12th in the number 98, touring 4 Mazda MX-5, Kevin Fryer. And your pole sitter in touring 4, driving the number 00 Mazda MX-5, starting 11th, it's Mark Cefalo. All the remaining cars, except our pole sitter, are in T3. Starting 10th, driving the number 09 BMW 330, it's Ryan Sejowski with Chris DeShong starting 9th in the number 41 BMW 330i. Then we've got Scotty B. White starting 8th. He's driving the number 0 Ford Mustang. Todd Clark starting 7th in the number 11 BMW 330i. Colin Harrison in a BMW 330i starting 6th. That's the number 21 car with Ryan Spray in the number 194 Ford Mustang starting 5th. Starting 4th, driving the number 2 Nissan 350Z is Richard Baldwin with Gamel Aguilar Gomez starting 3rd in the 109 Nissan 370Z. And your front row, Simon Foulweather in his BMW, and your pole sitter, Michael Kamalian in his Touring 2 Ford Mustang. As the green flag is in the air and Kamalian in the Ford Mustang jumps to an early lead here. The Nissan's going around the outside of him, however. Richard Baldwin with a great jump, and Baldwin is going to be your lead car going up the hill towards turn number 3 as he takes that grip on the outside of turn number 1 and moves to the lead. As our SMX drivers now, Brian, are coming down the hill towards the start. Pace car is on the pit lane. And as they get the green flag, good jump from the number 1 car. That is Will Robusto from the outside. Let's see if he can hold off our pole sitter, Michael Tinnis, as they head up the hill. That's what's going to happen. Tinnis is going to slot into 2nd place, but wow, look at the start that Robusto gets. About 4 car lengths on the rest of the field. Hibbett and Murchison will slot into 3rd and 4th with Mesa and Max Schweid right behind as we jump back to our touring cars now. And you see there Baldwin with that good advantage. Gamel Aguilar Gomez, he is bottled up a little bit behind Michael Kamalian, our Touring 2 leader. Kamalian making the move from GT Light now over to Touring 2.
Clean start, at least for the first half of each lap for both groups. There's your SMX cars. Look at that wiggle when they got up on the paint there. Oh, that car's legit sideways.
Yeah, and that was Cam Gruber in the Planet Miata car. Wow,
oh,
and another one.
Oh, contact there.
And we'll get the car numbers there in just a moment because I have a feeling they're going to be sitting over at turn 5. Yeah, you can see there one of those cars now continuing. Again, we'll try and get the car numbers.
Yeah, one car is stopped and then right in a really bad spot there. as you hopefully, look at how close that was as those cars
Center
try to
of track
negotiate
line.
around them right in the center of the racetrack. We're hearing broken suspension on that car, and that's going to
Brian,
probably
we are
bring
going
out a
to
double yellow.
Yeah, we're going to a full course caution now here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Yeah, that car in a very, very bad spot, and certainly if it's got suspension damage, which, given that impact, probably to the right front, either the left front or the right front there, as the two cars came together at the top of the hill. We'll try and get the car numbers for you here in just a moment. I'm checking our electronic system and don't have a bead on the car number there, so we'll try and get that for you.
So while we're working on that, since we've got our full course caution, let's get our break in now.
Sure.
And then we'll have all the time at the end of this race for all the green flag action. So let's do that. Let's take our break. Hoosier Racing Tire, SCCA Super Tour, Road Atlanta. We are here. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. We are under full course caution here at the raceway for a lap one incident between two of our SMX cars. We have identified the two drivers. One of them, Dave Pinterick, driver of the number 57 machine, former national champion in GT1. We talked to him during qualifying yesterday, had him up here in the booth. He was talking about his SMX package. The other driver, and we believe the driver with the disabled car over by turn 5, Justin Mason, out of Kansas City, Missouri, driver of the number 15 machine. And we'll hopefully have a replay of this coming up fairly soon, but really quickly here, let's reset the field, or at least a portion of the field, with our touring cars first. Richard Baldwin in his Nissan 350Z out of Covington, Louisiana. He is currently your leader. Michael Kamalian, the pole sitter, in his Touring 2 Ford Mustang, currently running second. Gamel Aguilar Gomez running third overall in his Nissan 370Z. That's a Touring 3 car. And then Colin Harrison, Ryan Spray, Chris DeShong, Todd Clark, all of those drivers in Touring 3. Mark Cefalo, currently your Touring 4 leader. He sits 8th overall with Angelica Spray. Kevin Fryer running directly behind 8th and 9th overall. And then in SMX, Will Robusto, your leader. Michael Tinnis, pole sitter in the class, sitting second. Jack Murchison moves up to third position with Helio Mesa fourth. Ethan Jacobs and Matt Novak rounding out your top 5.
So yeah, it was. We saw just the front end of the incident. One car got loose coming up the hill here, and when it tried to collect itself, kind of nosed into the car, the other car. I'm not quite sure which of those two cars was the one that got loose initially, but we had just caught it on the camera as it was coming out of the camera frame. And I know that our director's trying to pull that up for us, so we will get that for you in just a second. Looks like we probably got another.
You'd think we had like
two.
30 replay operators in a production truck right outside the media center here, Brian, to get that all squared away. So it sounds like we've got possibly one of the views ready. And he's trying to pick up from the other camera. Let's take a look.
Here it is.
And see as it happens.
Lots of cars were getting loose there.
Right.
And you're going to see it, these two red cars come into our view. So, yep, there it is.
Yeah, and that was Mason in the 15 machine, which was the lead car coming through. Dave Penterick in the trailing car. And unfortunately, big impact there. Did some suspension damage, actually, to both cars. When Penterick came down the pit lane, the left front tire was greatly askew. But again, was able to manage to limp that car home as we are now starting lap number 4 here. Again, the clock continues to run. We are now 8.5 minutes in, as you can see there on the clock. A little bit less than 16 minutes remaining.
So
or a little bit more than 16 minutes, pardon me.
The Penterick car has gone 2 laps down here, so I think he's probably called it a day here.
Brian, given how wobbly that car looked coming down the pit lane, I think he knows
Didn't have
well
a choice.
enough, not to try and continue.
Yeah, you have the luxury of seeing that. I don't, so good for that. 15 minutes left on the clock here. That's a little more than 15 minutes. Keeping in mind, folks, that after lunch, lunch is next. We'll have about an hour break for lunch. And then when we come back, we will have our 5 more races. Wait a second, I'm looking at the wrong schedule. Have 4 more races. I'm looking at Friday's schedule. 4 more races this afternoon. STL, STU right after lunch. Then Spec Racer Ford. Then our big bore group, our GT cars, GT1, 2, and 3, A Sedan, T1, and GTX. And then Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 6 will round out our day. So lots of action after lunch. We hope everybody comes back and joins us. I don't see lights. Oh, no, there's no pace car in that group. What does it say? I don't see lights on the pace car, and then I realize there's no pace car.
There's only a single safety car on the field, exactly.
So it does look as though has the Spec MX-5 field kind of self-separated themselves here a little bit?
Well, I think I don't want to say advantage, but the majority of the Spec MX-5 field had still not caught up to the touring cars, and so it's our form of natural selection, Brian.
Exactly.
As Simon Foulweather, the Touring 3 BMW driver out of Birmingham, he is currently the last of the touring cars, currently sitting 16th overall, and we haven't heard anything over the radio. I don't know how race control would feel about the SMX drivers dropping back, but we are going to be going green flag racing now, Brian. Pace car is on the pit lane, and now as they come down the hill, here we go. Green flag is in the air, and Richard Baldwin leads the field back across turn 1 and up towards, or across the stripe and over towards turn number 1. And again, big gap back to the MX-5 racers that they chose to make that gap on their own, but it may help them. Oh, big slide through turn 12 from one of our racers. And I believe that was, Nico Bratz that took that little slide through turn number 12, got the car back underway, but the majority of the field now making their way back up. But once again, much like we saw at the start of the race, Brian, our Touring 3 leader, Richard Baldwin, opens up a little bit of a gap to the Mustang. again, this is the first
Oh,
event.
big spin.
And we've got a driver going around. That is Ryan Spray in the green 194 Ford Mustang, where the rear end steps out on him. But he has now gotten that car back underway. We see him there, driver's left on the right-hand side of your screen. That is such a difficult position to have the car slide off like that. But he's going to lose a couple positions. But great save there. Of course, Ryan running in Touring 3 in the Mustang. His
he's about to spin again.
Wow.
Yeah, that car coming out of turn 6 was very, very loose again. I'm not quite sure something might be broken or what the case may be. And now the Spec MX-5 field coming right down, and he will have to deal with trying to stay out of the way of those cars possibly as they come through. So I believe it's this last car in this group is that green Mustang here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Ryan Spray, and I was going to mention that his wife running in Touring 4 here this weekend. And that's Angelica Spray. But yeah, look at the field now as all of the MX-5s starting to bottle up behind the 2 Mustangs coming up the hill now. One of them being Ryan Spray, and then I think that's Randy Johnson in the EcoBoost directly behind Spray, taking to the pit lane. Now he knows his day is done. As the MX-5 race now, they're going to go past Johnson on the front straight here, coming into turn number 1, as we've got that battle right now between. Oh, and we are going back to a full course caution here at the raceway. Let's see if we can pick up what the story is here. And looks like, oh, there you go. Turn 6 again. And yeah, unfortunately, it ain't NASCAR, Brian. No numbers on the roof.
Yeah, although looks like and that looks like, Greg, a little American flag on the top. Could that be Dave Paterick? Did he go back out?
No. Paterick is in his a full red car with a red roof.
Got it. Okay.
That is not the Paterick car.
But you can see there's a splitter on the ground there. So whether that came off after it hit the gravel trap or before, I don't know. But it's going to take some pulling to get that thing out of there.
Yeah, he is very deep in there. I'll try and get the car number here in a moment. Probably won't be able to pull it up until the full SMX field goes by. But it was towards the front of that pack.
And that is a really bad place to pull out of, because there's no angle to do that without actually blocking the track. And that's going to be a problematic location. It's not an easy yank from that spot there, because there's too much wet on the grass to be able to get those trucks to have traction to be able to yank. So.
Yeah, and so, and Brian, speaking of SMX, there were some very big changes just as the full course caution was coming out. And that is both Matt Novak and Helio Mesa, I keep saying Massa, Helio Mesa, managed to work their way around Will Robusto. So Novak is your new leader, Mesa is second, Robusto third, and Michael Tinnis, who started off on pole and was running second, now finds himself back in 6th position. So big drop there as they kind of got bottled up. Don't know if there were any passes under yellow or not, but but that's again, big changes there as we've got emergency services teams responding. And up at the front of our touring cars, it is still sitting up at the top, Richard Baldwin with Gomez, and it was a lap number 5. Brian, was a bad lap for Mustangs because we saw obviously what happened to Ryan Spray, but Michael Kamalian, who was our pole sitter in our front group, he had been sandwiched between the 2 Nissans of Baldwin and Aguilar Gomez. Michael Kamalian now drops back to 3rd overall. He is still your Touring 2 leader, but he's got a number of Touring 3 BMWs directly behind him that would be looking to bring the fight to both Baldwin and Gomez there at the front of the Touring 3 field. In Touring 4, Cephalo, your leader, Angelica Spray running second, Kevin Fryer now running in third, but we are getting word, it sounds like, that, Brian, we may be checkering this race early. Trying to get confirmation on that right now. We've got the producer, Brendan, manning the radios.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I spent years working flags at this track, and it's just really hard to pull anybody out of there fast at that location, especially when it's wet. So it would more than likely be more than a 7 or 8 minute tow out of there in the best of circumstances. And with all of the water there, it's just tough at this moment to do any kind of pulls there.
All right, well, coming down the field behind the safety car now into turn 10A, that is Richard Baldwin in one of the Juicy Fruit cars. He has a very similarly liveried Spec Racer Ford Gen 3.
Here they come up over the hill. They're going to go under the first of the two bridges. And when they come out and down through 12, I'm pretty certain we're going to see the checkered flag here. Unfortunate, but with these conditions, unfortunately, these things happen on occasion.
Yeah, and Brian, here we go as they're coming now out of turn 12. Checkered flag is in the air. Going to have, unfortunately, an early end to this race with 7 laps in the books. And we'll know in a moment here which car that is at the tail end of the, or that's sitting in the tire wall now over at turn 6. But let's run down the order here. We'll start off with Touring 3, and our overall winner, that's Richard Baldwin, with Gamel Aguilar Gomez finishing in second. Colin Harrison will finish third just off the podium. Chris DeShong and then Todd Clark rounding out your top 5. We had 10 cars take the green flag in Touring 3. In Touring 2, sole driver to take the green flag, Michael Chameleon. He finishes third overall. And then in Touring 4, Mark Cephalo and Angelica Spray, your top 2. Kevin Fryer will round out your podium in the class. Sergio Slobin, out of Houston, Texas, will finish 4th. Richard Mooney will finish in 5th. And then if we move over to SMX, as we mentioned, on track, Matthew Novak out of Bartlett, Illinois, your winner. And Novak started this race, Brian, in 8th position. He works his way in 7 laps to the win. Helio Meza will finish 2nd. He's out of Spring, Texas. Will Robusto will finish 3rd. Ethan Jacobs, Jack Murchison round out your top 5.
All right, that's going to do it for our 4th race of the day. And we are going to take a break now, and we've got our lunch break that's coming up. So as soon as we know when we will go back to racing action, we'll put up a full screen or the time on our screen here so everybody can go and find out when to come back and join us again. So, but after lunch, we've got 4 more races. Our first race, STL and STU. Our second race will be Spec Racer Ford. Our third race will be our big bore group. That's our GT cars, A Sedan, Touring 1, and GTX. And then our tiny Formula cars will be our last race of the day. Big group of Formula cars. Cannot wait to see those guys and gals, I think it's all guys this weekend, take the track for that final race of the day. And then, as this is the deep D's, Greg, tomorrow at 8 a.m., we go and we do it all over again. 8 more races tomorrow.
That's right, cannot wait. All right, so let's go and right before we take the break, Brian, we should know now who that final car is that was having that had issues, and it might have been Will Lucas in the number 134 car.
Right.
He was showing a couple of laps down from the rest of our MX-5 field. Or actually, Brendan, did you get a word on the number of the MX-5 car? Yeah, we'll have to see. It was either Chase McIntyre or Will Lucas, but we'll try and get some information for you. But let's take that break. Again, we were scheduled to originally come back at 1:25. If that gets delayed a little bit by the cleanup here, as we mentioned, we're going to put it up on screen. We'll put it in the chat also so you know when we're going live for our final 4 races of the day here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Enjoy lunch, everybody.
Hoosier Racing Tires is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Roadhouse Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts, so I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
And welcome back, everybody, from lunch and for some people, breakfast. And, well, for Erwin, I think dinner. Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And we've got 4 more races this afternoon, Brian. Let's show our viewers at home what kind of course our racers will be racing here at MRRA. And here it is, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, 2.54 miles, 12 turns, elevation changes, sweepers, quick switchbacks, on camber, off camber, you name it, tough, hard braking zones. It is a very challenging course, Brian.
It is challenging, and there is no place. Well, I guess there's a little bit of place to rest between turn 8 and turn 9, but other than that, it's a busy lap for everybody involved. A couple of key areas that you really want to make sure you get right. Most definitely coming out of turn 7. That is seemingly a simple right-hander, but it's so important to get the speed you need to go down towards turn 10. And of course, coming out of turn 10 chicane to get the turn 12 section proper so that you can get to turn 1 as fast as possible. Let's get right to our starting lineup, Greg.
Yeah, exactly, Brian. As we've got drivers now heading onto the course for their pace lap. Our first race after lunch is for Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. Between the two classes, we had 22 drivers set times yesterday and today, actually, in qualifying. Starting 22nd, driving the number 43 STL Mazda Miata, it's Bruce Allen. Randall Joe starts 21st. He's driving the number 65 STL Mazda Miata. Mike Ryan starting 20th in the number 120 STL. Guess what it is, Brian? It's a Mazda Miata. Cliff Brown,
shocking.
He is going to be starting 19th. He's in the 01 STL Mazda Miata. But then there's Devin Anderson, really throwing a wrench in the works. He is starting 18th on the field. He's got the number 22 Subaru BRZ.
How dare he?
That's right. Zach Ehrlich starting 17th. He's in the number 180 STL Mazda Miata with Michael Reese driving in STU today, driving the number 69 Honda S2000. He starts 16th. Chris Childs, the Cat Killer, starts 15th today. Hopefully he starts 15th. He had some engine issues yesterday during qualifying. He's in the number 7 STL Mazda Miata. James Schlechter will start 14th. He's in the number 75 STU Nissan 300ZX with Adrian Comstock scheduled to start 13th. Adrian is driving the number 5 STL Mazda MX-5. John Weisberg, I want to thank John for coming up to the booth here during lunch. John is starting 12th today. He's in the number 15 Mazda MX-5. That is an STU car with Javier Sanchez starting 11th. He's driving the number 89 STL Toyota GT86. Austin Hilliard in our second Honda S2000 of the session here. He's running an STL, however, and he is driving the number 10 car starting 10th. Chuck Hines will start 9th. He's driving the number 57 STL Mazda MX-5 with Austin Hill starting 8th. He's in the number 08 STL Mazda MX-5. John Sewell starting 7th today. He's in the number 48 Acura Integra with Alfonso Diaz II starting 6th. He's driving the number 25 STU Toyota GT86. Actually, I believe that's a true GR86 Cup car. Then David Paulfinier starting 5th today. He's in the number 40 STL Mazda MX-5 with David Fiorelli driving the number 4 STU Ford Mustang. He's driving the 190 car right next to Jorge Nazario, who's starting 3rd. He's in the number 165 STU Mazda Miata. He is your STU pole sitter and your front row today. Mike Taylor in his STU Acura Integra, and Danny Stain, your pole sitter, in the number 9 STL Mazda MX-5. And Brian, big quick jump there at the start.
And here they go, heading down towards turn 1 for the first time. It is 3 wide, back in the middle of the pack there. A little more strung out up front. As you can see, the first 4 cars go through turn 1 together in a single. Oh, we got a car, a spinner in the back. It's a black Miata there, and then the car right behind it had to check up to miss it. So nobody hit each other. Hopefully that car can continue. There is Mike Taylor right off the front. Great story with that car. 4 weeks ago, that was an empty tub. He had to fix it.
Yeah, Brian, absolutely. So first off, I think that was the 65 car Randall Joe that went around to turn 1. And yeah, that is a brand new build from Mike Taylor. Put that car together after having a horrendous accident at Sebring International Raceway. When I talked to Mike last night after qualifying, he said the thing that he had to do was he had to jump to the lead early from turn number 1 and get around Danny Stain. That he did that. Unfortunately, though, it looks like Danny Stain returns the favor coming onto the back straight as we've got a slow-moving car currently. And Brian, we are going to a full course caution here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and that is for the car that went off and went around over at turn number 1 as they are trying to try and get him out of the gravel trap. And that is for the car that went off and went around over at turn number 1 as they are trying to try and get him out of the gravel trap.
All right, that car there in the gravel trap, I didn't realize it was that far off. That gravel trap is right there at the edge of the track. It used to be a little further away, but it is right there now and stuck. Thankfully, that is an easier spot to pluck a car from. As you can see, they probably have it out here before they even get one lap done. So
yeah, as a matter of fact, you can see they're kind of pushing them along right now.
Yep.
And just to confirm, as we've got the majority of the field, I'll know in just a second here. But again, I believe that was the 65 of Randall Joe out of Charlotte, North Carolina. And as they come across, oh, you know what? It is not a Mazda Miata, Brian. That is the number 69 STU Honda S2000 of Michael Reese. That is over there. You'd think as long as I have driven a Honda S2000, I know what one looks like. 4 drivers did not take the green flag for today's race. In STU, Devin Anderson and John Weisberg. In STL, Zach Ehrlich and Cliff Brown. Your leader currently, Danny Stain, with Mike Taylor second. David Paulfinier did manage to get around some of our STU drivers. David Fiorelli, who is our STU leader, currently now sits down in 6th, as we've just gotten word from Race Control, Brian, that we will be going back to green flag racing this next time by.
yeah, my only concern right now is when they pull that car back onto the track. There's that car. Oh, it looks like that car had a little bit of help getting there. The car on the inside, I believe, tapped them, and that caused the car to lose control there. So my only concern there, Greg, is that when they pulled that car back out of the racetrack, how much gravel came on with it, and as it pulled away, it's probably right in the track out area of where you would normally go if you were coming through turn 1. All the drivers saw it there and probably are anticipating that problem, hopefully. That could be a little sketch as they come back through the first time under green flag conditions here.
Yeah, and Brian, for those drivers, there are not drivers, but those viewers that are just joining us, you'll notice that there's a considerable area of dry pavement starting to form, at least in some portions of the track. There, certainly on the back straight, as only the very edges of the track now are showing that kind of sheen, that darkest sheen from all of the precipitation and humidity that we had early on. And you see here coming through 10A and 10B, though, still just maybe a single dry line coming up. Same thing going into turn at number 1 as we saw those cars come together. But the pace car now heading onto the pit lane. Brian, back to you for the restart.
As we get ready to get going here again, here they come. That's Danny Stain up front. Right behind him is Mike Taylor. Danny Stain had such a big jump that when we had the first lap through there, I thought Mike Taylor was in the lead because Danny Stain was already out of our view. But that's not the case. Another big jump early here for Stain. Mike Taylor pushing them up over, right behind him, over the top of the hill here. Danny Stain already with a 6-7 car length lead.
Yeah, indeed. And, like I said early on, Brian, is, Taylor did have an incredibly good start out of that Jesse Prather Motorsports engine and was able to get around Stain early on. But Stain, who really prides in putting in these hero laps to start these races off, it was key to him to get around the more powerful Acura motor coming before he got out of turn 7. He was able to do that and obviously has the lead. A little bit further back in the pack now, we've got basically 12 cars all together, and then there's a little bit of a gap back to now Jim Schlechter in the number 75, the red, white, and blue Nissan. He's got Mike Ryan, Randall Joe, Bruce Allen, Jorge Nazario, Michael Reese, all up there with him. As we've got now, that is the Sewell Acura Integra. Ooh. That has now gone off. That is the number 48 car, the Tallahassee, Florida driver. Looks like he's going to retire now, Brian, after a lap and a half.
With 19 and a half minutes to go, your first place car is in T3. Why do I have T3 up here? I apologize, folks. Danny Stain is still your leader, then Mike Taylor, and then it's David Helfiner.
Yeah,
here they come. Look at that big. Danny Stain's just driving away, Greg.
Well, that's what he does. And, he's got a very well-balanced car. We talked about during the Spec Miata race how he gets a lot of time in the rain here. The fact that it's a rear-wheel drive car, you think that maybe the front-wheel drive machines might have an advantage. It just is not the case. Now, taking a look here, David Fiorelli in the STU Ford Mustang, he's your STU leader, seems to be a little bit off the pace right now. When he crossed the line, he was running 7th overall, having started 4th, but he was starting to get swallowed up by some of those MX-5s that are running in STL. Now, you mentioned Dave Palfinier. Great story about Dave, and Brendan and I were talking about it a little bit yesterday, that David comes to us from Sao Paulo, Brazil, and he comes up to the U.S. about 5 times a year. And the reason he comes up is he comes up to race in the SCCA and go road racing. And he's got a great history. He used to actually sponsor both Formula One, Brazilian Formula One, and IndyCar drivers back in the early 90s. And one driver in particular, Andre Ribeiro, was one of the IndyCar drivers that he sponsored, set him up at a track day in an F3 machine down in Sao Paulo, and he was absolutely hooked, and he's been racing ever since. And like I said, he comes up here multiple times. This is where he thinks there's the best tin top action, and great to have David. He is currently now, Brian, look at this. He's challenging Mike Taylor for second, pardon me.
There he is, right on his tailpipe there as they come down towards turn 1. Will he take the chance to pop out now and make the move? No, not quite close enough, but he is getting a little closer and closer every lap. Your top 2 cars here in STL.
And Brian, go ahead.
I was just going to say, a very nice dry line starting to form over most of the racetrack, so that bodes well for the rest of the afternoon.
Okay, and David Fiorelli continuing to have trouble in the Ford Mustang as they come through turn number 1. You see him hanging all the way out to the left-hand side, driver's left. He now gets overtaken by Jim Schlechter, who is going to move up to second in STU. Not sure what is going wrong with that Mustang. But I will tell you that it is most likely one of the EcoBoost cars. It is not like, you're not going to find a 5-liter Mustang here in STU. I believe and I mean, there's a possibility he might be might have made the wrong tire choice. But you can see here he is definitely finding a challenge. And if he did go out on wet tires, Brian, as some of the folks in our chats seem to think, it's going to be very difficult to make those tires last through an entire race.
Definitely, that is the case. The telltale sign that he is on wets would be if we were to see him going and trying to find wet parts of the racetrack to get those tires to cool down a little bit. And we haven't seen that just yet. But that is the case as it is with 15 minutes and 15 seconds to go here. A rapidly drying racetrack. And these heavier production-style cars are able to dry out the track even faster than the cars that we had earlier in the day. So all of that is good news here. We've got a pass for position there going into turn 10. That looks like it's a black Miata. That doesn't really narrow it down much for me.
It's one of many, Brian. Now, I was just taking a look at the 25 machine. And that is Alfonso Diaz driving one of the Toyota GR86 Cup cars. Just made a pass on Chris Childs. I think they're coming up to the top of the hill should be actually coming through turn 3 right now. But that will move Diaz up to 6th. They move Childs back to 7th. Childs, like I said, we thought he had some engine issues Yesterday, the car was emitting a bit of smoke. That's the black number 7 machine. He's black number 7 Miata. He's right back behind the white GR86 Cup car that I think is already gone out of our view. But we'll see if he can do any better. That was Jim Schlechter that we were just watching there, running 10th. So a couple cars back from where we were looking originally.
That is
and
also,
actually, there they are. There's Childs, Brian, and Diaz coming through 7.
That was Childs and Diaz, not for position. Diaz is your race leader in STU with Schlechter 14 or so seconds back at the time. So there's a big gap there in that. Third place at STU is David Fiorelli and then Michael Reese. Those are your 4 cars right now. Jorge Nazario is in 5th, although I don't know that he's on the racetrack at the moment.
Yeah, we're showing Nazario as only having completed 2 laps, much like John Sewell in the Acura Integra. I did not see that car come down the pit lane. And the only car I show with our electronic system is stopped on course or near course is the 48 of John Sewell.
Danny Stain has opened up an 11-second lead in STL. He is ahead of Mike Taylor. There is Stain, and you're going to wait to see Mike Taylor come around the corner here, and it will show you how far back he is. Look at that, all the way there. But David Pulfinaire is not giving up the ghost here. Still very much in contention for second place here, and there they are. We'll keep an eye on this. This is kind of the best battle anywhere on the racetrack right now, both battling for second spot on the podium. As I think I mentioned briefly earlier, this car was just a bare tub about 4 weeks ago after a big wreck at Sebring. That would be the Mike Taylor car that's up front. He had to move all the stuff over to that car, and he has just really done a good job with that, obviously, and having a great time right now trying to hold off Pulfinaire. Here they come downhill through 12 here with 12 and a half minutes to go. Greg, this is probably a good time as any to do a call to the grid and take our break, and we'll get us all to the end.
All right, let's do that, Brian. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 drivers, you may now start heading to the grid. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more action from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995, and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
More bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at EnjoyMaza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. 8 minutes, 45 seconds to go here in our first race after lunch. Real quick, let's reset the top three in each class. Danny Stain is in first, Mike Taylor second, Dave Pelfiner third in STL. In STU, it's Alfonso Diaz, James Slechta, and David Fiorelli, your top three in STU, Greg.
All right, Brian. And speaking of STU, and speaking of the 190 Mustang of Fiorelli, been watching him a little bit more during our commercial break, and I think that the prior analysis, and not to contradict our associate producers in the chat, I think has very little to do with wet weather tires at this point. The car is looking very much off pace in a straight line, but most importantly, and I think probably the most telling, is in sections of the track where there are still some damp portions. For example, on the front straight here, we are seeing Fiorelli now head back to the paddock. But I was going to say, we've been seeing him keep the car on the dry portions of the track, but the 190 car has now retired and head back to the paddock. So that is now going to move Michael Reese in his Honda S2000, the number 69 car. Will move him up into third position.
So there was a car there that had spun there at the exit of the first part of the turn 10 chicane, and not quite sure who that was.
Brian, it's pretty clear that was David Palfinier, who was challenging for second with Mike Taylor. Just went a little deep on the brakes, lost the back end of the car, and put it around. And that is now going to move David Palfinier, that blue number 40, back into 8th position.
Good news then
in his Mazda MX-5 up to 3rd, and Hines up to 4th.
I say that's really great news for Mike Taylor. That is going to make it for him, as long as all goes well, an easy 6 minutes and 30 seconds left in this race. All he has to do is keep the car on the racetrack right now, because the gap back to Austin Hill is tremendous right now. Waiting for Austin Hill to come across the line so we can actually see what the gap is, but it is a whole lot. 50 seconds, so it's 30 seconds back to Austin Hill between second and third place. So that's good news for Mike Taylor. He can kind of cruise it home now for the last 6 minutes, as long as he doesn't have any issues with that car. Alfonso Diaz is in first. He's got a big lead also over James Slechta, and it's 16 seconds. And then back to David Fiorelli. That now is more than a lap back, I believe.
Yeah, indeed. And so, Brian, I'm trying to track down what appears to be the closest battle on track at the moment, and I believe it's Randall Joe and Mike Ryan, both in STL Mazda Miatas, who I believe have just both been lapped by Danny Stain. And they're coming down turn 12 right now onto the front straight. Here they come. Again, this is the battle for 9th, and they have had to do a lot of watching the mirrors. They're going to have Mike Taylor probably get to them by the time they get to turn 5 in just a moment. You see him and the Slechta Nissan running side by side going down into turn 1. But you were mentioning Mike Taylor in that Acura Integra. That is the car that he now refers to as Squirrel 4. It is the second Integra they were preceded by two EG 92 to 95 Honda Civic coupes that he has unfortunately had to go through. But Mike was sending me updates over the last couple of weeks. Pretty much, he started the breakdown of the Integra that had issues. And that issue being the wall at the beginning of the back straight at Sebring. It was hurt awfully badly. Have been sending me pictures of the initial breakdown, and then after that moving everything over I think 3 weeks ago, this new car had a cage put in, and the very first time it put wheels on a racetrack was earlier this week, and it was very quick out of the gate. He was very fast in qualifying yesterday. Obviously, we're seeing quite a bit more from Danny Stain in race pace, but Taylor is going very quickly. We've got another car coming down the pit lane right now, and it's the 165 machine of Jorge Nazario. So it looks like, and he was already, I believe, 4 or 5 laps down. So it looks like he's going to be taking his car back to the paddock. His day is done. Something sounded a little off on that machine. And I believe we've got one of the GR86 cars making its way down the pit lane here as well. And that is the number 25 machine. And that was our STU leader coming down the pit lane, right, Brian, and he is taking his car back to the paddock. That is now going to move, and I know that this is going to really excite a friend of mine, Murphy Nichols, back in Frederick, Maryland, as he is a member of Alien Force Racing and actually races in ITS, one of Jim Schlechta's old Nissan 300 CXs. But Jim Schlechta, he is your new STU leader. With David Fiorelli, David Fiorelli in the 190 car, he's already retired, and I think that leaves Michael Reese a lap down as the 2 remaining STU cars.
And there is Mike Taylor trying to work his way around the Randall Joe Mike Ryan battle here. He's got no reason to push hard around these groups because he's got such a big gap, so he can get around that on the straightaway here without any issues and not affect the race for 9th place there, and he will do that. He'll probably get both cars here by the time they get to turn 10, and he will be able to move on. But that was that battle you were talking about earlier, the Randall Joe Mike Ryan battle that we were just seeing there. A little bit more of a gap there, and that's the battle for 9th place.
So what I think, and Ryan, I'm going to try to get you to it here. Now, the battle for 3rd in STL is starting to pick up and close down a little bit. We've got Austin Hill in his NC Miata, the 08 machine. We've got Chuck Hines also in an NC Miata. It's like Kermit the Frog green. It's the number 57 car. And the last time by, Chuck Hines was almost 2 full seconds faster than Austin Hill. Gap was still about 10 car lengths when I saw them come by here on the front straight. We'll try to track, and actually here they come down the hill. And I believe now that is Chuck Hines crossing the stripe. And I think, let me double check this, but I think Hines indeed gets around Austin Hill. So move Chuck Hines up in the 3rd.
Yep, Hines in 3rd, Hill in 2nd, Chris Childs in 5th, I'm sorry. Adrian Comstock is in 6th. Well, that's the way they're playing out right now. Still Danny Stain with a 34-second lead. He is hashtag checked out. White flag is going to be out at the start-finish line. Here he comes, Danny Stain. You see cars behind him, but those cars are back markers, and Stain has made his way around those, so he's got about 2 minutes to go, 1 minute and 40 seconds to go before he gets to the checkered flag here.
You know, Brian, I don't like using the term back marker. And it implies that we have racers that maybe aren't pushing very hard, and I think it's very true in this case. I mean, Danny Stain has been absolutely dominant in this race, but one of those back markers that he just passed, that was the number 7 Mazda Miata of Chris Childs, who was running 5th overall. And the lap before, there's Childs, and the lap before, Stain had put David Paulfinier a lap down. And so Stain is now lapped up to fit up as high as 5th position here with a lap remaining. And the only drivers that he has in front of him that he has not gotten to are Austin Hill, Chuck Hines, and Mike Taylor, who's running 2nd overall.
And just a tremendous run for Danny Stain here. And James Schlechta, we should just mention, he is your 1st place car in STU, with Michael Reese being your 2nd place car in STU. So that's the 2 cars left on the track right now in STU as Danny Stain completes his final lap here at Road Atlanta. Here he comes right now through turn 10A and 10B. He'll be up over the hill and then down that fast-paced turn 12, all by his lonesome. Trying to make this sound exciting, Greg. Danny Stain for the win.
That's right. Your STL winner, Danny Stain. And we're going to have to wait a little bit for Mike Taylor because I think, as you mentioned, he was somewhere along the lines of about 30 seconds in arrears. Meanwhile, coming across the line behind Danny Stain, Chris Childs, as well as Dave Paulfinier. Childs runs his fastest lap of the race, as does Adrian Comstock in the number 5 machine. Who's going to finish 7th in class. And there is Mike Taylor coming through 10A and 10B up to the Fox Factory Bridge for the last time, Brian.
Yep, that's the truth. Coming down the hill, all he has to do is negotiate this corner, which he will do without any problems under the bridge with the checkered flag. He is your second place finisher here, 42.9 seconds behind your leader. So I'm sure that with a little bit more time and some effort, not effort, but a little more time and some tuning on that car, Mikey Taylor will be able to get that car a little bit closer to Danny Stain at the end of one of these races. But that's a great race car and a great race car driver that won this race.
Indeed. All right, so let's quickly run down, as we mentioned, STL, Stain, Taylor, Chuck Hines will finish in 3rd. He's out of Cameron, North Carolina. Austin Hill from Frankfort, Ohio will finish 4th. Dave Paulfinier will finish in 5th. If we move over to STU, it was difficult, Brian, to find your winner and even finishers, as Jim Schlechter takes the win in his Nissan. He's listed out of Moab, Utah now, spent a lot of time in the Washington, D.C. area. Michael Reese will finish 2nd in his Honda S2000, and that was and Reese finishes a lap down. We should mention Michael Reese was the driver that was in the gravel trap at turn 1 on our opening lap, and I think that's a sweet redemption for him, coming in 2nd, finishing 3rd, 3 laps down, having retired from the lead, Alfonso Diaz. David Fiorelli will finish 4th. Jorge Nazario will finish in 5th. All right, so let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid, Brian, for our next group and take a quick little break. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 6, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in a few moments. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. All right, so let's take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
We are back at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. 3 races left to go today, 8 more tomorrow. The next one up is Spec Racer Ford, and Greg, you've got our starting lineup.
Indeed, I do, Brian. We had 40 drivers set qualifying times yesterday and today. I'll give you the top 30 here. And we're going to start off with Sean DeCold starting in 30th position. He's in the number 56 machine. He is from West Union, South Carolina. Judson Holt is going to start 29th. He's in the number 188 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, with Steve Clifton starting 28th. He drives the 04 car. Scott Monroe, he's in the 00. He starts 27th, with Jean-Luc Liverato, longtime prototype racer, going and giving Spec Racer Fords a run this season. He starts 26th in the number 8 machine. He's from Atlanta, Georgia. William Hendricks will start 25th. He's in the 101 car, with Joseph Malley starting 24th. He drives the 199. Matt Gray will start 23rd. He's in the 64 car, with Thomas Weir starting 22nd in the number 10 machine. Trey Ayers, good to see Trey back. He is racing once again this season in that blue and yellow number 7 machine. He starts 21st today. He's from Gainesville, Georgia. Charlie Rogers will start 20th. He's in the number 21 machine, with Arvid Albanese. That's Trey Ayers' teammate. He starts 19th in the 77. Mark Greb will start 18th in the 71 car, with Connor Roberts. He's driving the 46 machine. He starts 17th. Michael Perotti will start 16th in the 97 car, with Cooper Travis driving the number 32. He's out of Matthews, North Carolina, starts 15th. Todd Vanacore, saw him a little bit earlier today in his Prototype 1 machine. He now moves over to the Spec Racer Ford, and he is in the 119 car, starting 14th. Josh Hansen will start 13th today. He's in the number 44 machine. He is out of Burlington, Wisconsin. Jace Petty finished 5th at the runoffs this past year, and I believe he's only 15 years old. Brian, he starts 12th today. He drives the 02 car. Rob Clifton, he's going to start 11th. He's in the 33, with John Green starting 10th. He's driving the number 29 car. He's from Gainesville, Georgia. James Goffrey will start 9th. He's in the number 68 car. He's from Jupiter, Florida, with Evan Slater in the 187. Evan is starting 8th today. He's from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Russ Turner will start 7th. He's in the number 23 car. He's out of Montpelier, Virginia, with Richard Baldwin. We just saw Richard in his Nissan just a few moments ago. He is going to start 6th in the number 25 machine. He's from Covington, Louisiana. Denny Stripling comes to us from McKinney, Texas. He is starting 5th. He's in the 141 car. And then two-time national champion Bobby Sack, he is starting on the outside of row number 2 in the number 19 car, in a car with a brand new motor put into that yesterday, I believe day before yesterday. Had some engine issues in practice. Starting on the inside of row number 2, Brian, it is your Jim Fitzgerald Award winner for 2023, your SCCA Rookie of the Year, Morgan Burkhardt, out of Charlestown, West Virginia. And then your front row, another two-time national champion, Clay Russell, out of Spartanburg, South Carolina. He's driving the number 31 machine. And your pole sitter, driving the number 4 Carrier air conditioning machine from St. Louis, Missouri, with a qualifying time of 1:33.956, Grant Vogel.
Fast cars, fast drivers at the front of this field. 40-plus cars here this weekend, and it is going to be fun to watch, Greg, as they come down the back straight here and get ready to get this thing underway. It will be a good race here.
All right, as we've got the field now behind the safety car, making their way down the back straight still. Oh, like Elvis, all strung out there as they come down the hill and are breaking the turn 10.
All shook up.
Safety, yeah. There's that. They're all strung out and shook up as the safety car, that Aston Martin, bringing the field now up underneath the Fox Factory Bridge as the starter is looking the field over. Brian, we've got Vogel, we've got Russell on the front row as they pick up the pace. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Jumping to the early lead and coming across the bow of Clay Russell, Grant Vogel in that black and red machine. He is your leader heading up the hill. Morgan Burkhardt in the Apple Motorsports black and red machine, also the number 2 car. He also, I think, stepped around Clay Russell. Let's take a look as they start to come down the hill. No, now Clay Russell moves to the lead. Morgan Burkhardt slots into second, and then Grant Vogel, our pole sitter, falls back into 4th position. Then Bobby Sack and Denny Stripling, Brian.
Oh, a big...
And that, wow, Clay Russell.
That car was full-on wrecked, Greg, and was able to collect it.
You know, I saw Clay Russell win a national championship racing at VIR with one hand, as he had a broken wrist. If he could do that, he could save that car, and he did. But what that has done now is it has allowed Morgan Burkhardt to move into the lead. Started 3rd. He was your 2nd fastest driver in the wet qualifying this morning. And remember, Burkhardt was your pole sitter at the national championship runoffs, had mechanical issues and could not finish the race. But for the moment, that new car is, and it had some mechanical issues, I think, earlier in the year when we first saw him at Homestead. But so far early on, looks strong, but under braking now, coming back and retaking the lead. It is Clay Russell. Burkhardt trying to do the over-under as they come up to the bridge, and they've got they've got Grant Vogel and Bobby Sack in very close proximity as they come down the front straight.
Oh, there was another almost wrecked by Clay Russell there coming off turn 12. He was able to collect it there, but he got cars going underneath him as they head down towards turn 1.
Yeah, and that was the same driver. That was Clay Russell, and that is such a horrible place to drop a wheel because, well, there's a big concrete wall all of about 10 feet away from the edge of that track, but he gathered it back up, and it is now sitting at the front of the field. It's Burkhardt, it's Russell, and it looks as though Richard Baldwin in the number 25 machine, Brian, may have managed to work his way up. That is that multicolored car currently sitting in 3rd. And then we've got Bobby Sack in the blue and silver number 19 directly behind. So Baldwin making up 2 positions. And I think we just saw Denny Stripling in the 141 machine drop back a number of spots. He was running in 6th, and we saw him offline coming through turn 3.
So just like last time, Morgan Burkhardt comes out of 7 in the lead with Robeson, Clay Russell right behind him, and wondering if, just like last time, there'll be another pass going into 10 here. This is almost like rinse repeat type situation. Oh, and a car with either a motor or tire rub.
And we have a couple cars. That is the 64 machine that was off over at turn number 6. That was Matt Gray out of Shaksa, Minnesota. And the machine that we just saw with a lot of tire smoke coming off the outside, I believe that is James Goffrey in the 68 machine. We'll try to get a bead on that. I'm seeing Stripling drop down, but Grant Vogel in that number 4 machine, he is continuing to drop through the order. Our pole sitter, Brian, still has not completed lap number 2.
So unlike last lap, Robeson Clay Russell not able to get around Morgan Burkhardt. Burkhardt able to keep the point out for one more lap, but Russell has not given up on this thing at all. No, and so we got the beat on Vogel, and maybe it was Vogel that we saw running off pace. Oh, and we've got another car off coming through turn 5, and that is the 33 machine. Just ran wide there. Gravel trap caught him. Yep, that was Rob. Oh, and there's another car. And so I think what we're seeing, Brian, especially as the track appears, that's Brian Schofield, who started off towards the very back of the pack today. Schofield did not have a time set in qualifying, and he is also a national champion in his own right, started 42nd, and he had, by the end of lap number 2, had moved up quite a bit. I'll try and get, he had actually moved up to 25th position. So it made up almost 15 positions in the first 2 laps. Looks like he's going to lose some more, though, with that off out of turn 5. And we were getting word that there might be some fluid or something down between turns 5 and 6 that could be affecting those drivers' runs coming out of turn 5. As our leaders cross the start-finish line, starting at lap number 4, it's Burkhardt, it is Baldwin, Bobby Sack with a new motor in the car. He just ran the fastest lap. About 0.3 faster than our leader. cars involved there. That's William Hendricks in the 101 car and Matt Gray in the 64. That explains the smoking on the black car earlier in the race, but both of those cars were at least able to continue away from that, although I don't know they were able to continue deep into this race.
Also moving up now, Evan Slater, who started 8th, Brian. He is now up in the 4th position. The very first Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 race that Evan Slater ran. Oh, and we've got another car off with a local caution over at turn number 6. You can see it right there. That is the 101 machine that is off. And trying to get a beat on that is William Hendricks. But I think Hendricks has been there for a while because I show him as having only completed 1 lap.
Well, and another big thing here, Robeson Clay Russell down to 41st place here, and that is a big change. He was fighting for the lead with Morgan Burkhart. Now Morgan Burkhart out front, Richard Baldwin in 2nd, but Robeson Clay Russell is apparently out of this race, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And so it's the other Russell, Russ Turner, now who moves up into 6th position. He's still about, 10, 12 car lengths back from the blue and silver 187 of Evan Slater. But now look at this, side by side, Brian, coming into turn number 1. It is Bobby, that is actually Bobby Sack going down the inside of Morgan Burkhart, and he's going to take over the lead from the number 2 machine. And I was going to say, Sack, having run these fast laps, that is a brand new engine in that car. He blew 2 engines last season, including at the runoffs, and had a brand new motor go on him here at the during the practice day. But we've got the safety car standing up at the end of the pit lane. Looks like the Aston Martin is going to make another appearance, and there we go, going full course caution here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
And that's why we're full course caution here. This 101 car, they're going to want to get that car out of here because if one car can get there, another car can, and that's the reason for the full course caution here, Greg. Morgan Burkhart is our leader, Bobby Sack 2nd, Richard Baldwin 3rd, Greg. Why don't we take our break and get it out of the way during this full course caution, and hopefully we'll have green flag action all the way to the end here. Stay with us, everybody.
Tension in the paddock. First call to the grid for Group 7, GT1, GT2, and GT3, American Sedan, Touring 1, and GTX. Race group number 7, GT1, GT2, GT3, Touring 1, American Sedan, and GTX. Please start heading to the grid.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
And welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, everybody, where we are getting a bird's eye view, close-up view of the attempts to get the number 101 machine of William Hendricks out of the gravel trap. Brian, in the chat, we've got a number of people saying that with that color car, he needs that UOP sponsorship. As long as it doesn't go flying down the front straight at Road Atlanta on its roof, I think we're okay with it. But wanted to make a quick correction here. Your leader currently is Bobby Sack. Got around Morgan Burkhardt just before we went to full course caution. And so it's Sack, Burkhardt, Baldwin, Evan Slater. And I was, before all this mayhem started, Brian, I was talking about Evan Slater, who is now, I think, let me see if I have the info on him or not, if he's sent me any recent info. But the first time that I met Evan Slater and his parents was here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for, I believe it was the 2021 Super Tour, where Evan was 15. He was actually 14 when he went out to qualify, and was 15 in his first race and put the car on the podium in his very first race on his birthday here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. He's gone on to race, I think, some Trans Am 2, TA2, and some other series as well. But neat to have him back here as we're finally getting this car rolling, and hopefully we'll get Mr. Hendricks back underway and we can go back to green flag racing here, as we now have just about half of this 25-minute race complete. We're now just under 12 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the clock.
You could see how deep that car was in the gravel when they pulled it out. It was 3-4 inches deep, if not more. And as they started to pull it away, it kind of leveled out. It was almost like a boat on plane
Yes.
at that moment, and then it came to level. So they should be able to hopefully get that out and get those cars out of the way and clear it. We may end up having to have one more lap here, but hopefully once the cars cycle through here, turn 6 and 7, and they should hopefully be able to get this thing all wrapped up here, get these cars out of the way, and maybe go back this lap, but probably one more lap after this one is my guess.
Yeah, well, as we can see, they've obviously got the car now out of the gravel trap, as the safety car is bringing the field through turn 6 and over turn 7. If the Hendricks machine has not already continued, and we can't really see if it's back behind this flatbed here or not, but the emergency services vehicles could poke back behind the wall just past the corner station there at turn number 7.
Right.
Or they could just go down the back straight towards the pit area. But again, assuming they don't still have that 101 car under tow, they should be able to just continue on. And I would think that, given that they've been stationary there since before the field came out of turn 5, they probably don't have the 101 car with them any longer.
Yeah, and I believe that the home base for that particular wrecker is down at turn 10, so they should be able to skittle down to 10 without any issues and get going. You can see it's starting to wrap up its tow rope there, and once they get that together, if it all goes well, and there's the car driving off, probably leaving a whole bunch of gravel in its wake.
Thankfully he's driving offline there, coming through turn 7. Yeah, he has no worries about going over the scales and being underweight right now, Brian.
Sure.
At least it's easier to get the gravel out of a Spec Racer 4.3 than, as we were talking this morning, all that red Georgia clay. So consider his cleanup a little bit easier today. But Brian, the lights are still on the safety car. And so we should be doing at least one more lap under caution here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Our racers will be completing lap number 7 with Bobby Yep, with Bobby Sack, your leader in that silver and black number 19 machine. Morgan Burkhardt running second in the number 2 black and red. Richard Baldwin in the Juicy Fruit car running in third. He's in the 23 machine. Evan Slater running in fourth. Russ Turner now working his way up into 5th position with James Goffrey, who's been a race winner here in Spec Racer Ford at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. He is running 6th. John Green, John Hansen, Connor Roberts, and Jace Petty out of Oakland, Illinois. As you mentioned, Jace finished in the top 10. Actually, I think finished 5th at the runoffs this past year at Virginia International Raceway.
So my guess is we're going to end up going back to green with right around 7, maybe 7.5 minutes left to go in this race. That should be about 4 laps maybe or so, and it is going to be pretty fast and furious. You've got 4 or 5 guys up front who know they can win it from this position here, and then of course you've got all the folks in the back vying for points and position as well. So hold on to your drinks and tighten your seatbelts, folks. This is going to be fun.
That's right. All right, Brian, real quick, before we go green, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 7, GT1, 2, and 3, American Sedan, T1 and GTX. Race group number 7, GT1, GT2, and GT3, American Sedan, Touring 1, and GTX. Please start heading to the grid. As we see, Brian, a number of the drivers here trying to get some heat back in the tires, putting on a little bit of the weave there. There's Brian Schofield with that blue and silver machine, probably the most dramatic of the folks here weaving, at least coming down into turn 6. And there are 2 things that this tells me. 1, these drivers don't think they've got enough heat in the tires, and 2, the track is dry enough there that they're not worried about looping the car behind the safety car.
Between 1st and 6th place, we have 5 national championships there. You also have Morgan Burkhardt, who started up front at the runoffs last year. So this is going to be fun to watch. I'm looking forward to this.
Indeed.
About 7 minutes to go. Looks like we're going to be right around 6 minutes to go when we get the green flag. And that's going to be 4 laps, I'm guessing.
Yeah, at a little bit over a minute and a half per lap. That should, put us right at about 4 laps.
Yeah.
All right, lights are out on the pace car, Brian, as that beautiful Aston Martin leads the field up to the Fox Factory Bridge. And as they crest the top of the hill and start to come down through turn number 12, green flag is in the air, and Bobby Sack is going to lead them down into turn 1. What does Morgan Burkhardt have for Bobby Sack? At the moment, he's just going to stay in line. And, Brian, we talk all the time about strategy. Is these drivers now, they're not going to have time at the front of the field to really break away from the rest of the field and fight it out at the end. We're looking right now at like almost 6 cars in line, 7 cars in line that all have a chance. Sack, Burkhardt, Baldwin, Slater, Russ Turner, James Goffrey. And before we went yellow, we had John Green leading a second pack. And you can see there's a second little gap starting to open up already coming through the S's.
As is often the case, I think the situation here is try to stay as close to the leader as possible and then make the pass for the lead as late as possible. But right now, Morgan Burkhardt needs to make sure Bobby Sack doesn't drive away. About a 1 car length gap between the 2 at the moment, but there's still a lot of racing action left here.
Yeah, and we should mention that this is Burkhardt's very first event at the real-life Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Got tons and tons of time in the sim and Spec Racer Ford, but he's been pretty fast right out of the gate. We saw he was working with Denny Stripling during the practice day on Thursday, and has been very quick in the 2 qualifying sessions as well. As we see a little bit further back in the pack, Arvin Albanese as well as Trey Ayers, the 77 and the 70. They're back in 20th. Wow, as we see now already Cars side by side working their way through turns 10A and 10B. And wow, falling back a little bit now, Brian, is Richard Baldwin falling back in the 6th position, and John Green was right there beside him. John Green in the number 29 machine, battling it out for 6th position. But, you know, you mentioned it wouldn't be good for Morgan Burkhardt to let Bobby Sack get away. And Bobby probably carried a good couple more miles an hour down through turn 12 that time by. He now opens up a 3-car length lead over Morgan Burkhardt as they come through that compression and go through turn 5.
Yeah, Baldwin got just a little wide coming out of 10 and got up on the wet painted area, which probably still isn't completely dry yet, and 5 cars drove right past him up under the bridge and then down the hill. With 4 laps or 4 minutes to go here in this race. Right now, the good news for Morgan Burkhardt, he's got some folks behind him, which might help push him back up to the rear end of Bobby Sack. Bobby Sack, you can see, doing a little weaving on the back straight, trying to break that draft and just get a little further away so he can have an easier drive to the end. That may or may not work here, especially considering now there's cars 3 wide, 2 wide, 3 wide going into 10.
Yeah, indeed, Brian, and we saw Morgan Burkhardt move to the inside to driver's left, coming down the hill under braking, going into turn 10A. And we've got another car off into the gravel here at 10A, and that may be enough. If it doesn't bring out a local caution, brings out a full course caution, we may find ourselves ending this race under caution. But Brian, when Burkhardt came down the inside, it wasn't to make a pass on Sack, it was to protect the inside from Evan Slater, who has now moved up into 3rd position, got around Russ Turner. So move the 187 car now up into a podium paying position, move Russ Turner back into 4th. Richard Baldwin in the 25 car now falls back, but let's see, Burkhardt now only a half a car length back from the number 19 car as they come through turn number 5 over the crest now and make the run down to that heavily cambered turn number 6, where they're going to have to set up for the most difficult turn on this course. If we could see them now coming into, here we go, coming through turn 7. And again, Bobby Sack, he's going to try to break that draft. He's got 2, maybe 2.5 car lengths on Morgan Burkhardt, and as strong as the draft is here, Brian, I don't know if that is something that Burkhardt's going to be able to push up to. Because we're getting word now from race control that we are going to see the checkered flag this time by.
All right, so they're going to let him race into turn 10 one last time. Greg, take us all the way to the finish, my friend.
All right, and here they come into 10A. They've got the local caution there. They can't make a pass going into 10A. They have to wait till they come up the hill. And as they do, Bobby Sack, he's got that car length and a half advantage as he comes through turn 12 for the very last time and taking the checkered flag and the win here on Saturday at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's Bobby Sack. Morgan Burkhardt will finish 2nd. Evan Slater, who started in 8th position, he will finish in 3rd. Russ Turner finishes just off the podium in 4th. Richard Baldwin will finish in 5th. Josh Hansen will finish in 6th. John Green, Jace Petty, James Goffrey, Todd Vanacore, and as you can see, we had a car that is Arvid Albanese in the number 77 machine that has gone off and had a pretty substantial impact there after the checkered flag. That's Trey Ayers' teammate, and that doesn't look good.
Yeah, he went off on the exit of 12. He got 2 or 3, got 2 wheels off, maybe even 4. And then when he tried to collect it, he caught it just the right way, coming back onto the pavement and shot him right across into that inside wall.
Wow, and so we've got emergency services vehicles responding to that, but that is going to wrap up our Spec Racer Ford race. Brian, let me do this. Let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 7, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, American Sedan, and T1. Race group 7, GT1, 2, and GT3, GTX, American Sedan, and Touring 1. Please head to the grid. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. 2 more races today here at the Super Tour. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Race 7 of the day about to go underway. GT1, GT2, GT3, A Sedan, T1, GTX. Gregg Ginsberg, you have our starting lineup.
All right, and these are the ground pounders. We're going to again do a split start here, Brian, with our GT cars in one group, our touring and American sedan cars in another. Let's start with the touring and American sedan racers, where we had 8 drivers. Starting 8th, driving the number 127 Touring 1 BMW, is Jonathan Vasquez. Gary Crook is starting 7th. He's in the 41 T1 Chevy Corvette. That's that beautiful white C8 Corvette. Stefan Demolin will start 6th. He's in the 09 T1 BMW, with Philip Waters, our sole American sedan racer, starting 5th. He's in the 177 Chevy Camaro. Then we got Paolo Salvatore. He starts 4th. He's in the number 42 Ford Mustang FP350. Then we've got Brian Goodman. He starts 3rd. He's in the number 48 BMW M3. Zach Monette will start 2nd. He's driving the number 91 T1 Chevy Camaro, with Hugh Stewart, our pole sitter for this group, in the number 23 Touring 1 BMW M3. Let's move over now to the GT cars. Starting 22nd, driving the number 76 GT3 Pontiac Sunbird, it's Andrew Lott. Wayne Hewer is going to start 21st. He's in the number 77 GT2 Chevy Monte Carlo. Then we've got Patrick Paul starting 20th. He's in the number 45 GT2 Chevrolet Camaro TA2 car. Then we got Richard Grant starting 19th. He's in the number 30 GT1 Chevy Camaro, with Tony Cook starting 18th. He's in the number 63 GT2 Chevy Camaro TA2 car. Brianna Ogden will start 17th. She's driving the number 14 GTX McLaren 570X. Then or 570S, pardon me. Chuck Hurley will start 16th. Chuck is driving the number 95 GT2 Porsche 911 Cup car. Jack Stanford will start 15th. He's in the number 115 GT2 Ford Mustang, also in a Ford Mustang, and driving in GT2. It's Ray Mason. He's in the 82 car. He starts 14th. Starting 13th is Ray Ramirez. Ray is driving a 2017 Porsche 911 with Bailey Monette. Bailey, our 2022 FE2 national champion, driving this weekend in a GT2 Porsche 911. He starts 12th. Jared Odrick, also our reigning GT2 national champion, he starts 11th today. He's racing a GT1 today, however. He's out of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, driving a 2016 Ford Mustang. Ann Doherty, driving in GT2. She's in a Porsche 911 Cup car. She starts 10th, with John Weisberg starting 9th. John is driving the number 11 GT2 Chevy Camaro. Stephen Lustig, starting 8th. He's in the 05 GT2 Chevy Camaro, with Tiger Tom Patton driving, Brian, say it with me, a Sunbeam Tiger, a 1967 Sunbeam Tiger. He is starting 7th. Then Michael Lewis, driving the number 72 GT1 Jaguar XKR, starting in 6th, with Austin Jers starting 5th. Austin is driving the number 31 GT2 Chevy Camaro TA2 car. Barry Bowes, he starts 4th today, outside of row number 2. He's in the number 32 GT2 Ford Mustang, with Joseph Frieda starting on the inside of row number 2. He's in the number 122 GT1 Chevy Corvette. And your front row today, starting 2nd, your GT1 pole sitter, driving the number 3 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 machine. It is Michael McAleenan, and your pole sitter, driving the number 93 Radical SR10 out of Hockton, Virginia, with a qualifying time of 1:22.395. Brian, a big change from the spec Miatas that he's been racing in SCCA recently. Rated nickel, your pole sitter.
That's how they're going to start here. We got another 25-minute race here, followed by one more after this one. Formula 6, Formula F, Formula V is our final race of the day. Great big field for both of those, for that class's race as well. So don't go away after this one's over, folks. Here comes our cars over the hill on the back straight now. So they're beginning that downhill run towards turn 10. They'll start to get... lined up in the traditional SCCA 2x2. very wide variety from the Radical to the McLaren to the Lamborghini to the Sunbeam Tiger.
That's right.
Where do you get that anywhere else?
Not many places at all here, Brian. Of course, we mentioned earlier during qualifying, we've got the two Ogdens, father and daughter, racing here today. We've got Brianna Ogden. We didn't run him down on the grid here. He is starting 25th. Sean Ogden, also in a McLaren 570. Brianna in the kind of burgundy-ish colored one, and Sean in the white one. Lights are out on the pace car, bringing the field up underneath the Fox Factory Bridge, and here they come down the hill, ready for our first start. And as they come around the corner, green flag is in the air, and Raiden Nickel in that Radical jumps to an early lead, and he cuts right across the nose of the McLaren. He's going to take the point as he heads up the hill. Then we've got Austin Jers in his Chevy Camaro getting ahead of Joe Frida's GT1 Camaro. Tiger Tom Patton and Lustig back there, and it looks as though a little bit further back in the pack, Jared Odrick really pushing that Ford Mustang, that GT1 car that he's, I don't know if it's an arrive and buy, but wow, look at that Radical as it just moves around, trying to build up some additional aero grip, Brian, as our second group, our touring cars, coming down down the hill at turn 12, ready to take their start. And green flag for them is in the air. Hugh Stewart jumps to an early lead now over the rest of that touring car field. Zach Monette in that green and black number 99 BMW. Then we've got Brian Goodman as well, Paulo Salvatore, as they all round the corner and head up the hill.
So far, so good for the first lap. Clean racing. Here's our touring cars. 7 of them, I believe, or is it 6? They start to make their way through and down towards the S's, up towards 5, Greg.
Yeah, and it's looking to be pretty clear there as we check now as Raiden Nickel in that Radical opens things up over the GT1 car. But let's stay on this shot here for a moment if we can, as we're looking at the battle for the lead, or probably for second now in GT1 with Joe Frida in the Chevy Corvette. Jared Odrick now they're right behind Joe Frida. They are running second and third in GT1 with Austin Jers and Steve Lustig, your GT2 leaders. Tom Patton about 4 car lengths behind. Great jump on the start, though, from Jared Odrick. Odrick, having started in 11th position, Brian, now finds himself up in 4th overall.
Yeah, not terribly surprising to see the Radical jump out to the big lead at the start of this race, but Michael McAleenan really moving out big with that Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo is really opened up a large lead as well. It's going to make it really hard for the GT1 cars, the Corvette, the Mustang, and the Camaro to get caught up.
Yeah, and of course the Lamborghini, and we saw this Lamborghini first at Sebring a couple weeks ago, Brian, or actually about a month and a half ago. It relies, I mean, it's an FIA GT3 homologated car. It relies very heavily on aero. It is down on horsepower quite a bit from your traditional GT1 cars, but it is, I mean, it does incredibly well. It sticks much better through the corners. He can actually power into corners as opposed to a lot of the traditional GT1 tube frame cars that for some slower corners like turn 7, you have to stay out of the gas and let the car straighten up before you get on the throttle and unleash all that torque. Look at this as Tiger Tom Patton now is leading Caleb Bacon in GT2. They're running 9th and 10th overall. Bacon, though, with a great jump out of the corner, out of turn 12. Not able to get a pass done, however, on Tom Patton. And just ahead, we've got John Weisberg, who I'm sure was a little upset that he couldn't run his STU car, had some oiling issues earlier on today. But Weisberg now behind Jack Stanford there, running 7th and 8th overall.
The GT1 field's now starting to move its way through the slower cars from the touring group, which started a little bit further back in a split start in this group, so those cars already dealing with the slower cars from T1. Yeah. There's the Radical coming through right now. That is Rated Nichols just walking away.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Brian, we are starting to see that our GT field started to work their way through the Touring and American Sedan field. We saw Philip Waters, 177 American Sedan Chevy Camaro, just getting engulfed by GT cars a few moments ago, going into turns 6 and 7 as this big pack now comes underneath the Fox Factory Bridge. You're going to see that they've left that American Sedan very far behind. First car in that group to come down, that was Joe Frieda in the 122 Chevy Corvette, followed by Jared Odrick. They are currently running second and third in GT1 behind McAleenan's Lamborghini, and it is then Jers and Stanford and Lustig. Lustig, a couple car lengths back, currently running in third position in GT2 behind Jers and Stanford. John Weisberg, another 2 car lengths back from there. So still a lot to fight for here in GT2. As we take a look at our GT1 field, and there's that GT2 fight now coming up out of turn number, coming up out of turn number 5. If we take a look for the battle in T1, and not nearly the number of T1 cars came out as we had expected. And coming down the pit lane, we'll get to that T1 fight here in just a moment, but Michael Lewis driving his not the usual Jaguar. Actually, I'm sorry, not the Jaguar, running the GT3 Mazda RX-7 today. He comes down the pit lane. It looks like his day is done. Also, just ahead of him on the pit lane, Brian, is Gian Buffamonte. All 15 years of him in his TA2 Ford Mustang. Looks like he's having his crew take a look at the car. The Lewis machine, the GT3 car, hood is up, crew is taking a look there. But in T1, it is Hugh Stewart now starting to open up a little bit of a lead on Paolo Salvatore. But Salvatore's got that green and black Mustang of Zach Monette, who has so much track time here at Road Atlanta, running in third.
Oh, they got a spinner right there coming out of 7. I believe that is Monette. Possibly.
Oh,
that spot coming out of 7. Sitting there right. Yeah, there's the announcer's curse from Mr. Ginsberg. Thanks,
Sorry,
5G.
Zach.
He is sitting there right there waiting to hopefully get that car started again.
Pray I don't find Brother Bailey.
While we watch this, at some point in time, Ryan, our director, I'd love to get us a shot of that right at turn 5 where the painted patch is, without Greg and I talking, because you could actually hear the cars kind of wind up a little bit when they hit that little bump there. You can hear the motors wind up. It's really kind of cool. When the GT1 cars come through is when I heard it the most. A really, really cool, crank it up kind of sound moment here. Yeah, it's more with the GT1 cars. I heard it when when Frieda and Odrick came over.
Yeah, and we're going to see them in a few moments. They're coming down the front straight now into turn 1. So we'll wait a little bit for them to crest the top of the hill and start to make their way down through the S's.
Here comes the Huracan. But it was the Corvette and the Mustang and the Camaro that I heard it specifically on. They should be coming into our view here just about 10 seconds or so. Here they are. Yeah, that was them right there. It was kind of cool. Yep, 16 and a half minutes to go here. Ray Nickel is your leader in GTX. In GT1, you've got McAleenan, Frieda, and Odrick. In GT2, we've got Jers, Stanford, and Bacon. In GT3, we've got Andrew Lott and Michael Lewis is pulled off in GT3. GTX, we've got Nickel, Ogden, and Ogden. And in T1, we've got Hugh Stewart, Paolo Salvatore, and Brian Goodman, your top 3 there.
Yeah, and that is actually, if we can go to turn 1 Well, I was going to say, if we can go back to turn one, there is going up the... Oh, and we are going to a full course caution. I was just going to say, coming at the crest at the top of turn 3 right now, that is the BMW of Hugh Stewart, our T1 leader. The Ford Mustang directly behind, that is the 42 car of Paulo Salvatore. And Paulo Salvatore was closing things down, but now that we're under full course caution, Brian, he's going to go right up to the back bumper of the 23 machine. We just... As we go full course caution here, we've got the safety car standing up. We have another car down the pit lane, and that is the Pontiac, now the Pontiac Sunbird of Andrew Lott. And so both of our GT3 racers, Brian, I don't want to say that they both retired at this point, because Michael Lewis still has the crew taking a look at his car on the pit lane. But let's do this. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next group, and why don't we take a quick break? We'll come back and bring you all the action here from our Big Boar race from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6. Please head to the grid. Your race, our final race of the day, is next. Race group number 8, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6. Please head to the grid. All right, let's take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a few moments.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
We're back at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Got about at least one more lap under yellow here. Ryan, can you give us the schedule for the rest of the Super Tour? We'll bang through that for a second here. We are at Road Atlanta this weekend. Then we've got a little bit of a break before we head to Virginia International Raceway. And then we've got a whole string of races right till the end of the year. Hallett, Portland, Mid-Ohio back-to-back, then Watkins Glen, and then, of course, the big one, the big kahuna, the Road America June Sprints. That's going to be huge this year because, of course, the runoffs are Road America. That's always a big event, Greg, but it's going to be even bigger.
Yes, absolutely. The Chicago region June Sprints, huge event, normally somewhere close to 350 to 400 cars, and with the runoffs returning to Road America for the first time since 2020, it should be a huge event. So had noticed that the two GT3 cars, Brian, Michael Lewis and our other driver, Andrew Lott, had rejoined the field as we were under full course caution. It looks like Michael Lewis coming back down the pit lane. So whatever might be ailing that car, looks like it maybe was not resolved. Also coming down the pit lane right now, the number 82 machine now, and has the crew taking a look at that car. And that is one of our GT2 entries. That is Ray Mason. And he's got, I think, the Advanced Auto Works team taking a look at that car. Just got word from race control to be going green this next time by.
Yeah, people watching at home might wonder why in a sprint race these cars would go into the pits and work on them for a couple laps and try to come back out. For a lot of these drivers, it's about collecting finishes because that's part of the criteria for getting to the runoffs. And you have to complete half the race laps to be considered a finisher at these races. So it's helpful, even if you can run at the back, if you get the laps in, be classified as a winner, and that helps on the various paths to the runoffs when you have to count finishes in addition to how well you finish.
And just a noticeable comment, Russ Lundberg, RGL Motorsports, says, oh no, Dave Pinteric did not go out. We knew that the Pinteric was, as we spoke to him during one of the qualifying sessions yesterday, had him up in the booth for about 20 minutes. His team was putting a new engine in the number 57 Ford Mustang, and we know earlier today he had requested what's known as a hardship lap so that he could just do a single lap as a quick shakedown to make sure everything was okay. Obviously the car did not make it out for today's race. We'll see if he comes out tomorrow. I don't believe he was able to put in a qualifying time at all this weekend in that number 57 Ford Mustang. Although he saw some good laps, he during the test day put Frank Cottrell, a national champion in the GT1 Mustang. First time that Frank has driven a GT1 car, and as David said, it kind of came to it like a fish to water. Was within I think about a second and a half of the pole time in GT in Trans Am 1 here the last time they ran here at Michelin Raceway. All right, lights are out on the pace car, Brian, and the Aston Martin bringing Raiden Nichols radical up the hill towards Fox Factory Bridge. And we'll see them now coming down the hill. Here they come. Green flag is in the air, and we have just under 8.5 minutes remaining. Oh. And look at this. As we were watching that Touring 1 battle, Brian, going down into turn number 1, Hugh Stewart using the traffic to his advantage for the time being, managed to hold off his main competition, Paolo Salvatore in his Ford Mustang. Salvatore came all the way over to driver's right to try and hold off the GT1 Lamborghini. Your leader in GT1 didn't want the Lamborghini getting between he and Hugh Stewart, and now Stewart's leading that whole field up through turn 5, and Salvatore, he's got like 4 different GT1 cars he now has to deal with.
Yeah, lots of fast and furious action here. 7.5 to go, probably 4 laps. And people try to get these spots right when everyone's bunched together as quick as possible. One of the best places to make up some time here and also try to not let the car get away. But that's exactly what happened, as you said, Greg. Stewart pulling away from Salvatore, not what Salvatore needed right here.
Yeah, and Salvatore's move to hold off one car, put him right in the middle of 4 or 5 of them. It really kind of unfortunate because everybody else just said, oh, it's blocked here to the inside, we'll go around the outside. And here we go, as we now have, it looks like the majority of our GT2 field all jumbled up, coming down the back straight now, going down into the braking zone. But right behind Salvatore, we've got one of our GT2 Mustangs, and I believe, actually, is that one of the Mustangs? No, I think actually that's that was the 18 of Caleb Bacon running second right now in GT2 as they now come down into turn 1.
We probably won't have time to see it now, but I think at the start, Salvatore, I don't know if he was blocking the Huracan as much as I think one of the cars in the front got a really bad restart and was basically stopped in front of him, and if he didn't pull out, he would have just run him over. And that was what it looked like to me, but it caused him to have to fall back a lot from Stewart. And as you can see there, Salvatore is still probably now about 15, 20 car lengths back way back. Oh, we got a car off to the right there. That looks like that's the Pontiac Grand Prix.
Yeah, it's a 77 machine, Brian, and
might be pulling off there to call it a day.
Or 76. I'm sorry.
Oh, there's a car off and into the tire wall right there. Big damage on the side of that car, all torn up.
Yeah, and Brian, we talked about early on how difficult turn 7 is. It may be the slowest corner on the course, but it is a corner that drivers very often get wrong because it is a blind entry, and it looks like that may have been Jack Stanford, our GT2 leader out of Commerce, Georgia, in the 115 Ford Mustang, and he's now trying to limp that car home, coming through turn 10B behind a few of our our Touring 1 drivers. We'll see if he brings that car down the pit lane, but that's going to now move Caleb Bacon in the number 18 Chevy Camaro out of Mooresville, North Carolina, to the lead. And Bacon, as they head up towards turn 3, Bacon's got about 5 car lengths, it looks like, on Austin Jers, also in a TA2 Camaro.
We just saw slide through our screen there the 32 car of Michael Lewis, so they've got the car out enough to turn laps here, and hopefully he can get enough laps to be considered a finisher here as they get to the final moments of this race. 4.5 minutes to go. That'll be probably 3 laps, maybe 2, at least 2 laps next time by.
All right, Brian, real quick, let me make another call to the grid for our final group of the day. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 8, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6. Please head to the grid. Race group 8, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6. Please head to the grid.
You know, I thought to myself earlier in the race when I saw those tires there on the right side of turn 7, I'm like, why do they put tires there? Guess what? I now know why they put tires there, because someone could go in the wall there. Obviously, someone's been there before. That's how tires get to a place on a racetrack.
When you see all that red Georgia clay, Brian, to the left of the exit curbing, you can imagine that not every one of those racers just continued straight on to the back straight.
Apparently not.
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately for the 115 car for Jack Stanford, you found out what happens when you don't. All right, we're watching this battle now coming down the front straight and into turn 1. We were watching before we went to the full course caution in T1. Hugh Stewart, who was under attack by the number 42 Mustang Apollo Salvatore before we went full course caution. Well, again, that restart really cost the Mustang driver as he is now almost 8 full seconds back from Stewart. He's somewhat under attack, though, by Brian Goodman. He's in Goodman's in the red and black BMW, 2 cars behind there. The number 48 machine. That is the battle for second in Touring 1.
And a shout out to Tiger Tom Patton in that Sunbeam Tiger. He's in 5th. A bunch of Camaros in front of him, Mustang and Camaro and a Porsche behind him, hanging in there as they get to the final moments of this race. There he is right there. There is that Sunbeam Tiger. You know, he's been driving that car for so many years, folks. He knows what he's doing with it. And there he is coming up on Michael Lewis. So Michael Lewis definitely off pace, but trying to get through these laps without getting in the way.
All right. Yep, if we can track now, coming down the hill, going into turn number 12, it is, I believe, as they've just crossed the line and going side by side into turn number 1. Well, yeah, actually, I think, yeah, they're already heading up into turn number 3. Okay, and that is Stephen Lustig and John Weisberg. Brian, that is the battle for third, the last step on the podium in GT2, the 2 Camaros. Both racers, and you can tell they're pushing each other hard, just ran their personal best laps of the session, running both about a minute 29 and a half here, as they know that the clock is winding down, only now less than a minute and a half remaining. So when these drivers come by, they will likely, depending on where our overall leader is, likely see, and I'll tell you where our overall leader is. Our overall leader is coming out of turn 12 right now. And so the Lamborghini driver or actually the Lamborghini driver is not our overall leader. What I'm trying to get at is that our GTX leader, Raiden Nickel, the next time he comes to the starter stand, he will get the white flag. But that battle between the two Mustangs, there they are, coming underneath the starter stand and underneath that pedestrian bridge. Great battle here. So they will likely have one more lap to go as they're passing some slower cars up the hill. Lustig, to this point, has been able to hold off John Weisberg. Weisberg just has not been able to find the way around in two very closely prepared cars.
Oh boy, that car got just a little bit loose there, was able to collect it and not go off. That's been a problem spot for a lot of drivers this weekend. All right,
Raiden Nickel coming now out of turn 12, Brian, and wow, look at the drift, even with all that aero there, as Raiden Nickel now starts to work his last lap, his last 2.5 miles here at Michelin Raceway today, as things are now starting to open up just a little bit there between Lustig and Weisberg. And Lustig.
See that car trying to break the draft there, doing a little weaving along the back straight, not really blocking, just trying to break the draft, and it did not work. That car right behind it is right there still.
81 and 31, Jared Odrick and Austin Jers. Yeah, that is, yeah.
There it is right there.
Here comes the fight that we're looking for. Just and now.
Tiger Tom Patton now into fourth.
Yeah, so Tiger Tom Patton now sliding himself between Lustig and John Weisberg. He now moves up into fourth position. That Sunbeam Tiger doesn't have the aero that some of the other cars in GT2 have, but it's a much lighter chassis and has a bit of aero on that rear wing here, and he now manages to get between John Weisberg as the checkered flag is now out, and taking the win here, taking the overall win, is Raiden Nickel.
Two cars off there in 5-1, blocking the track, trying to get out of the way so that we can maybe stay right there in the track out area of the turn 5 in a really rough spot. Hopefully that everyone's able to see a flag maybe in turn 4 to keep Here comes here's Tiger Tom Patton trying to make a move. I believe that's for third place.
Yeah, I think that car that's right with them there, that is yeah, that was the 05 cars. We've got a car dead stick right between 10A and 10B.
There's so much going on, Greg.
Yeah, I know. As we had Lustig there and Tom Patton, and I think the car that's sitting dead stick at 10B, Brian, was Austin Jers, who was running second in GT2, and he is yet to cross the finish line here. So Caleb Bacon's going to take the win in GT2. Stephen Lustig now moves up into second. We thought he was battling it out with Tiger Tom Patton for third. Patton is going to finish third. Weisberg will finish fourth, then Monette fifth. That's your top 5 in GT2 as Austin Jers gets that car back around. In GT1, we saw that wasn't much of a battle, at least for first, as Michael McAleenan wins by over 20 seconds over Jared Odrick. Odrick, though, in the number 81 Ford Mustang, his initial outing in a GT1 car, finishes on the podium, gets around Joe Frieda, who for the longest time this race had run second in his Corvette. He finishes third. Richard Grant and Chevy Camaro will finish fourth. Ray Ramirez will finish in fifth. In American Sedan, Philip Waters, your sole racer. And then in Touring 1, Hugh Stewart takes the win over Paolo Salvatore. Brian Goodman comes in third. Gary Crook and Stefan DeMolin will finish in fifth. And then finally, Brian, in the race that nobody wanted to win, Andrew Lott, driver of the number 76 Pontiac Sunbird, takes gold today in GT3. Michael Lewis will finish 5 laps down in second. All right, let's take a look. I think we've got a replay here. Yep.
Tough spot to get parked as well, because if that car weren't there, that's where the main line is for the race cars coming up the hill there. And you got to make sure that you're paying attention, because if you're just coming through there all with the foot on the pedal, it's hard to redirect at that point.
Yeah, and you can see how both of those drivers wanted to do anything but end up in the gravel trap. Maybe they saw the 101 Spec Racer Ford a little while ago and said, no, that's not where I want to be. All right, let's, Brian, make a final call to the grid for our last race group of the day, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for group number 8, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6. Please head to the grid now. This is your final call. Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. Please head to the grid. You'll be on track in just a few moments. All right, let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with our final race of the day.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Attention in the paddock, tension in the paddock with the drivers of the number 31 GT2 machine. That is Austin Jers, and the driver of the number 81 GT1 car, that's Jared Odrick. Would you please report to the race director at impound? Driver of the number 31 GT2 car, Austin Jers, and driver of the number 81 GT1 car, Jared Odrick, please report to the race director in impound. All right, Brian, so welcome back, and one more race to go today.
One more race to go, and it is my favorite group, Formula 6, Formula F, Formula V. A nice big group of cars for all three of them this weekend. They're about to get on the racetrack here, Greg, so why don't we tell folks what order they're going to come across the line in?
If I must. All right. Once again, we're going to have a split start here. We're going to have our Formula 600 or Formula 6 and Formula Fs in our first group, Formula V behind. Let's start off with the Formula Vs, where we had 12 starters. Starting 12th, driving the number 03 Porsche, we've got William Dukes Ragsdale. And starting 11th, driving the number 2 Porsche, his twin brother, Smith Jackson Ragsdale. Starting 10th, driving the number 64 Protoform is Rich Richardson with Donnie Isley. Starting 9th, he's driving the number 30 Agitator. Mark Richardson will start 8th. He's driving the number 20 Mysterian with Ron Whitston. Starting 7th, he's driving the number 5 Protoform. That's Ron Whitston. Steve Whitston's driving the number 18 Protoform. He starts 6th with Michael Nitz. Starting 5th, he's driving the number 94 Protoform. Mitchell Ferguson will start 4th. He's in the number 52 machine, and he is driving a Porsche, while Stephen Davis is driving a Vortec. He starts 3rd. He drives the number 80 car. Mike Lawrence will start 2nd. Mike is driving the number 36. That is a Protoform P2, and then your pole sitter today in Formula V, driving the number 72 Protoform from Neenah, Wisconsin, with a qualifying time of 1:44.524. Andrew Whitston. Now your first group, starting 15th, driving the number 44 Formula F Swift, Dan Carney. Starting 14th, driving the number 47 Formula 600 QRE, it's Russell Straight. Jeff DeLong will start 13th. He's driving the number 66 Formula 600 KBS with Kevin Brumbaugh in Formula F. Starting 12th, he's in the 86 Van Diemen. Jack Walburn will start 11th. He's in the number 67 Formula 6 Scorpion with Chris Smith driving the number 57 Formula F Van Diemen. Caleb Dunbar is going to start 9th. He's driving the number 12 Piper with Michael Dowden. Starting 8th, he's in the number 01. Is it a Miguel? Is it a Miguel? I'm making my producer's head explode, and not that it's on purpose or anything, really. Yeah, for the penultimate time. Michael Dowden will start 8th. Corey McLeod's going to start 7th. He's in the number 58 Formula 6 Red Devil with Antonio Constantino starting 6th. He's in the number 3 Formula F Piper. Then we've got George Bugg. George is starting 5th today. He's in the number 8 Formula 6 Scorpion with Eric Van Cleef starting 4th. He's in the number 84 Formula 6 Nova car. Then we've got Matteo Naranjo. He is starting 3rd today. He's in the number 08 Miguel. Sorry, I'm just doing that to mess with Brendan. And your front row today, both Formula 6 machines, starting on the outside of the front row, driving the number 07 Nova car, your reigning national champion, Calvin Stewart, and your pole sitter today with a qualifying time of 1 minute 30 seconds, .014 in a Scorpion, multi-time national champion, Clint McMahon. As the field now, Brian, is coming up out of turn 11 underneath the Fox Factory Bridge and getting ready for our start. And as they come down onto the front straight, the two it's only a single Formula 600 car, Formula 6 car, should have mentioned this, Calvin Stewart, celebrating the Sabbath today. We'll see him race tomorrow, and so that is going to move Matteo Naranjo. They're up into second position with Van Cleef and Bugg as our Formula V racers. They have now also taken the green flag, and we will see them come up the hill behind our Formula F or Formula 6 and Formula F racers here in just a moment.
And there are the Formula Vs right there coming now down off the hill from 3. nicely packed together, just about maybe, oh, a big spin coming out of 5. That's a Formula 600 car.
Yeah, and Brian, I believe that might have been our leader, Clint McMahon. We'll check here as we go to the next, not shot, and getting word now that it was not Clint McMahon. We'll get the number on that machine here momentarily, because it looked as though it happened directly in front of the 08 machine. Might have been the 84 of Eric Van Cleef, who started third today in that group.
Now that puts him smack dab in the middle of the Formula V field, and he's going to have to work his way through those cars and hopefully not cause too many issues for the Formula V cars who are battling for class position here as they come down towards the back straight, heading down towards turn 10 for the first time.
All right, and the Vs now, for the most part, all just getting in line here, using the draft to try and stay up with our leaders as Clint McMahon crosses the start-finish line to complete lap number 1. He is your Formula 6 leader. Matteo Naranjo, Formula F leader, with now already a 5-second advantage over Calum Dunbar out of Northampton, New Brunswick. He is currently second in Formula F. Our Formula Vs now coming across the line. Actually, he's starting to head down into turn number 1 is the Formula V field. It is Andrew Whitston, your leader in the white number 72 machine, the black number 80 of Stephen Davis running in second. Steve Whitston in the yellow number 18. He is running third, with Mitch Ferguson running in fourth. And what we're going to do, I think we're going to follow this Formula V race here for just a bit.
Mike Lawrence in the 36 car. This is his first race on slicks. He's done a lot of Formula V racing, vintage racing with other groups that utilize a spec grooved tire. That's not the case here in SCCA. We got slick tires here. So a little bit of a learning curve, but I'm told he is very, very fast, whatever kind of tires are on that car. He has picked a good group of Vs to measure himself against, too, with several national championships in this race group here. National champions with several national championships.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, we've got our leader there, Andrew Whitston, who I believe now is at 3, if I remember correctly. He had 2 in a row, and I think picked up 1 more. And he now has, as we watch them come down the back straight, about 3, maybe 4 car lengths now on Stephen Davis and Steve Whitston, with Mitch Ferguson and Mike Lawrence. They're fairly close behind. So Lawrence now dropping back into 5th position. But look at the field now as they come out of 10A and 10B, Brian. This is normally an area where you don't want to end up going side by side. You don't want to end up stunting your not growth, but your advance up the hill there, because you need yes, your momentum. That's exactly the word that we are looking for. I need to carry a thesaurus with me every event I go to, by the way. It takes me a while when those words are on like page 65. But obviously you want to be able to carry enough speed down onto the front straight, because the next thing you're going to do is start heading back up a hill, and we can see now where where Andrew Whitston now has opened up almost 10 car lengths on Stephen Davis and on the rest of the field there, who we now have running in second. It is Mike Lawrence up in the second position. He has gotten around Stephen Davis, and I believe Mitchell Ferguson has as well.
We could find a way to find the Formula V fight for second place right now. That is a really tight battle between Antonio Costantino and Calum Dunbar. They've gone back. I think they just crossed the start-finish line, probably heading up the hill.
All right, I was just going to say, I believe we've got Brian, as they're coming along to us here. I believe second and third cars in line. Yeah, here they come down into turn 5 right, or probably turn 10 right now.
Yeah, there it is right there. But the black car should be Dunbar, I believe. And then Antonio Costantino will be second place now after that pass. That is the best battle in Formula F at the moment. As they come across the line here, let's see what my timing and scoring screen tells me. Now it's still
actually
showing,
Brian, that was the Formula V battle for second that we were watching. That wasn't the Formula F battle for
That's why I'm
second between
confused.
Costantino and Dunbar.
Yeah, that's okay. So the battle in Formula F's now opened up to about 2 seconds between Costantino and Dunbar. It looked like Dunbar had just gotten around Dunbar, so he's pacing a little bit faster, about 2 seconds a lap now. So he's definitely found his pace here in that Formula F field. If we look at Formula 6 for just a second, we can look at Clint McMahon. He is in first with a good bit of a lead over Corey McLeod in second place, and Jeff DeLong is in third. Yeah, looking at it here. And even the gap between first and second overall has grown as well. McMahon is 8 seconds ahead of Sebastian Matteo Naranjo. Again, not a battle for class. That's Formula 6 and Formula F. But that Formula 6, that Scorpion, and of course, being from Covington, Georgia, my guess is McMahon's got a couple laps around this racetrack, so he knows where all the good spots are with that Formula 6. Coming up on 17 minutes and 30 seconds to go here. Things are starting to spread out just a bit, I believe. That F6 that we just saw come through the screen is Eric Van Cleef. He was the one that spun early in the race. He's now trying to get himself back up to the back of the Formula 6 field.
All right, Brian, I've been watching the Formula F battle that you were looking for a little bit earlier. It has started to stretch out a little bit. Costantino about a 3-second advantage over Dunbar. Costantino just now comes across the start-finish line. The first of the orange cars now coming into turn number 1. The second orange car, who we'll see coming into our view momentarily here, that is Caleb Dunbar. And directly behind them, of course, one of our Formula 600 drivers, that is Corey McLeod in his orange Red Devil, the number 58 machine, as we've got McLeod currently running second in Formula 600 to Clint McMahon, our Wiley McMahon, our current leader here, as things really are starting to spread out, with the exception of our Formula V race, and even the Formula Vs now we're starting to see a little bit of a gap through the field, as we'll try and pick them up. Ryan, if we can get our Formula V battle for the lead. They're coming into turn 1 right now. They will be heading up the field. There we go, as Andrew Whitston, still your leader, as he has been for the majority of the race. Mitchell Ferguson now about 4 car lengths back, but we're starting to see Mike Lawrence, who for a time had been running second. He's starting to pick up the pace just a little bit, sitting about, as you can see, less than a half a car length back from the number 52 machine. Steve Whitston in that yellow number 18. He is trailing now very close behind the 3 ahead, with Stephen Davis, who had been our second fastest qualifier here today, now running back in 5th with Donnie Isley, about 8 to 10 car lengths back currently. Going to be the last car that we see come into that shot, but for the time being, looks like Andrew Whitston, he jumped out to an early lead, Brian, and manages to expand upon that, even with the drivers right behind him trying to work the draft.
Yes, and that draft's probably pretty close to being broken at the moment. We had Steve Whitston in the booth with us a couple of races ago, and he said it's about a second and a half. So Andrew Whitston just hoping he can pull away another half a second or so, and then he will be kind of clear of second place.
And things compress down quite a bit as they come into 10A. Now, little bit of a, I don't want to call it a fight side by side, because that is our overall leader, Clint McMahon, starting to work his way through the back of the Formula V field, the number 34 car, now crossing the line, resetting fast lap, and Brian running almost 20 seconds a lap faster than the Formula Vs at this point. He has opened up a considerable lead over Corey McLeod as McMahon now starting lap number 8. Let's do this. We're just about halfway through this Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6 battle. Why don't we take our I believe what is our last break of the day, thanks to our partners and sponsors, and we'll take our viewers all the way to the checkered flag. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
And welcome back, everybody, to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour. I was about to say Super Store, Brian. Yeah, that was last night. In case any of us need to go to Costco this afternoon, and free plug. And we've got our last race of the day. But Brian, as things are winding down here, we've got about 10 minutes remaining in our Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6 race. Let's quickly take a look at the standings. Clint McMahon is currently your leader over George Bugg. Last time I looked, and now I think McMahon just is crossing the stripe here, about a minute up on actually our new second place runner, Eric Van Cleef, who gets around George Bugg. Then Jack Walburn fourth, Russell Strait fifth. The Formula F, Matteo Naranjo has led from the very beginning. He's got about a 30-second advantage over Callum Dunbar. And Dunbar, pardon me, and then there is about another 20 seconds back to Kevin Brumbaugh. Dunbar and Brumbaugh. That is going to be my kryptonite this weekend. Andrew Whitston resets personal best lap here. He is your leader in Formula V. Smallest lead of the group, Brian, is he only has about a 3.5 second advantage over Mike Lawrence, who has worked his way back up to second. Stephen Davis, who had been as far down as fifth, he is now up to third, with Mitchell Ferguson, who had been running in second place for quite some time, now in fourth. The big change, and I think we had it on camera when we went to commercial break, is that Steve Whitston, who had been running in the top four, he had his little dalliance with the gravel trap over at the exit of turn 10A. And as we were discussing during the break, there are some advantages of having a very light car, and two, one that is shaped somewhat like a kayak. And and he was able to make his way back on the track. But we've got a bit of a change here up at the front now, Brian, as we have a new overall leader. That is Sebastian Naranjo, as Clint McMahon had some issues on the last lap, ran almost 20 seconds off of his regular pace, actually 25 seconds off of his regular pace. That's going to move Naranjo to the lead. Clint McMahon, our Formula 6 leader, now slotted into second position with Antonio Constantino in his Formula F. Piper running third.
And McMahon just wanted to make sure he gets his money worth. He doesn't want to end too soon because he's paid for the whole time. So slow it down just a bit. He had obviously some sort of a hiccup there for that slow lap, and he'll get right back in it, I'm sure. And but that puts Matteo Naranjo in front, and it puts a car between Naranjo and Constantino. So that's could be helpful, but those cars had a pretty good gap anyway.
Yeah, indeed. Again, it was at the previous lap, it was almost a minute difference in Formula 6 and about 30 seconds in Formula F here as we watch this battle now in Formula V. And they make their way down the hill. And this is the battle. This is the number 36 machine. So this is coming across the line. That's Mike Lawrence, who is running second in Formula V. Stephen Davis, who just ran his personal best here on lap number 10. He is running third, and then Mitchell Ferguson. So this is conceivably for the second step on the podium, as Andrew Whitston has managed now to, as we see Whitston starting to come down through the S's, has now expanded his lead to just under 5 seconds.
6.5 minutes to go here. Want to remind everybody we're back here tomorrow at 8 a.m. We've got 8 more races tomorrow. Same 8 groups, same order, and a little bit longer races. So that'll be how we spend our day tomorrow. 2 races before the law that makes everybody stop for 2 hours on Sundays. I'm gonna go back and take a nap, Greg.
That's right. The longest quiet hour in southeastern racing, which is actually 2 hours.
Right.
Tomorrow's races, though, a lot different strategy for most of our racers, where it is a 35-minute or 19-lap race, whichever may come first, as opposed to the 25-minute timed races today. Should also remind everybody, especially if you are planning to be with us for race number 1 at the top of the 8 o'clock hour Eastern time. Tonight is when you set your clocks forward. You'll lose an hour of sleep tonight. So join us nice and early tomorrow morning. We can all have cars and coffee. All right, and so, Brian, we now have a car off on the outside of turn 3, one of our Formula V racers, and it has had a small issue. That small issue being that it has lost a small wheel.
Yeah. I would contend that that's a fairly big issue.
Yeah, well, so yes, actually, I guess it is a big issue. I keep looking back to the runoffs last year, or actually back in 2022, where our Formula V national champion managed to win the race with 3 functioning shocks. Because one of his front shocks, the rod had actually not bent, but completely snapped. And he ran half of a championship race with a non-functional left front shock. But yes, if you lose one of the 3 tires on one of these things, it usually is detrimental to you getting to the checkered flag.
I'm hoping if you lose one of the 4 tires, that would be even worse. So, but yeah, apparently losing a wheels or a tire is worse than losing a shock. There's those 3 cars, second, third, and fourth in Formula V now. You got a F600 car in front of them. That car shouldn't be an issue. That car should be able to stay out front. So,
you know, Brian, we're getting word now that it might not be a Formula V that is parked at just outside of 3, as we can't really tell from the shots that are being given to me, but getting word that it is likely a Formula 6 car, not a Formula V, and it might very well likely be Wiley Clint McMahon, who was our Formula 6 leader. And we'll verify that in a second. But another change here in Formula V in the battle for second position. Mike Lawrence for now, and they're coming down into turn 1. Mike Lawrence, for the time being, holding on to second position in Formula V in the number 36 machine. But Mitchell Ferguson in the black number 52 Porsche. He's gotten around Stephen Davis, so move Stephen Davis back into 4th position. But, you know, Brian, we've got 3 minutes remaining, so for the Vs, at about 1:44, probably another 2 laps for them, possibly 3. I wouldn't be surprised to see 2 more passes for position there between those 2 races by the time we get to the checkered flag.
and now second and third starting to pull away just a little bit from 4th place there. So and now it looks like we get another pass for the lead, or for a second place here, Greg.
Yeah, and here they come into turn number 7. And for the moment there, yeah, it looks as though we have Mitchell Ferguson now moving up into second position, move Mike Lawrence back into 3rd. And we have confirmed, obviously, now that Clint McMahon was the driver that went off at the top of turn 3. That's going to move Eric Van Cleef in the number 84 Nova car up into the lead in Formula 6, with George Bugg now 2nd and Jack Walburn, in 3rd. And Van Cleef just now crosses the start-finish line, as we'll jump over to this Formula V battle. And again, prime places to make a pass there in Formula V, as those drivers don't want to give up any, what's the word I was looking for, Brendan? Momentum, that's right. Momentum here as they come out of turn 12. And don't have a white flag out yet, so these Formula V racers should get at least 1 more lap. Word we're getting now is our overall leader, Sebastian Matteo Naranjo, will be getting the white flag this next time by.
And there are no real battle for podium positions anywhere else with the other 2 classes. That's why we're keeping an eye on the Formula Vs right now, which is still very much up in the air, who's going to take 2nd and who's going to take 3rd on the podium here. Here they come up the S's. It just, you can't even begin to imagine the amount of elevation change between turn 3 down into the bottom of the S's and then back up to turn 5 here. I can't describe it. I've done it, but it's just a lot of elevation, Greg.
Yeah, and it's not only that, and it doesn't really impact these Formula cars very much, but certainly in the tin tops, like we were watching in the last group, whether it be the GT cars or Spec Miata, the curbing on driver's right as you set up for turn number 5, it is very much, I don't want to say it's V-shaped, but it has this nasty tendency to grab your front wheels and makes it very difficult to set the car up correctly for turn 5. As the white flag is now in the air, Matteo Naranjo working his final lap here. And it is Naranjo, Constantino, Dunbar, your top 3 in Formula F. About 40 seconds separating 1st and 2nd, another 25 back to 3rd. In Formula 6, it's Van Cleef and George Bugg, about 10 seconds separating them, as we watch that battle now for 2nd in Formula V come across the start-finish line. And it is Ferguson, Davis, and Mike Lawrence now sitting back in fourth as the checkered flag is in the air, and taking the win in Formula F and our overall win, Matteo Naranjo. Congratulations to the Edwards, Illinois driver. Let's jump back to that battle for second in Formula V. We just saw Andrew Whitston rise up into turn 5. He's your leader in class, but here is the battle for second. And look at this off in the we had off in the gravel there, bringing out a local caution at turn 5. Looks like one of our Formula F drivers. We'll maybe take a look at a replay of that after the races after, but we're going to stick with the Formula V's right now as it is Ferguson and Davis nose to tail as they come into turn 6. Drafting right up to the back of them is Mike Lawrence, and now side by side, wheel to wheel, both trying to get the draft off of Mitchell Ferguson. Both drivers trying to get the same draft, and I think we're seeing here now where Mike Lawrence has been able to tuck in right behind Mitchell Ferguson, and indeed he is able to get position. It's like jockeying for position if you're a rebounder in basketball, Brian, as we then had Mike Lawrence move to the inside, and I believe Lawrence now jumping to the front of these 3 cars, jumping into second position. We'll know a second as they're coming down the hill side by side into turn 12, and coming across the line, finishing second in Formula V behind Andrew Whitston is Mitchell Ferguson. And Brian, the gap between Mitchell Ferguson and Mike Lawrence, who finished in third, 1/100th of a second. Stephen Davis, who is that odd man out coming out of turn 7, he finishes just off the podium in fourth. Steve Whitston will finish 5th.
Well, that was a heck of a battle there in Formula V. They often put on a great show. Did not disappoint, at least the battle for second place there did not disappoint again. Andrew Whitston, happy he wasn't involved in any of that, comes out with a 10-second win in Formula V.
All right, so again, it is in Formula F, Naranjo, Constantino Dunbar, then Brumbaugh, then Michael Dowden, who ran his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap. In Formula 6, Eric Van Cleef, your winner. George Buggs second, Jack Walburn third with Russell Straight and Clinton McMahon. Of course, McMahon finishing 4 laps down. And then in Formula V, Andrew Whitston, Ferguson, Lawrence Davis, and Steve Whitston, your top 5. So, Brian, that's going to wrap up our first day of racing here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Thoughts?
Glad it's dry. Looking forward to a whole bunch of dry racing tomorrow. Hopefully slightly less adventurous because we're not going to have to deal with that in the morning. But some pretty impressive driving in a lot of race groups. Ton of fun, big fields on all of our race groups. So it's a good weekend, Greg.
All right, so as we mentioned before, we are going to be going back to action tomorrow morning, 8:05 Eastern Time. Actually, we'll be on air right about 8 o'clock Eastern Time tomorrow. Remember, set your clocks forward. We're going to lose an hour of sleep, but it's all going to be worth it because our first race of the morning tomorrow, our first 19-lap or 35-minute feature race, Spec Miata. And it is bound to be a barn burner. We saw what it was like in the wet today, the way these drivers are pushing these cars in with a dry track here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's bound to be stepped up about 6 more levels. All right, so for Brian Bielanski, I'm Gregg Ginsberg. We want to, of course, thank Brennan Kazmarek and Ryan Bauer from DriversEye Live for direction and production here today, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.